नमस्कार। जल्दी आ गए, अभी तो 10 बजे।
ऐसा ना उठा हूँ बनाई तो रोड ट्यूशन बना है तो बना है ट्यूशन का
कल छुट्टी में थे,
छुट्टी में आए थे। एक ऐसी सोच
मैडम बताई कि गमी में कहीं गए हैं।
जैसे आए तैसे फोन पर फोन। अब एक मामा की नातिन पुताऊ है, रास्ते में दम तोड़ आज कल 3 बजे 3:30 बजे के यहाँ हाथ मिली एक चीज का फायदा हुआ।
सब तो जुड़ गए हैं जी मोबाइल से, घर से जुड़ गए, आए क्यों नहीं?
कौन जानते हैं?
कौन? इनको नहीं जानते हो?
कौन है?
तो
रजाई थोड़ी है।
इसका मिश्रा है।
अरे नहीं सर, क्या मजाक करते हैं आप?
ध्यान से
जानते कहाँ?
अच्छा, इसके मिश्रा हाँ।
तुम भी सही मजा लेते।
इसमें से मार लग रहा है।
ये इस समय नहीं, पहले की फोटो।
अरे यार ये लोग मेरे डिपार्टमेंट बना दिए सेमिनार में ऐसे उस बार भाई जी वो रूम सिंगल रूम तो रखना चाहिए उधर बात ये भाई
कनेक्शन नेट का पूरा इधर है तो जहाँ कनेक्शन होगा वहाँ।
ये तो फिर अपना लैब बना ले वहाँ पे, इसी को कर दिया जाए।
डिब्बी भी निकाल लीजिए वो वाली एयरटेल वाली। अभी तो नहीं, पर बाद में यदि जरूरत पड़ी तो लगा लेंगे। कनेक्ट करके तैयार रखे रहें, चालू न करेंगे। बाकी नमस्कार बनी रहे सबकी। वो चाय से परेशान है। तो आज क्या छोटा
अब बताओ तुम कहाँ है, तुम्हारा कहाँ है?
मेरा कहा कि मैं कहा था जाऊँगा सीधा जीत पेला कर है कहाँ होगा स्थिति है बढ़ाए है रौनक के नहीं
नहीं वो समझ से
नॉट हो है आज
ये समझ से
स्टार्ट होगा 11 बजे तक।
नहीं कुछ एक टाइम तुम्हारा नहीं खड़ी कर जो कि खुली रही प्रोडक्ट दुकान।
थोड़ा वीडियो कॉलिंग कर लेते हैं।
चल तुम्हारा काम हुई है।
कह रहे हैं बाद में प्लान करने का, हम कहे कर लीजिए टाइम से, नहीं जैसे बाकी लोगों का नहीं हो पाया।
टाइम से करा जाए टाइम नहीं
टाइम तो लगी है 30 साल में उम्र दिया 28 साल में
बात का फिर बादे रह जाता है। 28 तुम हो, फिर भी हम 24 के थे, 25 में लॉन्च हो गया था। सोचो
इतना एक्सपीरियंस।
हाँ
लगा फिर
24 में शादी हमारी हुई थी, 25 में प्रोडक्ट हमारे हाथ में था। 1 साल बाद।
कितने साल हुआ? 24
हमारी बड़ी वाली यूकेजी पढ़ रही 6 साल की।
शादी बोलो भाई 17 साल में
क्या पीना है?
नहीं
बाद में कहा ना कि
हाँ ठीक है
पता ना
हाँ
बेमिना हो क्या हो
हाँ ठीक है कोई बात नहीं।
कड़ी पीना है।
खाली तेरा पापू
आप
नहीं है ना लेट नहीं था यार, न फोन है कि कल हाउ की ट्रेन के ना ठीक करेंगे। कहाँ रहे सारे काल फिर हाउ कौन सा आए
10:48 पे आया था तो देखे है तो कह रही आने का टाइम है।
आगरा के जीव नहीं पियो पे
जीव
मुझे आता है
हालांकि जीव नहीं पियो उससे आइए नहीं यार तू
नहीं है ये क्या है ठंडा
कहाँ
ये क्या तुम पोपट तो खाता है
आइए नहीं तू सर
तुम्हें ना बताओ
10:30 का टाइम इसका
10:20
10 है ना कल उनके लिए क्या
अब स्टार्ट हो जाना चाहिए। जुड़ तो गए इतने लोग, साइंटिस्ट लोग भी जुड़ गए हैं सब। यूट्यूब भी चालू है उधर।
कड़ी भात पेल रहे हैं कड़ी भात
मेरी बात अभी रही है, अब आएगा।
नहीं नहीं भाई कड़ी भात है सब बात कर रहे हैं।
अब गर्मी आ रही है, बढ़िया दूध की व्यवस्था किया करें सर, चाय वगैरह हम लिया करें। सांची से बढ़िया एक पाव दूध पिलाए।
दूध घी मट्ठा
छाछ सही बात है, वो पेट में ठंडा
पहले मट्ठा लगा था
आज पांडे जी नहीं है।
अब वही कर घर है वो न काम फादर बादल लाएंगे तब नहीं।
ये काले वाला पानी में है, ये वाला बाटल का सर का पानी है कि दोनों केमिकल है कि पीने तो वो करने अच्छा बाटल पानी के तो राहत नहीं बताइए। इतने बड़े कॉलेज में पानी नहीं
समस्या
आए भी थे उस दिन कुछ लोग तो पूछ रहे थे पानी कहाँ है, तो हम क्या बताएं, हम कहें नर्सरी में, कहें कॉलेज यहाँ पानी वहाँ व्यवस्था नहीं। कम से कम एक बिल्डिंग में पानी होना चाहिए, वाटर कूलर जो चलता हो। महाविद्यालय में ये स्थिति है कि पानी के लिए तरस रहा आदमी।
यहाँ अंदर 16 स्टेट है लड़का पकड़ा
या कि एक कंटेनर मंगा लिया करे मंथली जो आता है।
हाँ।
इतना बड़ा
नहीं।
कम से कम जो टीम है अपनी टीचिंग नॉन टीचिंग, उनको एक गिलास पीने को तो मिल जाया करे।
अरे तो टैंक खरीद लिया यार
कार
डाली वाला,
अब कौन बोले,
सीधे सवेरे भरवा दिया कर लिया के।
और क्या शुद्ध पानी तो पीने को मिले भरपेट।
कोई न फ्रीजर न कोई लाइट के खर्चा है,
क्या कहा जाए,
खड़ी करवा दिया करा हो। बिजली के बिल से ठीक रहेगा ना, 500 रुपया।
हाँ वो बिल एक्स्ट्रा आएगा, मशीन चलेगी उसमें तो डायरेक्ट सप्लाई, सही बात है, सस्ता टिकाऊ।
तो वहीं दीवार खड़ी करा दी जब निकलेंगे तो दिवाली निकाल कहाँ सोच रहे हैं कि
फायदा ला रहे हैं।
मोड़ा आज पता करिएगा। है ना पकड़ लीजिए
10 पे यहाँ से
वहीं पे चालू हो जाए ना,
चल तो हो
10 बजे पहुँच जाएंगे, हो जाएगा ना, है ना 10 5
10 तक ही।
Hello, good morning, Dr. Kamal. Hello.
प्रणाम सर। आप भी जुड़े हैं सर, मोबाइल से आप भी
Actually,
जुड़े
I'm
हैं,
audible.
तो देखिए ना।
Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Kamal, I can hear you.
Thank
This
you.
is Beena here.
Yes, welcome, madam.
खोल दीजिए।
I think, do I have to wait for the?
Welcome, madam. Welcome, madam.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Mariam, Kamal.
Good
Yes.
morning. Good morning, Mishra ji.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome. Welcome. Uh, all of you. Our first session. Chairperson Dr. Veena Gandhi Devi, Deputy Director Research, SAR Cultural Center, Colombo, Sri Lanka. Eminent speaker Dr. Mariam Kamal, Assistant Professor, Center for South Asian Studies, University of Punjab, Lahore, Pakistan. Welcome, both of you, madam. And I am requesting to Dr. Veena Gandhi, madam, please share the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Mariam Kamal, madam.
Okay, Mishra ji. Okay, I'm audible, right?
Yes, Dr.
Yeah.
Veena.
Okay. At the onset, I extend my warmest greetings to all the participants who have joined this webinar from different parts of South and Southeast Asia. I thank Professor Skandakumar Mishra ji, who is the convener of this international webinar series, for inviting me to chair the session. This webinar is being broadcasted via Google Meet, and I think all the during the lecture, all the microphones will be automatically muted. So therefore, if any of the participants want to ask any questions, they can do it at the end of the
क्या देखना क्या है?
presentation. Um, now moving on, I will give a brief introduction about our
रहेगा ही सिस्टम का है ना।
distinguished speaker of this session, Dr. Mariam Kamal. Uh, Dr. Kamal is an assistant professor at the Center of South Asian Studies, University of Punjab,
मीट से
Lahore.
खोलिए ना।
She has done her master's and MPhil in political science from the University of Punjab and PhD in international relations from the Department of Political Science, University of Punjab, Lahore. And she did her 1-year postdoctorate from the Center of South Asian Studies, University of Cambridge, UK, fully funded by the Punjab Higher Education. Her area of research is about South Asian politics, security, terrorism, and foreign policy, with special focus on India, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. Moreover, she also regularly contributes on current affairs in different newspapers and electronic media. And today she will be speaking on a very interesting topic, that is cultural diplomacy in South Asia. Therefore, without much further ado, I invite Dr. Mariam to to give her talk. So, Dr. Mariam, it is indeed our pleasure to have you with us. So, over to you, Dr. Mariam.
Thank you very much, Dr. Veena Gandhi, for the introduction, and for thank you, second Mishra Sahab, for inviting me or giving me this opportunity to speak on this platform, which is much needed from the Pakistan side to speak. And we really want our representation among the South Asian states and the Southeast Asian states. So basically, my area of focus is because my degree is about politics and international studies. So I'm focusing about the cultural diplomacy. So this whole conference is about the cultural heritage and how it can be utilized in its best manner. So I'm talking about the cultural perspective and the policy, how we can maximum materialize the cultural diplomatic perspective in regard to South Asian states. So my topic which I have chosen for this presentation, that is cultural diplomacy in South Asia. If we look at the background of cultural diplomacy, and basically this point of view or the diplomatic diplomacy, it's something not new for the world. It is an old perspective with a new dimension. Public cultural diplomacy comes under the public diplomacy. It is basically the extended area or research area or focused area of public diplomacy when we talk about people to people contact. And if we look at the region of South Asia, people are much they have very cohesive culture and background and heritage, but when in terms of people to people contact or public diplomacy or cultural diplomacy, this region lags behind. So if I start with the defining the concept of public diplomacy and the cultural diplomacy with respect to the IR perspectives, or defining it with the theoretical based understanding, as the NCSNO admits that public diplomacy is nothing new. Inevitably, it is linked to power, though it's public diplomacy, but at the end of the day, it is linked to power. Now, what kind of power? It's about the soft power. It's not about the hard power. Here comes Joseph's nice perspective. In other words, it's more about constructive image building among the states, which is much needed in the South Asian region. Cultural diplomacy comes under the domain, as I have mentioned earlier, it comes under the domain of public diplomacy, which is as described in a very different way, that it is considered as the most elegant way of reinventing the wheel. It's the same diplomatic tools, but the softer aspect, which need to be focused more as compared to the hard perspectives. And we're done. The region is done with the hard perspective. We have tried, we have suffered, we have seen lots of wars. Now, what we look forward is the soft aspect, is the cultural perspective, is the people to people contact. This cultural diplomacy perspective is more of a Western, though all the international phenomena and terminologies are more has Western perspectives. They are not indigenized concept to the region. And it's been implemented by US and UK in the backdrop of 9/11, when they wanted to win hearts and minds after the aggressive policies in the region. So it's more about changing public's opinion. It's more about winning their hearts and minds. So, but if the thing which need to be focused here, the hybrid role of this cultural or public diplomacy, when we speak that it has some realist end of the states, but at the end of the day, the tools are more social and more cultural or more soft in nature, but it is more dominated with the state intentions, that the negative aspect which cannot be denied at any point. At the end of the day, it's diplomacy, nothing else. However, it's up to you when you if you make it a cultural diplomacy, language diplomacy, music diplomacy, temple diplomacy, any kind of diplomatic perspective, when you invest more in the soft aspects. So, if we look at the primary challenges in the South Asian region, that in the reality, if we look at the history of this region, as the Indian subcontinent, the region is culturally cohesive. It has a beautiful, it has very attractive cultural heritage, but at the end of the day, it is politically divided. So the politics, which is basically controlled by a set of peoples or the elite political elite, They are controlling the narrative of the states. They are basically shadowing our political, our cultural cohesiveness or our cultural heritage. It's our political elites' prioritization that which does not support our social culture cohesiveness. It's their policies. Now, their policies are supported by the masses, are supported by the academicians, are supported by the people who are representing different culture. Do they support that state policies? Are we really in line with these policies which advocates more hard aspects and hard encounter to each other in the region? Despite having a very cohesive, a beautiful, a mutual heritage in terms of culture, still these states are not into any kind of cultural diplomatic relation, or they are not prioritizing the cultural diplomatic relations. If we come to the critical understanding of what soft power, how these states are prioritizing power in terms of soft, not hard. So initially, if you look at the history of the region, most of the states or the major states of India and Pakistan have prioritized the hard power, and it became the nuclear flashpoint, the South Asian region, which was became a threat. Then we can see the element of terrorism here as well, which is again, I according to my research and analysis, terrorism is not indigenized to the South Asian region. It has nothing to do with any of the states. Later, the state policies has made it part of their policies, or the states are, some of the states are moving towards religious extremism or terrorism. It's basically state policy. It is not an indigenized element to this region. If you look at the history of South Asia, starting from the Indo-Aryan migrations and all the history, the beautiful history of this region, we can't see the element of terrorism in this South Asian region. So, coming to the perspective of the state policy initially was hard. Later, now because of the nuclearization and element of terrorism, or they are more basically attracted by the US policies after 9/11, they're moving towards the soft power sector. As soft power, according to Nye, it's a concept that constitutes a powerful, persuasive ability that a state possesses to attract other states, to attract other states. So that is something for sure, that this kind of soft power or culture diplomacy, it attracts other states in affirmation or acquaintances through the culture, political values, and foreign policy. So these are the main elements: culture, political values, and foreign policy. He defines that power as the ability to influence the behavior of others. Why we want to influence the behavior of others? To get the outcomes one wants. So at the end of the day, it is social means in order to achieve realist ends. So he argues that there are three primary tools in order to influence the behavior of others and get the outcome according to our own desire and policy. And that is the coercive, the course with threats, induce behavioral change with payments. As we can see, all these funded non-state actors, I think you cannot go even to the market without money, but all these non-state actors are operating so lavishly and moving from one side to other side. So how is that possible without illegitimate funds? The last point which he mentions in order to get the ability to influence the behavior of the state and to get the outcomes according to one's desire, that is to attract and co-opt. Thus, soft power of the states depends on its co-optive power to tweak the political agenda of actors through its cultural values. So that is all about the perspective. At the end of the day, I say it's basically, I believe that public diplomacy is nothing than product of the realist world. So here, that is something definitely I won't disagree with it, because at the end of the day, it's diplomacy, nothing else. Now it's up to the state, which defines according to the culture, as I said, religious, language, or temple diplomacy, whatever. And coming, there is an idealist perspective. Definitely, all these realists and idealist perspective, they have parallel dimensions. According to Alexander Viving, in his writing, he identifies three elements of the soft power. It's being beauty, brilliance, and benignity. And according to him, that beauty in the context of soft power would be those elements which draws states closer through shared ideals, values, vision building in the perception of beautiful regime. So this is the idealist perspective. Now it depends if the state agrees about the beautiful regime through cultural diplomacy, no one can challenge us. But it depends again on the state policies here. The same way, Milton defines cultural diplomacy as a form of diplomacy that aims to encourage the development and of cooperation through exchange of ideas, information, art, and other aspects of culture among states. And believe me, this region is rich with the cultural heritage, is rich with the beautiful perspectives of regime, brilliance. There's so many things which are still ignored in this area, which need to be focused more. And even if I talk about Pakistan, Pakistan basically is about the north western of the Indian subcontinent. And according to history, this north was extremely rich in terms of civilization. It was extremely rich in terms of trade and agriculture. It was all the invaders and migrants came from the north, and they were settled in north first, then they went to the southern areas. Though Delhi was more basically supported by the colonial power at that time and was more established, but the northern areas is rich in terms of heritage and history. If you look at the history of the South Asian region, and it is undeniable. So there comes the people, now the people to people contact, or the cultural public diplomacy, it has been not materialized in its true sense, which need to be focused by the state policy makers, that beside their political feuds, this region has to go ahead. If we come about how a country's soft power is measured, what are the dimensions? If you look at, if I'm just pointing out three perspectives of three measures through which you can identify how a state basically can be culturally rich or can pursue for the public or the cultural diplomacy, when a culture and ideas match prevailing global norms, and our culture and the ideas of these regions definitely has global value. When a nation has a greater access to multiple communication channel that can influence how issues are framed in the global news media, and we are not lagged behind, though it's still we are in a developing process, but still we can communicate, and there is different manner. Even the music, like during my visit, I have found that the music was one element which represented Pakistan abroad. I met so many people. They were working on Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan's music legacies. It was so beautiful, which I felt. There's so many aspects which comes negative about Pakistan, but the music, which was very positive in terms of research there, which really definitely felt, I mean, encouraged me a lot at that time. And the third perspective, when countries' great credibility is handled by the domestic and international behavior. So the domestic is basically more about the regional behavior, more about with respect to South Asia, obviously, more about behavior towards each other. So here, what I am talking is about that This political divide basically is hindering our cultural diplomatic perspective. So we need to end, and it is definitely not representing all the masses. It's not representing the academicians or the people who are really reading, thinking, or trying for innovative ideas. It's basically couple or some group of people who are sitting on the top and making the policies according each other. Basically, it's their narrative for their own sustainability, for their own individual interests. Otherwise, if I look at the people of this region, they are culturally very cohesive. They are ready for the people to people contact. They welcome each other. They are extremely cultural similar, though they have religious divide. Fine, we have. I'm not talking about the religious perspective. We have different, definitely, in religion. Even in Pakistan, we have different. Basically levels. Some are very extremely rigid, some are very normal, and some are really welcomes other religions as well. This is something very common in every state. This is something non new. As a, if you look at India particularly specifically, I would like that India basically is pursuing the soft power approach, because by default India's location, India's size, India's history and civilization, and this is basically the Indian subcontinent, it has the edge by default to lead in terms of cultural diplomacy, and they are working on it. But here again, I believe that is there. For example, we can see lots of work in terms of cultural diplomacy towards the Southeast Asian states, not towards the South Asian, towards the Southeast Asian state, because currently they are basing or they are driving their cultural diplomacy policy towards Southeast Asia state from Modi's policy, look towards east or look east or act east. So basically, East, Southeast Asia is more important in terms of politics to the government as compared to South Asian region itself. Because one of the, according to one of the reasons that because the South East Asia policy look east or act east basically is encountering the one belt one road policy of China, and it is basically trying to influence, as China is influencing in the South Asian region, same way India is influencing the Southeast Asian region. So it is very Indians policies of cultural diplomacy is very active in lots of Southeast Asian states as Vietnam, Japan, and Myanmar. So they are working on the temple diplomacy over there. They're working on the reconstruction of different temples, and they're highlighting the element of Buddhism in terms of Buddhism. So again, there is a contradiction between the religion of Hinduism, Buddhism here, but they are working because this policy looking towards Southeast Asian state is basically supported by the state narrative. And though and beside, and what they are basically getting through this cultural diplomacy, and they are fulfilling their look east or act east policy, and they are fulfilling their hard power as well as economic relations or security relations. So basically their other aspects also are basically encouraged or fulfilled through this cultural diplomacy. But at the end of the day, what I want to conclude here, that cultural diplomacy, it never implemented its true sense despite of having such a beautiful and rich cultural heritage. Why it's always dominated with the political divide? Why it is dominated by the state narrative? Why it supports the state realist policies? Why it is not supported in terms of its own value, heritage, and power, beauty? That cohesiveness, which is much needed this in this region, has been hindered has been stopped by these political elites who are just thinking of their role and still basically stuck in the traditional security dilemma and not moving ahead. There are so many dimensions to it.
उसको हटाइए
Now, the time, the need of the hour is that these political elites should step back and prioritize their other aspects which can bring social, cultural cohesiveness in this region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal, for such an engrossing talk. You have given a comprehensive understanding of cultural diplomacy and its relevance in the present day. Cultural diplomacy, as you have beautifully explained, is a term which is closely associated with soft power and the notion that a country is attractive inherently by virtue of its qualities, not because of its economic might or military prowess. But something deeper, that is the essence of the soul of a country. And also you have beautifully highlighted the relevance of cultural diplomacy in the face of the global crisis that is raging all around us. Thank you very much for such an engaging and interesting talk, which is extremely relevant in the
हाँ
present
भाई
context. And if
आठ बजे
I
जाइए
might
क्या
add,
पहले
that is the whole idea of the formation of SAARC.
हाँ इसको
Yes.
वाली ताक हो गई है
Yeah, that to promote regional unity through
सिर्फ पत्थर की
cultural
आग में
integration and intercultural dialogue.
हाँ
you know so if you ask me, I think most of the Indians, they love the music by Mehndi Hassan, Nusrat Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan Saab. And I'm also, and also we in India you will see people of my generation, they are die hard fan of Urdu,
दो तीन
like
प्रोग्राम हो
serials,
गए
Urdu
इसके
dramas.
ये और
So I think, we should put focus something, so the need of the hour is to establish these linkages
वही है सारा
between uh, cultures, because there are lots of similarities. There are lots of similar cultural elements shared by these South Asian nations. So thank you very much once again, because it's a very, not only it's an interesting topic, but also it is very, very much relevant. So
Thank
if
you,
uh,
Dr. Vinay.
so if there is anybody who would like to add anything or ask anything to Dr. Dr. Kamal, is there anybody?
Yes, there is Anis Ahmad Ansari.
अनिश
Yes, sir.
अहमद
Okay, yeah. Anis Ahmed Ansari has raised his
हाँ
hand. So sir,
सर
uh, would you like to add
अनम्यूट
anything,
yes
or
sir अंसारी साहब माइक खोलें माइक
maybe उनको chat में
अच्छा 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 जी 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 जी
uh,
खोल दिया मैंने।
जी जी
अच्छा, बहुत बोल्डली प्रेजेंट किया है। और सार्क के अलावा सेकअप भी है हमारा। सेकअप एक फोरम है, उसको भी सेकअप साउथ एशियन कंट्री इकोनॉमिक फोरम जो है और प्रोग्राम है। और इसके
आप
अलावा जो हमारा
स्पेलिंग
जो
बताएंगे? अंसारी जी, आपने क्या बताया? SA?
ऐसे सेकअप CEP प्रोग्राम, सेकअप साउथ एशियन सेकअप सार्क एंड
South
सेकअप।
Asia. Acha, SECAP. Okay.
So
Okay.
I think very boldly presented. We have
Thank you.
multilingual, multicultural, multi-religious,
Yes.
age-old cohesion. That is, a cohesive word is very bold, and soft qualities and hard qualities is also individual rise of on the platform. So I congratulate her to this statement, and of course we should have consideration, but it is difficult. The research done is very good, And one question I will ask, it may not be very looking good. Is it some forces are behind to create such problems? Maybe we say those who have left to the area, they have created the problem in this area to continue till today. Yes, please.
I didn't exactly get what kind of forces you said behind this area which is hindering this cultural diplomacy. Which
No,
forces?
no, those who were ruling for so many centuries, by leaving they have done it, and still they are operating in the area. That is what I am telling. That is the fact. The fact is, truth is bitter, and the fact will be fact. What is there? This is what I am telling. Where the illegal funding, as you are telling, it comes from where? Where those who are rich. Yes, please.
The legal funding, basically, if I talk about the funding, is coming for the interest groups or other regional or extra regional powers which they have interest. For example, there's so many groups who are supported by different regional states in terms of sectarian perspective. I won't name
Sectarian.
anyone here. So this is basically the agenda which is or the formula which is now is operative after the nuclearization. If you look at this non-state actors
Yeah, yeah.
and rise of terrorism, you can see it's after the nuclearization, because now these states, both of them, cannot go into any war anymore because of the nuclearization. So these are the things which are coming, and still the hostility and enormity is there. So non-state act is one of the, I can say, the intended or unintended consequence of the nuclearization perspective. And definitely there's so many interest groups which they have interest in destabilization of the region. That's why they fund different groups. So, and we are not stopping this funding as well. What we are doing, it's basically not representing what the people want. What only some political elites or the ruling authorities are representing their own mindset for their sake of individual interest, not for the sake of the national
Yeah,
objective.
exactly. Thank you.
Yeah. So, may I ask, Hira Ali, you also have a question to ask? Miss Hira Ali?
Yes. Can you hear
Please
me?
go ahead.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, Hira.
Okay, Ma'am Mariam, first of all, I would like to appreciate you for the amazing presentation because it was inclusive and diverse. And you haven't talked about diplomacy only, you have also given it a touch of arts. Because I myself, I'm an artist, so I really appreciate when someone is referring to arts to promote a softer image of a country. So I would really appreciate your effort, and especially when you mentioned Nusrat Ali Khan in the younger generation. So it really inspired me.
Thank you. Thank you, Hira. Thank you.
So there are no more questions.
Friends.
Okay, so um, Dr. Mariam, I have got your phone number also, so I will get in contact with you, because SARC also we undertake lots of activities, and we also
Definitely.
need active participation from all the 8 member states.
I'm
So
representing, it's my center, South Asian Center, is the only South Asian center in Pakistan, which is
okay,
basically in Punjab University in Lahore. So we
wonderful,
will
wonderful.
definitely
Yeah,
look
sure,
for
sure.
you for your contact.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
So
ma'am.
I really thank Skanda Kumar Mishra ji, that through him, through this webinar, we got into contact with each other. So, okay, thank you very much. Over to you, Skanda Mishra ji.
Yes, madam. Thank you, Dr. Bina, madam, Bina Gandhi, madam, for here the session, and Dr. Mariam Kamal given a nice talk in this webinar series. Thank you both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for engaging me. Have a good day. Thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah.
So, next talk, next session, our eminent speaker, Dr. Margi Patel, Consultant, National Museum, Garudeshwar, Gujarat, India. Margi Patel. Our chairperson, Dr. Srinivas P. Golvalkar, Heritage Guide Vadodara, India, and co-chairperson, Madam Anita Kurde, Indologist, Mumbai.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome, सोलापुरकर साहब.
नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग सर.
मैंने अभी मार्गी से बात की है, वो जस्ट ज्वाइन कर रही हैं.
ओके.
अनिता मैडम.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Welcome, Anita.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
तब तक सोलापुरकर साहब बायोडाटा है मार्गी का.
यस आई हैव.
हाँ, तब तक आप प्रेजेंट करें ऑडियंस के लिए और फिर वो आ रही हैं.
ओके.
थोड़ा टाइम जो है वो बच जाएगा.
जी सर. Good morning, listeners. We have today a young dynamic speaker, Margi Patel. Margi has done masters in museology from Maharaja Sadashivrao University of Baroda. Today she is delivering a talk on conceptualizing of the National Museum Tribal Freedom Fighters. Margi is a part-time consultant for National Museum of Tribal Freedom Fighters at Garudeshwar, which is just near to the Statue of Unity at Rajpipla. Her work area includes research writing, content development of exhibition design, archiving, field visit, documentation, monitoring, and review of progress of project, drafting proposals, coordinations, etc. Margi ji has participated in many conferences and seminars like annual conference CAD Space as a living history museum at Sri Swaminarayan Museum, Ahmedabad. Also, she has participated in Indo-Swiss wall painting conservation workshop at Kirti Mandir, Vadodara. It was organized by Indira Gandhi National Center of Arts in collaboration with Intact Devasthan Trust and Embassy of Switzerland in India in year 2018. She has also participated in oil painting conservation workshop held at Uttarayan Art Foundation, Vadodara in collaboration with Indira Gandhi National Center of Arts in November 2017. Rewa India saved the collective in storage at Baroda Museum and Picture Art Gallery. It was organized by Indira Gandhi National Center of Arts, New Delhi, in collaboration with Directorate of Archaeology and Museum, Government of India, and IIC Rome. Margi has taken professional training at Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Museum and Science Center, Surat. Also, she has done National Research Laboratory for Conservation of Cultural Property, Lucknow, and she has completed her summer internship program at Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, Mumbai in the past. So I welcome Margi to express her presentation, and we are just waiting for her to come. And so she starts her actual presentation. I would like to give thanks to Sharma sir, Skand Kumar Sharma ji, who has given this opportunity to introduce her. So let's go ahead, and if she has arrived, we will start her.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say good morning, everyone. Thank you for providing me with this opportunity. I cannot, actually my camera is on, but there's some problem I think with the Google Meet or some access permission, it's not opening, but I will start. I would like to thank you Srinivas sir for this wonderful introduction about me. And today I will be speaking about the National Museum of Tribal Freedom Fighters that is being established by Government of Gujarat with support from Government of India near Statue of Unity. So this idea of the museum came to us, actually Prime Minister in his Independence Day speech in 2016 he acknowledged, he said that there have been many freedom struggle movements by tribals, which has been overlooked by the mainstream history. So to make people aware and to regard their contribution in the freedom struggle, Prime Minister announced that there will be 10 museums in different parts of India established for the freedom struggle endured by tribals. And the later Gujarat and Jharkhand, these two museums were accorded the status of national level. I will share the screen and I will show a brief presentation regarding how the museum is being conceptualized and how it is going to come and look up. Just a second.
ये तो लेटर खोल दिया
Just a second. Let's see. There's a problem with load. Cannot share the screen. Just a second, sir. Seems this has some problem. I cannot. Just
Margi,
a second, sir. Yes, sir.
Margi, listen, can you rejoin the?
Yes, sir. Yes, I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay,
That will be
sir.
better. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Hello, Margi? Hello, Margi? Hello. Margi? Margi madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
कोई दिक्कत हमारे उसमें अपना प्रेजेंटेशन या है आपने पहले?
हाँ, सर. Actually, ये लोड नहीं हो रहा है इसमें.
नहीं,
ये शेयर नहीं कर रहा है।
आ रहा देख।
हाँ अब आ गया।
हाँ, थैंक यू।
यस सर, जस्ट अ सेकंड।
हाँ,
एक सेकंड। स्क्रीन लोड हो जाए। यस सर। तो सर सबसे पहले आई वुड like to locate where the museum is located. It is near Statue of Unity, 80 kilometers from Vadodara and 190 kilometers from Ahmedabad. The site has been chosen viewing the terms of accessibility, and it has been chosen on a tourism spot कि लोग वहाँ पे आने चाहिए और देने चाहिए. This is the current status of the civil work at the site. सिविल वर्क जो है चल रहा है. और मैं सर अभी आपको ब्रीफ देना शुरू करूँगी कि इसमें क्या क्या हम दिखाएंगे, किस तरीके से फ्लोर प्लानिंग है, कौन से कंपोनेंट्स हैं म्यूज़ियम साइट के वहाँ पे. सर फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ये आइडिया हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर सर का था. So we have since 2017 Ministry and Government of Gujarat, they are relentlessly working in establishing the museum. I would like to say that the size of the site is 25 acres. Different components have been planned on the site along with a museum block. So earlier there was a sanction of 103 crores for the museum, but now it has been risen to 137 crore. Development Support Agency of Gujarat, which is an autonomous agency functioning under tribal development, is currently implementing agency for this project. So project में we are showcasing national level freedom struggle. So we will have all movements from entire India. So currently, as per our research, we have somewhere around 134 freedom struggle, small and major freedom struggle from across of India. So we have display techniques would include a ratio of 30-70, 30% technology, 70% physical area. So this is the overview of the site. I would like to just take you through which component is located where. So here we have the entrance with ticket counter. Here is the parking area. Then here we have a cultural exhibition center where we'll be displaying the arts and crafts of the tribal communities, which shall be invited every month. Different communities will be invited. And from here, this is the museum block. It is G+2, and then we have a basement also, wherein all the services and infrastructure utility aspects are located. Then from here we climb the hill to the restaurant and souvenir shop, and then from here through the lift we come back. We have a display open air exhibition of around 15 tribal huts, and then here we have staff quarters and director bungalow. So this is the overall planning of the site which has been done. This is how the entrance would look like. This is still in planning, so these images are just suggestive how of the site or the museum will look. So we had planned a Birsa Munda statue, but then now we are again in the process that we make it more symbolized, and we include other leaders other than Birsa Munda to showcase that it's a national museum, cultural center, how it would look. This is the entrance of the museum site. So apart from establishing the museum, that is ground floor plus 2 floors, we have tried that we would first introduce what the struggle, what the foundation, what the tribal life is on the ground floor, and then on the second floor we will take the viewers to the complete struggle chronologically, starting from early 1700s to 1947. We will highlight the major movements in the exhibition. We will also have physical objects like some traditional weapons that have been used by the communities, the way they used to pass the messages, certain systems that were prevailing at that time regarding the bonded labor, and how these people were trapped in a death cycle. Then we will also have different objects pertaining to the different militaries and different regiments that were used to suppress these tribal rebellions. So we'll have some authentic documents too to showcase and assist the exhibition. So we also have, since it's a history museum, to showcase the culture is our second priority. But we have included that in the planning, and that is why we have an amphitheater, we have a tribal, as I have mentioned, exhibition center, and we have the display of tribal huts. So what we are aiming through this planning of whole site is that we give viewers, audiences, visitors a complete one day experience of this whole place, where they can where they can see, experience the culture, the freedom struggle, as well as from there to where they are right now, their crafts, their performances, the way they live. We are trying to bring up a wholesome experience for the visitors. So if I talk more about the revolts, we have divided the geography of whole revolts in 5 zones, that is central, southern, western, and northeastern, and north zone. So from central, if we start, we have the earliest revolver is Tatia Bhil at Tilka Maji. And from each zone, we will be highlighting the major revolts which were supported by the other small freedom struggles. In the museum, we are also planning to showcase the leaders separately. We'll have both the male and female leaders. We will also showcase the contribution of women in these struggles.
Actually, madam, ED और female जो है,
Sorry, sir. Hello.
hello,
Sir.
okay.
Acha.
हाँ,
I thought there was some problem.
हाँ.
Yes, sir. So, Western zone, if I talk about the Western zone, that would include Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, and Rajasthan. So, we will be showcasing major Bhil rebellions, Tatia Bhil, and Tilka Maji from Madhya Pradesh. In Gujarat, we have the A.P.S Chitariya Dharwa event. We have from Gujarat and Rajasthan, we have Mangar. Then we have a Naikra movement, and then we have a Dang movement, Dangi Bhils movement. Then in Rajasthan, we also have Meena Bhil movement. Then if I talk about the eastern zone, which is West Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh in total. So that has been a very major area of the freedom struggle by tribals. The Chota Nagpur Plateau, that has been a very prominent site and residing place for the tribes since many centuries. So we have the Paharia revolts, then the Tamar of Chota Nagpur, Munda revolt, Bhumij revolt, Coal insurrection, Gumsur Chua rebellion, the Santhal rebellion, uh, coal mutiny, Telang Kharia, Kharwar uprising, Kond, and many such other movements. If I talk about the Northeast, then we have prominent movements from Manipur, Meghalaya, and also Nagaland, to name a few, like Khasi revolt, the Mizo and Lushai expedition, the Heraka Zelia Grong movement. Then we also have Singpo movement, Bhutia revolt, Memaria revolt, Nishi revolt, Karo revolt. So, and if I talk about the southern zone, that is Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andaman Nicobar, then we have the Kuruchia rebellion, that is from Kerala. Then there's a Battle of Aberdeen, or we also call it as Andamani's rebellion, that took place in Andaman and Nicobar in mid 1800s. Then we have a Alluri Sritaram Raju's Rampa movement. Then we also have Chenchu movement. Then we also have the revolt of Raja Visigaram and Kudem uprising, uh, Lagari Fituri, Rampa rebellion, uh, Savaras. So that is the brief of some major tribal movements that will be showcasing in the exhibition of the museum. Apart from that, the way we have planned whole site is we also have a souvenir shop wherein we are planning to have souvenirs, publications regarding all these major and minor movements from India. Apart from that, if I'd like to share of some of the amenities in the museum block, we have planned a small research institute, a library, and an auditorium within the museum. Then we'll also be having some allied activities for children for a different age of visitors. We also have a documentary hall in the museum where we'll be showcasing regional documentaries that has been produced till now in different parts of India. So that is there. And what we are planning with the amphitheater is that we will invite artists and we'll showcase different plays and performances related to freedom struggles or related to their culture, which is still prevailing. As you know that the tribal communities, they do not have any kind of written documentation in the history. It's all oral. It's weaved in stories and performances and songs that they generally sing and celebrate when they commemorate some leader or when they have some festivals. So we are also planning to showcase this intangible aspect of their culture. Majorly, we have got evidences of many such small sayings, slogans, and tribal songs which mentions their memory of the movement that took place hundreds of years ago. So even that is our planning, that we will be doing that here to showcase the labels and the guides in major three languages of India, since it's a national level museum. Plus, we will also have 3 to 4 foreign languages for the audio guides. We are planning it both ways, that if somebody wants to have a guided tour, they will be accompanied by different guides in the museum as well. They have the liberty to take an audio guide and view exhibition at their own pace. Other than that, we are also planning that this whole site museum is attached with the main tourism circuit of the Statue of Unity area, so that people can plan in advance 1, 2, 3 days that where they want to give how much time and how much time they will take to view the entire components on the site. Plus, if I brief you about the current state of the museum, then it is we are almost 70%. The civil work of the museum is complete, plus the rest of the work, that is museum interior, infrastructure, exhibition. This all will be done by early 2024, when all the information that has been used in making of the museum exhibition is been extracted from the authentic sources. When I say authentic sources, I mean the books, the research articles, the documents that has been lying in the archives, and all the books and other materials which has authentic referencing to them. So that has been our first priority. Plus, at the national level, since 10 more museums are coming up, the Ministry of Tribal Affairs has formed 2 committees, and in these 2 committees have 5 regional committees divided in the zones. which each committee has different and the historians. Then they have people who have been researchers, basically working on the tribes since many years. We have also connected many uh, professors, PhD scholars who have written on these movements, and we have also linked all the tribal research institutes in different states of India to this. So the museum will provide an excellent opportunity for the viewers to experience the history also and the culture also. Now history in not the cultural way, but it will be showcasing a completely different side of their culture, that they also have a furious and a whaler side when it comes to the protection of their land, of their rights, and which has been neglected in the mainstream history. If I talk about the challenges that we have faced during the planning of the exhibition, then the first and foremost is the content, of course, because it took us almost 3 to 4 years to just filter out the content, to research more about each and every area, to identify the people who have been associated with this subject, to connect to them, to involve them in this. Then the planning of the exhibition, meaning the design. Since it's a national museum, it's a history museum. The design has not been the easy part, and we have a scarcity in terms of tangible objects, because most of the things used by tribal communities are organic in nature, and they do not last for very long, if they are outside the museum or protected spaces. So even that has been a challenge, finding authentic objects or even the information about the objects. Then again, if we get the information, it's sometimes, most of the times, in regional languages. So again, to get that translated with the correct meaning, that has been a challenge. Then apart from that, to identify and to research about the stories, the oral stories, the oral performances, the songs that they sings to commemorate. So again, this has been a challenge. We found many content, like a lot of information on the prominent freedom struggles, such as Santhal, Birsa Munda, for that matter, Mangad also. But we have not been fortunate enough to find much information in terms of small movements. There also been a problem of identifying exact tribes who were involved in these movements, because since after like 1800s, there has been a lot of displacement of tribal communities from one area to another. And since we also talk about the struggle that have been endured by tribals before 1947, so there's a lot of geographical confusion also, because there was no Gujarat or Maharashtra at that time, or there was no Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Orissa at that time. So even that has been a challenge. Plus, the foremost thing that took us time in exhibition and planning is to decide what theme should we go on with. Either it's chronologically, or we decide major moments and give them space as individual galleries, or we find objects and then we curate the whole exhibition according to the objects. So that has been a challenge. Plus, if I talk about how this organization works, then when we have a government project, we do not government does not hire individuals to curate stories, or plan the architectural design or the curation design. This entire planning and design of both the civil and curation is given to agencies through tender services. And so we have agencies for architectural planning, museum planning. Then we have other people who will execute the civil work. Then we'll have other people who will execute the interior museum interior works. So this is again a challenge to integrate, all the people on one page, and to sync and make this whole thing possible. So that is again a challenge. But in the past 4 years since the project was established in late 2017, early 2018, we have navigated through these problems, and right now we are on the stage that we are on the verge of almost finalizing the design and freezing the curation part, and then we will start with the interior works in next 3 to 4 months. So in this due process, we have also consulted ICHR, National Archives, different tribal museums across the country. That is IGRMS, Madhya Pradesh Tribal Museum. Then we have also consulted Nehru Centenary Museum, all the curators. So this has been our persistent, effort in integrating all the institutions, all the people who have been working on this subject in India, and we are still in the process of identifying right, people and scholars also and authors also, and we are also still in the process of researching about other freedom fighters, because every years on Independence Day, around that time we find 4 or 5 people from different regions. But one thing that has been lacking in this whole process is the contribution of women. We cannot find more references or many documents suggesting that. That also we have seen that it's I don't know if it's a lack of documentation or that has been the case, that the contribution of women was overlooked in this whole scenario. But we are still trying to find more information on that. And yes, so in fact, in terms of the design of the museum also, in terms of its appearance, we have got a lot of comments regarding this, and we are trying to integrate the best possible ways to represent this whole thought as symbolic, as a collective movement, rather than identifying just one person and showcasing that, saying, okay, this is the face of tribal freedom struggle. So we are also doing that. As I said, that the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, we have 2 committees. We have some very senior and national level experts also. So we have been in touch with them, consulting them regarding each and every step that has been taken in establishing the museum. So that was my brief regarding how the museum is coming up near the Statue of Unity. The department has not decided on a particular name, so it's right now it is called the National Museum of Tribal Freedom Fighters. And to inform more to this, I would like to add that 10 more museums have been sanctioned by government in different parts of the country. So I just like to give you a brief regarding these museums where it is coming up. Only the Gujarat Museum, that is a museum being established in Gujarat, will showcase the national level freedom struggle. All the museums in other states will their scope is pertaining to that state only. So the museums are coming up in Jharkhand at Ranchi. In Andhra Pradesh, it is coming near Lambasinghi. In Chhattisgarh, near Raipur. In Kerala, near Wayanad. In Madhya Pradesh, it is near Chhindwara. In Telangana, it is in the main city of Hyderabad. In Manipur, the place is yet to be decided. And in Mizoram, it is near Kelshi. In Goa, it is near Panjim. So even in all these states, people will be able to see and experience the tribal freedom movement of that particular state. I conclude my presentation regarding the brief of the museum. I would like to ask the our chair and all our viewers if they have any questions and suggestions basically and observations regarding the planning.
Hi, Margi. This is Anita Korde.
Yes, hello,
Can I
ma'am.
ask you a question?
Yeah, please.
Okay. What are the 3 languages which you are planning to display on the panels?
It's English, Hindi, and Gujarati.
Okay. All right. How about having something for the blind people as well? Because
Yes.
I think it would be a very appropriate gesture, and it would be wonderful if blind people can also read what's written there.
Yes, we have recently only I suggested this to the authorities that we also should have something in braille also, and we should also have something in terms of experience that some objects pertaining to them that they can touch and feel, like the bow and arrow, some dummy objects for them to experience.
Oh,
So
that's
we have yes, we have included this term of accessibility. Even physically, also if you see, then there are provisions in the museum and on the whole site where people can access. People with special needs also can access all the components on the site.
All right, and one more question was on the audio guides. What are the
Yes.
foreign languages that you are planning?
We are planning French, Spanish, and Chinese at the moment. But then this will be this is just based in the planning. What have we planned is that when the museum is established, or when we are in the process of making the audio guides, we will survey the profile of the visitors, which visit Statue of Unity and the other locations on that site, and then we'll analyze their geographical background. So based on that, we might change also our what exact languages will be including for the audio guides.
Oh, excellent. So, from what I understand, the museum which is coming up in Gujarat is a national museum, right?
Yes.
So, it's going to showcase all the tribal areas of India.
Not all the tribal of areas of India, because if we see that in Himachal, in Kashmir also we find tribes, but no major freedom struggle, or no, even not a minor freedom struggle movement have been recorded in those areas. So we are only focusing the areas which have a history of freedom struggle at the moment.
Okay, and is there any tribal museum in Gujarat
We
for
have
their
a
art and
Yes.
culture?
So we have a small tribal museum in Gujarat, Vidyapeeth, that was established by Tribal Research and Training Institute of Gujarat. So again, that is looked at after by Tribal Development Department. So that's one museum, tribal museum in Gujarat. And so apart from that, we also have a Watson Museum in Dharampur, which is not a tribal museum, but then it's southern Gujarat, and we have a lot of tribes over there. So you'll be able to see some, up to some extent of exhibition over there. So that is there.
And your museum, does it fall in the purview of Museum and Archaeology Department of Gujarat?
No, not at the moment. So this is being established by the Tribal Development Department. But definitely, time and again, we consult the Museum and Archaeology Department. So they
Okay,
are.
which is based in Gandhinagar, am I right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Very interesting. I mean, very interesting topic, and we should be proud that our Prime Minister can think about things that not many people think about. And this is a wonderful tribute to all the freedom fighters of tribal origin. And it was a wonderful presentation, Margi. I loved it a lot. You took us through all the steps, and yes, thank you so much for that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your kind words. I also, invite other viewers to share their thoughts and especially suggestions because, we are at we are almost on the verge of closing the planning stage. But, if there's some important suggestion, I would really like to hear and, incorporate it if it's really important then. Because
Margi,
compared to all of you, I'm very young in this field. So yes, your suggestions will be very helpful.
Margi,
Yes, sir.
it is a excellent character building process for the nation. This museum itself, whatever information up till now you have provided was just amazing and excellent. It is. But do we have a provision of tribal food court?
Yes, sir. So the restaurant area that is planned,
Because
it will be only having, tribal food. Even the cooks, we are planning that, they'll be from tribal regions
yes,
only.
community only.
So all the staff also, we are planning that we will train people,
Right.
in the vicinity of the statue area, preferences to the tribal population. They will be trained and they will be provided employment.
Yes, because this whole area is a tribal area,
Yes, sir. Yes,
and
sir.
they know how to make the food. I mean, their own way, own recipe, right?
Yes, sir.
So making it,
Completely.
I mean, keeping it intact as it is, we can serve these things to the visitors.
Yes, sir. As it is our motto to provide the visitors, the audience, with the wholesome experience. So will not be lacking on on this
Yeah.
aspect too.
Okay, one more suggestion. I am sure you would have considered it. How about the tribal games?
Yes, even that has been thought upon. So all the allied activities that we are planning, in the museum block, like we'll have a break from the exhibition at certain points. So we have planned, tribal games, and we have planned small activities for different age groups pertaining to this culture only. Like we'll have some quiz also, some games also. We'll have some craft making thing like which can take 5-10 minutes. So
And
that
how,
is.
I'm sorry. How about the rituals? Because what happens is the mainstream rituals are known.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Tribal rituals
So
are not known when it comes to the birth, the marriage, or the death. If something can be showcased about that, it would be really very interesting.
So on the ground floor, we have planned a tribal life gallery as a part of
Okay.
introduction, because we want the visitors to know that what actually tribals fought for. So until and unless we don't showcase how they used to live, what was their culture, what was important to them, people won't be able to know that why they revolted against the British or whosoever the ruling person was. So, in the introduction gallery, we will be showcasing their practices, like farming practices or other practices. We'll showcase their rituals. We'll showcase how they were good at really preparing medicine and using the products that were available in the forest. And also we'll be stressing on the part of sustainability, like how well they have taken care of the environment. So tribal life gallery will showcase all these aspects, and
Wonderful.
yes, we'll also showcase that what things were important to them, like the animals, their land, their place of living. So basically, their surroundings, which they cared a lot about. So this is a planning in the introduction part.
मैंने लगाया
Okay.
Excellent. This would serve as a preservation also for the culture
Yes,
because the
yes,
way the lands have been taken over, their culture is getting extinct very
yes.
at a very faster pace. So hopefully
हाँ
this museum will conserve
Yes,
whatever is little.
we. So our motto with with this museum is also that people living in the cities, they should develop a respect and awareness regarding the people living in this smaller areas and outskirts, because they do not know how they contribute. Like their indirect contribution is very much in sustaining and preserving all flora and fauna.
Excellent, excellent. All the best to you.
Thank you,
Looking
ma'am.
forward to visiting it.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay, Maggie. Thanks a lot. Thanks for sharing the things and very important, unique information we got, all of us. And we enjoyed all of us. And we are awaiting anxiously for this museum to get finalized. And as soon as it is inaugurated, definitely will all of us will
Yes, sir.
visit the museum and will
Yes.
tell others also.
With the landscaping also, so we are planning to
Yes.
develop the,
Uh,
to actually imitate the whole environment.
I
So
have
yes,
I have other things also to tell you, but will I have your contact number. I will
sure,
contact you
sir.
that way, and I will suggest you later on because I don't want to consume more time on this.
No,
So
we
let's
definitely
give
should provide the
opportunity
platform.
next. Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
yes, sure, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Margi. All
Thank
the
you,
best.
everybody, for listening to me. Thank you, speaker, and thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Solapurkar sir, Anita Kode madam, and Margi मैडम आरजी ने बहुत अच्छा यहाँ पर प्रेजेंट किया और म्यूजियम के बारे में और मुख्य रूप से ट्राइबल म्यूजियम और फ्रीडम फाइटर के बारे में जानकारी दी। ये बहुत अच्छा एक कहना चाहिए कि आगे के जो जनरेशन है उनको बताने के लिए बहुत बहुत महत्वपूर्ण जो है ये टॉपिक है। और क्योंकि ट्राइबल का योगदान फ्रीडम फाइटर में क्या रहा उसे समझ में आता है नई जनरेशन को। और आपने बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंट किया और अनीता मैडम ने काफी कुछ डिस्कस भी किया और बहुत समय दिया आपने। और डॉक्टर सोलापुर जो शेयर के लिए हमें टाइम दिया, तो सभी को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और सेशन के लिए नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए हीरा अली मैडम आ गई हैं और नईम साहब आ रहे हैं। तो मैं साथ ही अनीता मैडम से कहूँगा कि नईम साहब यदि नहीं मिल पा रहे हैं हमको, क्योंकि मैं फोन लगा रहा हूँ, तो आप थोड़ा सा अभी स्क्रीन में रहेंगी, समय है?
हाँ जी बताइए।
जी एक्चुअली नईम साहब पेशावर यूनिवर्सिटी के प्रोफेसर हैं, वो चेयरपर्सन है इसमें। शायद हो सकता है कहीं बिजी हो गए क्योंकि उनकी मीटिंग चलती रहती है, काफी सीनियर प्रोफेसर हैं। तो यदि वो आ जाते हैं तो अच्छा है, नहीं तो फिर हीरा अली का सेशन आपको देखना।
हाँ सर, तो आप एक काम कीजिए, उनका इंट्रोडक्शन मुझे भेज दीजिए। I'll do the job।
आपके व्हाट्सएप में पहले थोड़ा सा इंतजार कर लो, तब तक हीरा अली जो है अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दें। हो सकता है सर आ जाए, क्योंकि बात हुई थी पहले, पर अभी कंटेंट नहीं हो पा रहा।
नो प्रॉब्लम, आई एम हियर सर।
हाँ थैंक यू सर सोलापुरकर साहब। अभी आपका एक दिन अभी टॉप हुई है ना?
हाँ कल ही है।
हाँ कल ही। अच्छा
कल दोपहर को चालू है।
हाँ ठीक
है सर, नमस्कार।
हीरा अली मैडम नेक्स्ट सेशन चेयरपर्सन प्रोफेसर नईम काजी साहब, प्रोफेसर ऑफ आर्कियोलॉजी, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पेशावर, पाकिस्तान, एंड इमिनेंट स्पीकर हीरा अली, लेक्चरर, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ आर्ट एंड डिजाइन, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पेशावर, पाकिस्तान।
Hello, all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
मैडम प्लीज।
Yes sir.
प्लीज give your time.
I am here sir।
Should I start, sir?
Yes.
Acha, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, ma'am।
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank you all for providing me this platform where I can share the topic of my interest and research. And currently, I am a lecturer at the Department of Art and Design, University of Peshawar, and I am pursuing my higher education from Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts. So, the medium I'm going to work on is lacquer. So I wanted to introduce the art of lacquer to the community of Pakistan and India because it's a dying art. Like time के साथ साथ जो है lacquer ware is dying in Pakistan. So I wanted to tell the community about the lacquer art of Mughals, those who are our ancestors, and the contemporary lacquer art of Pakistan. So I am going to talk about the origins and influences and how the lacquer art developed in Indo-Pak subcontinent and then especially in Pakistan. So first of all, I am going to introduce what is lacquer. So lacquer is basically a natural plastic, and it is remarkably resistant to water, acid, or heat. Basically, this is a organic substance that could be used as a permanent transparent paint to protect a surface. And East Asian lacquer is a resin made from the sap of rust. There's a the typical name of that tree is Chinese lacquer tree, which is native to China, and it is called the Chinese lacquer, and the Indian subcontinent. And the lacquer obtained from the plants in India is called shellac. Lacquer originated in China during the Neolithic period. Lacquer art is a very old art, and it started in China around 200 BC. And lacquer as an art form developed in China as pictorial surface decoration and carved lacquer. So it is the kind of art that was promoted by China. And I'm going to talk about the techniques and mediums and styles that are used in lacquer art. This is the introduction of the medium. So I have given the reference of China because this medium started from China. So how it is applied, like multiple layers of heated and purified lacquer are applied on various surfaces to create layered or carved lacquer. So this is the introduction about the medium. Okay, what is lacquer and how it is applied. And after that, I am going to discuss a little about the lacquer of Islamic world, like Persia. So in the medieval Islamic world, important Chinese artifacts were frequently used as models for local production. So since the lacquer art started from China, so basically the other parts of the world, the other artists, they imitated the Chinese lacquer work, and later on they developed their own style. So during that, like Timurid era of Iran and Abbasid period, various types of lacquer art, like carved and coated lacquer products were produced, and those were inspired from the typical traditional Chinese lacquer art. And the trend continued to develop with the passage of time, and it spread through various areas, and it was continued till the 1920s. And now I'm going to talk about the lacquer art of Mughal dynasty. I think this part would be interesting for all of us because Mughals, they belong to the areas of India and Pakistan. So they have left a little influence on the art of our India and Pakistan. So, as you know, the most famous type of art that was practiced, that was commissioned by Mughal rulers, was the miniature paintings, the small scale paintings that had illustrations on them. So, in order to protect those small paintings, those paintings were bound in the form of a book, and the cover of that book was called book binding. So, that was decorated and protected with the help of lacquer. So, Mughal appreciation of lacquer work as an art form became self-evident in the 16th century and onwards, when various types of Chinese lacquer were imitated in the art produced by the Mughal courtier artist. So, like they also tried to copy the ceramics of Chinese style and the bookbinding covers, but I'm not talking about the various techniques. I'm just focusing on the technique of lacquer, where they used the organic paint and the technique of lacquer to make their artwork. So, one of the famous type was the bookbinders. In bookbinders, lacquer of manuscript illustrations produced by Mughal court artists. Lacquer was traditionally used for the final treatment of the painted wooden surface. So, since I'm going to show you the images as well, the images are in the next slide, but I am just giving you a little description of the process. So, as you know, the illustrations and the miniature paintings were protected in a book cover, and the cover of the book was made up of pasteboard or lighter wood, and it was painted too. So in order to protect that picture, the artist applied a layer of lacquer to cover it, to coat it. Since I have already told you that lacquer is durable and it is natural plastic, so it served the purpose and it protected the bookbinders. And what kind of motifs and designs were there? Like there were birds and flower motifs, arabesque motifs that were similar to those of Chinese decorative designs. And the art of Ming and Qing dynasties, those were contemporary to the Mughal era. So they also had a little influence on the art and craft of historic Mughal and India and Pakistan. And here I would like to mention the first ever lacquer binding that was produced in India. And it was commissioned by the Emperor Akbar, who ruled from 1556 to 1605. And the binding cover they made. The technique was Chinese lacquer, but the style was impressed by the Safavids, the Irans, the Persians, and it is said to be influenced by the lacquerware produced during the court of Jiajing Emperor of contemporary Ming Dynasty. So, Ming Dynasty, as I have told you earlier, it was contemporary to the Mughal Dynasty, and Jiajing Emperor was almost ruled in the same era as of Akbar. So the artists exchanged their ideas and they tried to imitate each other's work. So this is how the first lacquer binding was inspired. So, despite the lack of archaeological evidence, the imitation of Chinese lacquerware in 16th century India can be attested by pictorial evidence, especially manuscript painting produced in the 16th century. So there's a little problem with our museums that we don't have our artifacts. Almost all the paintings, original paintings, they are in the museum in America and UK. So I have utilized the images from Metropolitan Museum and the British Museum for my collection, since I did not have the original manuscript with me. So among them is I'm going to show you a picture that is the copy of Hamsa. Like you know, there are famous tales in our traditional culture, and where one of the very famous book was Hamsa Nizami. So that was painted by different Iranian artists and Persian artists and Indian artists and Muslim artists, different kind of artists. So I'm going to give you a reference of Amir Khosrow Dalvi, who was a very famous artist during Akbar's period, and he made the first ever lacquer book binding cover for the Mughal court. And this is the picture of the manuscript. This is a very detailed miniature painting, and it is covered with the lacquer coating. And it is now preserved in Baltimore Museum, in the Walter Art Museum in Baltimore. And this picture explains all the thing I have said earlier about the decorations, about the designs, about the technique and everything. And this is another example of bookbinders lacquer. Now these are not the paintings; these are the bookbinders covers, the external cover that protected those paintings. And it was made in northern India in around mid 17th century, and it is also a pasteboard bookbinder that has painted and varnished details on it. And it is now in Portugal in the Lisbon Museum. These are two other examples of the bookbinder's lacquer. You can see the glossiness. This is because of the application of the lacquer coating on it. Like I have told you earlier, that lacquer acts as a natural plastic. So the glossiness, it is the main quality of natural lacquer, that it gives you give the painting an effect of a plastic coated surface. And this is another example. It is also a famous Mughal miniature painting that is coated and protected with the help of lacquer. So the introduction of these local features, as I have mentioned earlier, that Chinese people, they used different subjects and styles for their painting. But in Mughal era and other Islamic paintings, we did not adopt those exact styles. Like in some of the Mughal miniature paintings, they did not focus on the human figures. Rather, they painted birds and floral motifs. So different kind of features developed with the passage of time, and which affected both the form and decoration of bookbinders like it. So with the passage of time, the styles, the motifs, the topics, everything developed. And the evidence consists of two undated pieces that are both thought to be the earliest known example of their kind. Now I'm going to talk about the other kind of lacquer work that was produced in India and Pakistan. I have given you examples of the book binding covers and miniature paintings. Now I'm going to talk about a casket with figural style decoration that has been attributed to the late 16th or early 17th
बाकी
century.
लोग अब ज़्यादातर लोग
And then
पैरों से
there
पकड़
is
के
a mirrored case, that
और
with
इसका
decoration
चैनल
that
बना
includes a
है
portrait of Emperor Shah Jahan.
तो उस नाम से भी तो उनका खुल
So this
जाता
is the
है पानी
casket.
की टेबल
Now this is a carved lacquer. In the case of these book binding covers, a thin melted lacquer coating was applied on a painting to protect it. But in the case of carved lacquer, multiple layers of lacquer is applied on a surface and then it is carved with the help of chisel and different tools. So this is an example of carved lacquer. And in the last quarter of the 17th century, evidently records the development of lacquered mirror cases and other new forms. The use of individual portraits as a subject of lacquer wares and the disappearance of solid background and the gold outlines around the subsidiary motifs. In the process, the formal link with the Chinese lacquer prototype was broken. Only the elements of glossiness was continued. The immense richness of material culture in late 16th and early 18th century in India certainly served to increase the depth and range of Mughal lacquer art. Now, in this slide, I have mentioned how they broke the tradition, how they developed something new. So instead of making the flat pictorial backgrounds, they developed a further more detailed kind in their paintings. I'm talking about the Mughal court artists. They developed different kind of paintings, a much developed painting without the typical gold outlines. And I'm going to show you the pictures as well. And now, this is the topic that I'm really interested in, and I have conducted a thorough survey on this contemporary lacquer art of Pakistan. As you know, that in Pakistan, it is becoming really hard with the passage of time to focus on traditional art. Uh, Gradually, all the traditional arts are dying in Pakistan. Like in fabrics, in textiles, you used to have had pitta work and glue painting. Now all those kinds of art are dying. But this time I have focused on the lacquer art of Pakistan because the Mughal, the families who used to work for the late Mughal artists, they continued to work on their craft even after the partition. They made their workshops in Pakistan, but with the passage of time, these arts are dying. So I want to work on the revival of lacquer art in Pakistan. So here I have talked about the contemporary lacquer art of Pakistan. One of the most influence of Chinese lacquer art on the lacquer art of India and Pakistan is the technique used. So, as I have told you that lacquer art originated in China, so till now the technique that is used in the traditional typical lacquer art of Pakistan is that of the Chinese technique of painted and carved lacquer. So one of the two types of Chinese lacquer work include the painted and carved lacquer, and the technique that is used in Pakistan is basically the carved lacquer. Like they apply multiple layers of lacquer and then they carve it with the help of tools. I'm going to show you the pictures and videos as well.
हाँ उसको तीन
The lacquer
भाग में
art
डिवाइड कर
practiced
दो
by Pakistani craftsmen is inspired by traditional Chinese Dayoki technique of carved lacquer, which was famous during the Southern Song period. It was from 15th to 13th to 15th century. And Dayoki resulted in a three-dimensional lacquerware, whereas the typical lacquer art of Pakistan produces slightly engraved design. So the main difference between Dayoki lacquer art and Pakistani lacquer art is that Dayoki had multiple layers of transparent or colored lacquer. Like they applied like 23 or 24 layers. But when I talk about the Pakistani lacquer art, they hardly use 6 to 7 layers. So that is why the depth of the design is not that deep. It is a little bit embossed and deep, but it's not. It is not like the Dayoki artwork produced in China. So very limited, as I have told you that the lacquer art is declining in Pakistan because of the less demand, and it was basically it is basically produced for commercial purposes. But with the passage of time, it's dying, so it is limited to 2 or 3 cities in Pakistan now. Lacquer art is one of the rarest and dying art in Pakistan. It is primarily practiced for commercial purpose. Leather work, इसको locally लकी का काम कहते हैं. Is practiced in several parts of Pakistan, notably Silan Valley, Engineer, and Dera Ismail Khan, and Kashmir and Sindh. So, Silan Valley जो है, Silan Valley is a popular center of lacquer work. Like it is also recognized by UNESCO for the superb technique and intricacy in lacquer art, and it was awarded for its achievement for continuing this art in Pakistan. And it has, when I have mentioned here how the work is produced. So in Pakistan, basically tablewares and cookie jars and plates, these kind of things are produced with the help of lacquer, and those are wooden artifacts. So first of all, what they do is they smooth the surface. As you know, when they are making a plate, they have to make the surface smooth, and after that they use multiple layers of different kind of lacquer sticks to coat the surface. This is the medium lacquer, shellac, that is used in the lacquer art of Pakistan, and it is not this tree is not available in Pakistan. So it is mostly ये mostly India से मंगवाया जाता है, and then it is purified to make these shellac buttons. These are the shellac buttons, and after the shellac buttons are purified, they are melted, and colors, mostly organic colors, are added to the melted shellac to make these things sticks. These are called the lacquer battis, and the similar kind of sticks are utilized in India. So basically, the technique and medium is almost the same in India and Pakistan. आप लोग मुझे ज़्यादा अच्छा बता सकते हैं इंडियन लेकर के बारे में. आई एम जस्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट व्हाट आई हैव ऑब्जर्व्ड. So how the shellac and lacquer is sticks are made, I have described it in a little detail. That shellac, the pictures I showed you, is first warmed. First it is melted, and then it is placed on a stone and small amount of desired pigment. Then gradually, slowly and gradually, the colored pigments are added, and oil or water are added depending on the desired, depending on getting the desired result. And the candle-like sticks that are obtained at the end are called battis. So when the artists want to apply the lacquer on the wood, they revolve it on a lathi, like it's a machine जो लकड़ी को घुमाती है. And when they press the battis, the sticks against the surface, the friction and the heat melts these candles. जब ये candles एक surface के against press करते हैं, and when the surface is revolved, it melts the candlesticks, the battis, leaving a coat of paint on the surface. And then the surface is made smooth with the help of palm leaves and leaves. And after drying this process is repeated multiple times, depending on the demand of the artist, like how many colors he want to use, how many colors he want to show in his engraving. So he applies the colors accordingly. And then after application of the lacquer sticks and after the lacquer coating is dry, the artist carves the design on the surface with the help of a kalam, a wooden kalam, and the process is called nakshi. Now, nakshi is a very famous kind of art in Pakistan. It is very much in demand, not in Pakistan, but the work produced is mostly exhibited in loquets and museums like that. And recently I came across a very famous lacquer artist of Pakistan whose ancestors used to work for the Mughal emperors, and he has a history of almost 400 years of lacquer work. And I have attached some of the pictures of his work. Now this is a very special lacquer box that I commissioned for my supervisor, and this is the Chinese name of my supervisor. His name is Jinhui, so I made this as a gift for him.
फोटो ले
So this is a traditional example of local lacquer art of Pakistan. And you can see, as I have told you, multiple colors are visible in this table. So the blue, the orange, they are multiple layers, and the artist here you can see the artist using a metal kalam for nakshi. तो जितना वो प्रेशर अप्लाई करेंगे उतनी लेयर डीप जाएगी, उतना ज़्यादा कलर प्रोमिनेंट होगा. अगर ऑरेंज कलर, इफ द ऑरेंज कोट इज एट द बॉटम ऑफ द अदर लेगर कोटिंग, then he has to apply the most pressure to make it prominent. And these kind of things are like, इसको समझने के लिए अच्छा है कि मैं आपको वीडियो दिखाती, but since I had a limited time, so I have to cover the topic with the help of pictures. And you can see these are cookie jars and different bowls. This is a typical example of lacquer art in Pakistan, and very beautiful as well. You can see golden lacquer as well, white and purple lacquer. So these are the example of lacquer crafts produced in Pakistan. These are the plates, and these are all made on shisham wood. शीशम की लकड़ी पे lacquer coatings apply करते हैं, and then the designs are carved with the help of tools, and different and mostly the designs are that of typical mandalas, and जो हमारे पाकिस्तान और इंडिया में म्यूचुअल डिज़ाइंस हैं हमारे, तो उसी टाइप के डिज़ाइन इन पे कार्व किए जाते हैं. And this is another example of a brown and red and yellow carved lacquer jar. And here I have attached the readings that I would recommend the listeners to see. And I hope it was an informative session for you.
It was a wonderful session, Hirali ji. I never thought of all the what do you call it, the chemicals and the mixes and the temperature and the pressure that goes into making that lacquer art. It was wonderful listening to it. As you said, if you would have seen it through a video, it would have been much better, wonderful. But then with the limited time, yes, you did your best. Sir Mishra ji, चेयरपर्सन आ गए हैं?
नहीं आ पाए हैं मैडम, आपको इंट्रोड्यूस करें.
हाँ जी, मैं वो कर देती हूँ. Madam Hira Ali ji is from Pakistan, and she's from Department of Art and Design, University of Peshawar, Pakistan. She's a graduate student at Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts, China. She's a member of USAID KP Content Advisory Group, and she's a country representative of Design Award by Ministry of Information Technology, China. So, ma'am, it was great to have you, and it was a wonderful session. Though I'm not an expert on this particular art, I learned something new, and hope the other audiences also got a lot of information about this particular art. And thank you for making this wonderful presentation. We really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Hello.
It was a very nice presentation. We have seen that the tradition is continued there, and still such a hard work artists are doing. So it's very nice that tradition is continuing, and it was very nice lecture.
Hiraji, it was so interesting because in India we have these Hyderabad lacquer bangles, and Jammu Kashmir also we have these kind of artwork, right? So it's always a visual treat, and we really enjoyed the session. Thank you so much. Now we have a taste of Pakistan as well. Thank you.
और कोई कोई अपने व्यूज और रखना चाहता है तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हीरा अली मैडम। बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन रहा और इंटरेस्टिंग था। वीडियो जरूर नहीं देख पाए हम लोग, समय का थोड़ा सा है समय के कारण। और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और मैडम अनिता त्रिवेदी मैडम, आपने जो टाइम दिया और इसके लिए मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ आप दोनों को। और नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए उमा बालू मैडम का है नेक्स्ट सेशन, तो मैं नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए अब चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर मरियम कमाल, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, सेंटर फॉर साउथ एशियन स्टडीज, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पंजाब, लाहौर, पाकिस्तान। इमिनेंट स्पीकर our co-chairperson Madam Sakshi Sharma, Deccan College, Deemed University, Pune. Eminent speaker Dr. Madam Uma Balu, founder and director, Sahara India, Chennai, and Asma Masood, head creative, Sahara Asia, Chennai, India. Welcome, madam.
Good morning, sir.
Madam. Dr. Mariam, madam. अभी क्या हुआ है वो ज्वाइन करेंगी। हाँ, यस डॉक्टर मरियम मैडम, वेलकम। डॉक्टर मरियम कमाल मैडम, हेलो। हाँ, वेलकम मैडम, डॉक्टर मरियम कमाल मैडम। Please clear the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Madam Uma Balu and Asma Masood. Both. Welcome, Asma madam.
Thank you, Mr. This is Dr. Mariam Kamal from South Asian Center, University of Punjab, Lahore. I'm introducing my first speaker for today's session, that is Uma Balu. She is an entrepreneur, writer, artist, a language trainer, translator.
नेटवर्क का कुछ आवाज नहीं।
And founder and director of Sahara Asia. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
बीच में इंटरप्ट हो रहा मैडम, शायद नेटवर्क जो है वो गड़बड़ है, आवाज नहीं आ पा रही।
Yes. Gee, let me change my internet just for 1 second. Today, morning session was from home. This session from office. So that's why there is a change in the internet. Coming back to our first speaker, Uma Balu. As I said, trainer language and culture at many national and international conferences. She is fluent in English, Japanese, Tamil, Malayalam, and Hindi. She has translated the 11th century Japanese classic Ginj Montagari into Tamil. She is also translating the Chinese classic Dream of Red mentions into Tamil as a series in association with Chennai Center for China Studies. She has received the Best Translator Award 2016 from Tamil Nadu government and was selected from India as a winner in the New Asian Short Story Competition 2010 held at the Thailand. So we welcome you, Uma Balu, for this conference, and I hope that you. I'm not sure about exactly the topic which we are going to talk about. So I request you to basically introduce the area of research on which you are going to talk today. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the introduction. Asma, could you please on the slides? Asma?
Yes.
Yeah. So, a very happy morning, everyone. So, today we are going to talk something about culture, cultural exchanges, and how it is connected with various topics like tourism, food, festivals, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. To begin with, Sahara Asia is a school, language school, which focuses on Asian languages. So the idea is initially I started as a freelance trainer with European languages, but in course of time I came to know, I observed that Asian languages are very much in demand and there is a very big need for people who know and who are comfortable with Asian languages. So that is the idea behind giving it the name Sahara Asia. And now we have expanded our activities to cross-cultural programs, tourism, and business coordination, all these things, wherever we can help bringing Asian people together. So, today's presentation will focus on how we can do more of cultural exchanges among our countries and what are the various similarities and what are the topics we can explore more. Okay, so our very recent initiative is called Caravan, and this is more about culture, tourism, and all that. I think Asma can tell you more about that. Over to Asma.
Thank you, distinguished Professor Mishra. Thank you, Chair, Dr. Mariam. Thank you, Mama. It's a pleasure and honor to be
Sorry,
here.
Asma, I thought it's a different presentation of yours. I didn't know it's a combined one. So let me give a brief introduction of yours as well, Asma.
Yes.
If you just give me 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Asma Masud is the head of creative at Sahara Asia. She's also an analyst and associate member at the think tank Chennai Center for China Studies. She was former senior research officer and program director internship at C3S. She had earlier been an independent researcher as well on international relations in the Asia Pacific and interned at the Southeast Asia Research Program at the Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies, New Delhi. Thank you. You can carry on, Asma, and welcome to this lecture, this conference.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Pleasure. And continue from Uma ma'am about Sahara Asia. Under Sahara Asia, we have started an initiative called Caravan. Caravan is a very unique initiative. What it does is it focuses on culture and tourism, but from new perspectives and prisms. Because we want to bring these lesser known places and lesser known cultural heritage treasures
from all over India, starting from Tamil Nadu, Chennai, and surrounding areas, and gradually build it countrywide, and share our treasures with India and beyond. And it is a caravan, so it keeps on growing and learning and imbibing and giving and taking. And when we give, we don't become, it does not become lesser, it becomes more richer, as the caravan does, and it keeps going and teaching others about the experiences of India, its culture and language, and it never stops. And now we will begin our presentation. Over to you, Umama.
Yeah.
I will share the slide.
Yeah, thank you.
हमारी पूरी फैमिली जो है LIC में ही
We'll go to the next slide. Yeah, we can start.
Thank you. So to begin with, we will focus on what are called secondary maps and tertiary maps of tourism. So we understand what are secondary and tertiary maps, we should understand what are primary maps. Primary maps are the commercial tourism avenues. For example, we all know what is the Taj Mahal. Everybody in the world knows what is the Taj Mahal, where it is, and why it is famous. And they travel all over from the country and different parts of the region and the world. Everybody would like to visit Taj Mahal once in their lifetime, like a pilgrimage, a tourist pilgrimage. It is so well known. It is a primary commercial tourist destination, so it is on the primary map. However, there are other places as well which are not as well known but do have similar, or if not more, inherently more important tourist and cultural value. These are called secondary or tertiary tourist sites. When we talk about secondary maps, these are lesser known places, lesser known than the primary places. And they are known perhaps in the area which is around that site, that local area or city or town or village, but not many people will know are outside that boundary. The local people next to that landmark may know about it, but not outside, although it is famous in that area. For example, if you can see this photo on the screen, it is a temple in North Chennai. It is a Parsi temple. It's called the Jal Firoj Kadwala Dar-e-Meher, popularly known as the Fire Temple. And it is a Parsi temple. Now, it is in North Chennai, but not many people know about it. It's a beautiful temple with a lot of cultural and intrinsic history. However, I myself do live near North Chennai, but did not come to know about this only until recently. So the first step when we want to build a secondary cultural map and use it as a platform for development is to identify these lesser known places. So we have to first find out, talk to the local people, do a lot of exploration, collaborate and network. And thereby use these places as not just for the commercial value, but for the inherent cultural value as well. So we strike two birds with one stone. Now one may ask, what about the parameters or the protocols, the boundaries? Would I be allowed to visit a Parsi temple? So there is a lack of awareness here, a lack of a paucity of information which has to be filled and overcome. So we have to dissolve this cultural hesitancy, because inherently we all would like to appreciate this culture, this art or other tangibles or intangibles in their story or history passed down from generation to generation as well. And this itself can be used as a pivot for greater stability in the sense of development and economy as well. And this would also generate employment in the local area. For example, if you take this temple in North Chennai, now North Chennai is not a very developed area of Chennai. It is one of the lesser developed parts of Chennai, unlike South Chennai, where it is very developed. But if this temple is promoted through the right channels, it could arouse interest in other tourist sites in and around that area, North Chennai, and it could generate direct and indirect employment through, for example, the local cuisine, the Parsi traditions, their attire, or their other. Even the Parsi diaspora would be interested to come and see from abroad what is happening here. And we can also have tourist guides who will show us locally what are the cultural histories. So there's a lot of avenues for development via the medium of culture. Moving on, we can also have immersive experiences. Now, this temple, if you see, we visit it once and come back home with the memories, yes. But we want, suppose someone we want something more deeper and more rich in experience. We can have an immersive experience. This is already happening in some places in India. It is called rural tourism, as we know, where one can visit the farm area and have rich experiences alongside the farmers. We can help them sow the crops, we can milk the cows, we can taste their local cuisines and see their lifestyle, which I'll be talking about later. So there is so much immersive activities happening here. I'd like to give an example at this point. The Hanu Reddy farms, located not far from Chennai. Hanu Reddy farm is located not far from Chennai, but it is not very well known to all people. It is a mango farm. Once a year, during the mango season, it opens up for the mango festival. And here people can go and they can pick mangoes alongside the farm workers. They can taste delicacies which are made with the sole kingly ingredient of the mango itself. They can ride bullock carts, they can do other farm activities. Now the issue and challenge here is that not everybody can afford a trip to Hanu Reddy Farms. It is quite on the high side, expensive side. And you have to go as a big group, you have to do advanced booking. It is not very comfortable for everybody to afford. Now we can therefore we have a rich plethora of rural, not just rural, other secondary tertiary sites are also available and already present in India and other regions as well. Why not harness these experiences? We don't have to put in much. We can do more with less. It is already there. Just harness it. Teach them the locals how to generate it for their own good and employment, of course, with their due respect and permission, and we can reap unexpected rewards. When we talk about unexpected rewards, another example I'd like to share. There is a company here based from Chennai, Madras, called Sweet Karam Coffee. Karam in Tamil means khara in Hindi, as in taste, tika, like that. They sell sweets and savories online, and they're very popular across India because they make all their ingredients from they make all their products from organic ingredients sourced directly from the farmland. And these ingredients are millets, primarily millets, and they avoid using palm oil. They use healthy ingredients, and they showcase and promote themselves that they don't use preservatives and it's healthy snacking and all that. And I have friends even in Kashmir who say it is popular even over there. They order it online, although it takes time. It goes all the way to Kashmir, these products. Now, this is an urban company from Chennai. Now, one asks, why not let the rural person or the farmer himself or herself become the master of the trade, become the first point of sale? If they are taught how to market, how to product, how to package, productize, and all these things, it could become a gold mine in itself. And these are the unexpected rewards I was referring to. Moving on, tertiary maps. While secondary map places are lesser known places, tertiary maps refer to little or hardly known places where even the locals will not be aware about them. For example, in Tamil Nadu, there is a place called Palavirkadu. Some people might have heard of it as Pulikat, as in the Pulikat Lake. It is locally called as Palavirkadu. In Palavirkadu, there is an underground temple. It is a very small temple, but it is underground, which itself is a very fascinating realm which one would want to explore and see. With one priest. But it is not known even in that area itself. Although it is near Chennai also, not many people would know about it. Another example is the ancient inscribed stones. This is in a town or village near Velur, another Tamil Nadu city. And in that village, people from the local area, they went to the temple there and found stones which were just lying. They thought these stones are lying there with no use, and they took them and used them for washing clothes. However, upon closer observation by others, it was found that these stones had ancient carvings and inscriptions, such a valuable thing historically and culturally. So we can see that tertiary sites, there can be various tangibles or intangibles which can be harnessed for creating more awareness about the culture and history. However, we should not go to the other extreme. We should avoid exploitation. We should, for example, if you see, there could be a place which has fossils, which is very common in and around India and across the world. these fossils may be taken away because only so very few people like private collectors or miners would know about them. And these private people or individuals or entities will come, take away the fossils one by one, thereby gradually decrease the inherent cultural and historic value of that fossil site, which could have otherwise have been preserved and remain intact and have been used for the good of the local population by themselves. So we have to strike a balance, because when we talk about culture and development, it is very important to strike a balance in here. For this, we have to first build an information base. Like I said about secondary sites, we have to find out, identify the sites, and create awareness about them, and do more with less. That is, we don't have to bring in a lot of resources for this. It is already there. We just have to harness and imbibe them. For this, we have to educate the locals. For example, we can teach them how do you identify a fossil. For example, they may be digging a well. How do you spot something of intrinsic cultural or historic importance? And who are the correct authorities to report to? Because we do not want them to be exploited by those for private interest or selfish gain. This is another very interesting example. It is in Kalakuruchi in Viluppuram district in Tamil Nadu. As you can see, there is a statue of Buddha. It is immersed halfway into the ground up to the waist. However, the locals here in Kalakuruchi, the farmers, do not even know what is the importance of this Buddha statue and use it for tying up cows and cattle. So, such is the situation. It could be perhaps there even in many places around the world. So in India or other regions as well. So we can see that there's a lot of potential to educate, to harness, and to cultivate awareness. Coming to the next slide. Now, after we identify secondary and tertiary tourism maps and sites and tangibles and intangibles, how do we go about this plan? We have to go beyond the obvious. We don't want to we want to embed secondary and the tertiary into the mainstream, but without exploitation. And for this, we have to first respect the local values, the protocol, and not, of course, just barge in into such places. What we have to do is first find out what are the protocol, whether the people, the locals, would allow and welcome such a thing. And for this, it is important to build the trust factor. And we can do this with the help of locals or people who are near that area who have a good rapport with the local people, and they can help us to know how do you go in and make an introduction, and how do you build a rapport. For example, I would just a very simple example. Here in Tamil Nadu, whoever you are, wherever you are, if you're a Tamilian or don't know the local language, and you meet somebody you do not know, one of the first questions one asks is Saptia. Saptia means did you eat? Saptingla means with respect you say, did you eat? It seems like such a simple thing, doesn't it? As soon as you see somebody, a relative or a stranger, Saptia, Saptingla. Not, it's just such an icebreaker. It immediately establishes a bond, and it establishes a connection and a feeling of trust and affection or respect or regard. Similarly, there could be icebreakers here, even in that local community or tribe or village or hamlet or other secondary or tertiary tourist sites. So we have to do a lot of research and figure out how do you approach the people, because we do not want them to feel that their comfort zone is being violated. And thereby we can also immerse ourselves in their lifestyle. We can sit alongside them, experience their lifestyle firsthand. For example, in their dwellings. It's very interesting to see that a village in Kerala, my mom told me this very interesting story that because she is an expert on Japan as well, that a village in Kerala where she's from had been taken and transported brick by brick, mortar by mortar to Japan, and everything in that in that building from that village had been taken to Japan and recreated in Japan, where the tourists from there, the local Japanese, come to see it. Everything, including the wall clock, is there, and there'll be a story behind that wall clock or other objects or parts of the house. People there in Japan will know more about that house than those local people from that place in Kerala. So there is so much potential for understanding lifestyle just from a dwelling. For example, there is Dakshin Chitra also here in near just outside Chennai. Dakshin Chitra is a place where all the South Indian houses and dwellings, which the owners wanted to demolish, but what the people of Dakshin Chitra did is they took them brick by brick and recreated the same building with the same material and just give them a small facelift and kept them as a tourist site here in Dakshin Chitra. It's a wonderful place to see. You can see houses from Kerala, authentic huge villas from Chettiar regions, from Ambur in in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, and see their lifestyle, how what it's all about. And like I said, we will avoid only a representative portrayal. We don't want to just give a sort of a superficial representation. For example, I had visited in 2016 China, and in a place called Chengdu, near Chengdu in the Sichuan province. We were taken to see a model village, and they said this is what all villages in China are like. And one could not believe one's eyes because it was like if you come to India, you would say it is a proper town or even a nice residential locality in a city also. It had well paved roads, well built houses with all appliances, and the tired people were sitting with all the comforts at home, with well trimmed and cut, maintained bushes and trees. So this, those who know China would know that this is not what the real rural China is about. Now, I'm not saying that we should try to portray the poverty of Indian rural sites, but we should also take it as a challenge to use this opportunity where we can use culture as a foundation for development and and enable and facilitate through self-help the rural areas or the other secondary tertiary tourist sites on tourist maps to help themselves, and we can be just enablers or facilitators to let them use this culture as a tool and foundation for development. Over to Uma Baloma to continue.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Uma Balu, ma'am. Ma'am, your mic is off.
Yeah. Thank you, Asma. Now we are moving on to another topic, creativity kinetics. We have creativity all around us. And the kind of creativity our earlier generations had and what it is now and what it is going to be later in future is completely different. But still, it is our duty as this generation, it's our responsibility because we know of our earlier generations and also we are seeing the future generations. So we are bridging both generations and it's our big responsibility to transfer all this heritage, culture, everything to the younger generation so that they understand and appreciate everything. What was life like earlier, what is it now, and what is going to be in the future, because they are all born with technology. So the same things which were done manually or in a very traditional fashion can be represented in a very technical way. That's what they know how to do. So once we pass on this beautiful information on culture and heritage to them, they can present it in their own way and they'll also understand and appreciate it. So if we look at the locally available material, because all these creative ideas, all creative items were made using locally available materials. That is what makes it very special. And once there is a whole process. For example, we had a demo on lacquer art by Hiraman. So that also describes the whole process. But maybe now using modern technology, we can make it happen faster, we can mass produce it and all that. But whatever is done, that traditional way of doing it, it has its own value, it has its own beauty. So these traditional items or finery or whatever we call them, local craft, handicrafts, these have to be brought from the local area to the mainstream so that we all understand and appreciate the culture, the heritage, everything. And this could also be done as a presentation where we have a live demo and we have the articles produced by them. We can have a display and then we can have volunteers who are interested in these kind of events. We can encourage them to participate. We can talk about these articles, how it is produced, All these details will make it very interesting and it will reach out to a wider audience. Then we can also encourage them to promote these as souvenirs, handicrafts, the local food, all these things can be promoted as souvenirs. We definitely have another slide on food, so we'll talk more about food of that. And there are also things which are getting lost, which are vanishing slowly. You have a picture of the bioscope here, which was very popular in the 60s and 70s. But I don't think we see any bioscope anywhere now because I read an article about Mr. Salim, who is the last bioscope wala of India. I think he resides somewhere in Kolkata, and it would be a pleasure to read more about him because that is something which has already been lost. Now, if we are able to do even a little bit in reviving that tradition, that would be wonderful. At least as an entertainment program, we should bring it back. And if you look at the picture on the left, this is the sage, which is the Parsi wedding silver set. If you look at it closely, you have this vessel with a long neck, which is used to sprinkle rose water or scented water on the guests. Okay? And then next to that, there is a conical item. These are all made of silver. There is a conical item, which is also very important part of Hindu weddings, especially Brahmin weddings. So there is a big connection between the two. It's exactly the same. Maybe the material is different, the design is different, but the basic item and its function are the same. So these kind of things have to be identified, and we can have cross-cultural programs which compare both the cultures and present it to the audience. So that is what we have to say about creativity. Next slide, Asma. Yeah, now coming to food, which is very interesting, very colorful, very delicious. So, this Levin Sweets, thanks to Asma for the picture. Levin Sweets is part of Urdu wedding tradition, and they are still being continued, observed in certain families, but they are not very well known. So, these are things which have to be brought to the limelight. And on the right side, we see a sweet, which is the secret recipe belongs to Tamil Muslim families. Very few families know the secret recipe. But what they do is they prepare the sweet and they share it with friends, and whoever wants to place orders, they give it to them. But they don't share the recipe. The recipe still stays within the family. But one thing I observed is the same dodol sweet is popular in Sri Lanka also. And coming to the two pictures at the bottom, it's very interesting to find leaves playing a very important role in food. Leaves are being used for serving food, for wrapping food, and also packing. So what happens is the main leaves used for this purpose are the banana leaves, which are used to serve a whole meal. For example, in Kerala we have Onam festival, Onam Sadhya. The entire meal is served on a banana leaf. And banana leaves are also used to wrap food items, especially sweets. And in Kerala, we have this Edane Appam, and we also have Eleyada. Edane Appam uses this one, bay leaves, whereas Eleyada uses banana leaves. And on the left, we see Ketupat from Indonesia, which uses coconut leaves, which are made into a beautiful basket or casket or whatever you call it. It looks so beautiful. And this is used to pack items. We can even carry it home and enjoy it later. So these kind of, and bohinia leaves are also used. But bohinia leaves are very small. So what we do is we stitch them and make a larger leaf, which is used for wrapping food or maybe serving food also. So these are all very interesting things relating to, and how do we reach out to a larger audience? How do we present this? We can have displays again of these food items. Some of them have a shorter shelf life, so we can have a tasting session, or some of them which have a longer shelf life, we can pack it and sell it as souvenirs, which they can take home and enjoy. And another thing also which relates to food is we can have the recipe as it is. The recipe, there is a very important, very interesting channel called Travel XP. I think many of you would know that. In the travel XP, there is a program called Quest. This Quest has a person, she is called Alexandra Otway. She visits different places and shares about their local culture, food, and all that. So one of the episodes was with the royal family, and one of the members of the royal family has come forward to collect all the recipes from the royal kitchen and publish it in the form of a book. So these are all, and there is another chef called Ajay Chopra. He is very famous for his travels, culinary travels. He travels to different areas of India, immerses himself with the culture, local culture, food traditions, and collects recipes from them, and then actually does the whole recipe, and shows it as a demo in the food related programs of Travel XP, which is called Food XP. So these are all different ways of reaching out to the mainstream, where we can share all these secrets relating to food and the way it is presented. I would like to end this template with a very interesting concept, which is famous in Japan. Food is to be a feast for the eyes first, the way it is displayed, presented, and all that. The second is it should be a treat for the nose, the flavors which tempt you to taste the food, and only final comes the mouth which actually tastes it. So this concept, I really love the concept. I think I can end this template with that. To the next one, Hasmi. Yeah. Festivals, as you know, are very colorful, bright, lit with lamps and all that. So here I have a beautiful comparison. The top picture is that of Loy Krathong, which is a Thai festival. It's a New Year festival. And these floats which carry candles and all that, they are made of banana leaf. And the flowers are also used to decorate the float. And just these floats are floated in the river, the local river. And they also have Loy Krathong traditions. They have their own stories. They have Loy Krathong songs. Everything is there. And as a direct comparison to this, we have the Kartikai Deepam, which is very famous both in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. There also we have these diyas, small diyas, sparkling ones, which are set float in the river, the local river. They also have their own traditions, legends, their costumes, and the songs associated with Kartikai Deepam. It's a temple festival. So there are many festivals which are not popularly known, well known. They are restricted to a local area and they celebrate with pomp and show, but nobody else outside that local area knows about these festivals. And these local festivals are very beautifully being promoted in Japan, which I'm very happy to share with you. They have these floats, they have palanquins, which have very many things common with our culture. And those songs are also there. They have their fireworks and they have their displays and all that. It's all very beautiful. So why don't we do something to promote our local festivals? There are so many of them. India is rich in culture. So what happens is, every time a festival is being celebrated, the local area comes alive with the celebrations, right? And many things are being used for this festival. For example, they have displays, they have firecrackers, they have flowers, floral decorations, wall paintings, decoration, everything, many types of decorations and celebrations. But all these things actually can promote a lot of industries. For example, flowers are being used for Onam decorations. So the flower industry and the fireworks industry and the different types of fabrics which are being used for these decorations. So those industries, many industries can flourish because of these festivals. So these industries should also be promoted. Many of them could be local, so they can also be promoted. So what happens ultimately is, the local industries are promoted, local artisans are being promoted, their income increases, their value increases, they are better known in the mainstream, and this ultimately improves and adds strength to the economy of the country. Next slide, please, Asma. Inter-regional associations. Yeah, this is something very interesting, because I recently read an article that Mumbai has a lot of sister cities around the world. The sister cities are a very interesting concept because they share similar cultures and they also celebrate festivals which might have a lot in common. So these kind of cross country celebrations or cross country exchanges. So that is something very important, very interesting. And these are the things we have to promote. And there are people, many people who travel to all these areas, explore the region, and whatever similarities in culture there are, they write blogs about them. There are blogs which are just text oriented. There are blogs which have a main picture and a note about it. So, and some blogs actually narrate the whole experience, entire day, 1 day, 2 day, three, like that. They narrate the whole experience. So these are all things which we can definitely do. Take them as resources and help, take help from them. Maybe invite them as guests to present the program. They can share their experiences. So ultimately, when we bring all the regions together, it ends being a vicious circle, and it develops into a vision cycle. I would like to end with this very interesting, very beautiful quote by Hina Rapanikar. It's not countries which rise, it's regions which rise. So let us all together share our experiences, our expertise, our knowledge, and also do our best to make these events happen. And India will soon see a very different scenario in tourism. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Asma Masood, for your presentations. It was really wonderful talking about regional integration in terms of cultural heritage. And coming to Asma's work and her, basically, I jotted down some points which need to be pondered, or which I felt are very important. That to know the, according to Asma, the most important perspective was to know the lesser culture areas, the areas which is not explored yet. So that is very important perspective which need to be supported. Definitely, it has no other second opinion that these areas needs much focus from the all kind of contributors as the writers, authors, archaeologists, and the academicians, which need to be pondered, which need to be like need to know about that areas. And with respect, as she said, resemble it, or she was using the terminology of secondary maps regarding this lesser cultured or known areas. And the second point, which she said, that awareness is really mandatory in such occasions where we need to promote something. We need where when we need to tell the people about these areas which are culturally rich and can bring some change and can bring the people together and make the society more cohesive. So promoting awareness is, again, her point was very valid and need to be, and it's very easy. It doesn't need lots of funds as well. If just awareness is just telling people, and how their social media, internet, I mean, using the technology in a constructive way in order to promote. Just we need a strategy or a calculative strategy in order to promote such areas. Festivals, that why I would love to join any kind of mango festival. Literally, it is something related to all the South Asian state, I believe. I mean, we cannot deny what mango is and its season, and how we can relate it since our childhood to still we wait for this season. And that this, it's not only about mango, it's all lots of dishes which is associated with this fruit. So this would be a wonderful initiative and will definitely attract local, regional, and overseas people as well to specially come to enjoy the flavor, because this flavor which is in South Asia, you cannot find it anywhere in the world. And the last point which I would highlight from Asma's presentation, that respecting other cultures, which is very important. I mean, if you do not provide respect to other culture, how you can expect it for your own culture as well? So this is how basically tolerance, or you can say rigidity, can end and tolerance can improve, and cohesiveness eventually. So this is wonderful, really. And coming to Uma Balu's work, that was very attractive in terms of food. I really like, and I really missed this food when I was abroad. So the only thing which I found abroad that was samosa and kadak chai. That's it was very famous in every country. But the dishes which you have introduced, still we have no access and we don't know the taste. Even the name is not known. So there's so many things to be explored, and it is very simple. Does not need that much funding as well. Just creating that environment which can attract people at different levels. That is all about the strategy. And once the people start coming, definitely it's very attractive. So definitely it will be ahead. And promoting local festivals, that again I really agree. Like there are some festivals, as we have Nowruz, which is which is celebrated in Iran. It is some of the some it's kind of sectarian, has some sectarian tendency. Some of the groups do celebrate it here in Pakistan. But as we have Basant, it is one of the most favorite festival, the advent of spring in Pakistan, which is basically loved by everyone. So such kind, which definitely brings people together, and it is not, according to my understanding, Basant festival. It's basically not has Muslim origin. It's more about Indian origin. Basant, the kite festival. So, but it is definitely adopted. This festival was adopted by the Lahoris here in Pakistan and celebrated for decades, and people loved it. And lots of industries would definitely earn lots of money because of just of this festival. So this promoting local festivals which can bring cohesiveness among the people in the region, among these states which are politically divided, that would be wonderful and can attract lots of people from overseas as well. So here, if I conclude both presentation, what we need more awareness, we need more social connectivity, we need to engage people from top to bottom and from bottom to top, because policy cannot be work from one side. We need the state support as well, we need the people support as well. And when people will definitely find that attractive and or can relate themselves culturally to certain festival, definitely will get engaged. And secondly, technology is definitely, as Uma mentioned, that it is deleting kind of our past or changing the narrative of the young generation. So there's, I mean, both usages are parallel, the negative and the constructive one. So now we need to highlight or to advise our generation to go for the constructive use of technology in order to promote awareness, connectivity among this region. So thank you very much for such a wonderful session. It was more about the micro perspective, but definitely it has its impact on the macro level as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर मरियम कमाल मैडम, बहुत अच्छे ढंग से आपने डिस्क्राइब किया दोनों ही टॉक के लिए जो मैटर था, और बहुत अच्छा डिस्कशन हुआ इस सेशन में। उमा बालू मैडम और आसमा मसूद मैडम ने बहुत अच्छा कल्चर के लिए और खासकर साउथ इंडिया और जगह के बातें यहाँ पर रखी हैं। निश्चित रूप से ऑडियंस को बहुत ही ये महत्वपूर्ण है समझने के लिए, और आगे के रिसर्च के लिए भी ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। धन्यवाद देंगे डॉक्टर मरियम कमाल मैडम का, उन्होंने काफ़ी समय दिया हमारे सेशन के लिए। आज फर्स्ट टॉक रही उनकी, और इसके बाद हमें चेयर के रूप में हमें टाइम दिया। मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है। और उमा बालू मैडम और आसमा मसूद मैडम आपने बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ पे किया।
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next session, chairperson Babji Rao sir, Deputy Superintendent Archaeologist, Hyderabad, Co-chairperson Golvalkar Heritage Project Consultant, Nashik, Maharashtra, India, and eminent speaker Dr. Madam Riddhi Shah, Faculty Hindu Bhai Parekh School of Architecture, A.P.S, Rajkot, Gujarat, India. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Rao Saab, welcome sir.
Thank you. Good
सोजवाल
afternoon.
शैली जी, सोजवाल शैली यादव जी वो जुड़ पाए हैं और मैडम रिद्धि शाह, वेलकम।
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir.
I would welcome all of you, sir, and I am requesting to Bhakti Rao sir, please share the session.
Thank you.
Soulwal Saini, please share the session.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rati. Good afternoon, everybody. This is such a pleasant journey we are going in. And interestingly, the date is also 23223. अच्छा है ना, Mr. Rati? Good date. So, in this line of intellectual deliberations and sharing the one's field interest and all of this. Now we have a good topic on architectural heritage of Saurashtra by Riddhi Shah, Dr. Riddhi Shah or Miss Riddhi Shah?
Yeah.
Okay. So she's with us now. Riddhi Shah is with us. And to her credit, she had done her bachelor's from the what's called Indian Parekh School of Architecture, Rajkot, in 2001 and 2006. That's the thing. And then she had MPhil from the SEPT University. SEPT is everybody knows. SEPT, it's a very significant institute with regard to the planning and architecture, and it has produced so many stalwarts throughout India. So she has her MPhil from the SEPT, and then MArch with a specialization in theory and design from the SEPT itself. Ahmedabad, she obtained that one MArch in the architecture, Masters in Architecture in 2009. And very interestingly, she's a recipient of Lois Khan Gold Medal for the best thesis. That is, her thesis is that semantics of architecture. That's about her this thing. And then Council of Architecture, and then that is 2007. With her number is given as CA to oblique 2007 oblique 240082, and associate member at Institute of Values, and then member of Indian Institute of Interior Design. That's important, another one. And of course, she's a life member of INTAC. We know pretty well INTAC and its way of functioning and all of this, because I was in archaeology. We had a lot of associations and this thing with regard to the INTAC. Even to this day, local Hyderabad INTAC I'm associated with. So that's about then. And then she has to her credit, she has a teaching experience as assistant professor at Indubai Parekh School of Architecture, affiliated with Saurashtra University, Rajkot, since 2011. And she is teaching humanities, history of architecture, research methods, and design studies at Bachelor of Architecture. And she was appointed as a lecturer by that government of Gujarat's state public commission. And then she is rather visiting faculty at Center for Environmental Planning and Technology, Ahmedabad. That is the thing. And she has publications now because of the time and all of this. The publications, she has good publications. That is the first one, the Science in Architecture, designed NID publication, Ahmedabad. And then decoding a method to analyze architectural theories. That is another significant one. And then the emergence of public sphere architectural text from 1960 to 1990. These are all there. And then she has presented papers at different levels. And then she is also guided undergraduate theses. To her credit, she has 10 such thesis she has guided so far, near about 10 this thing. And then she is also had to her credit that research-based design, that is the School of Life, an inquiry into designing ideal educational environment, that is Achal Achal Dadia. Is it okay? Is it okay? Achal Dadia, Ridisha.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes, yes. So, sir, those are the thesis which I had guided.
Yeah, good, good. That's the thing. That's the thing. And then, interestingly, she has to her credit. She has accomplishments like prepared an inventory of historic building and sites of Saurashtra, because it seems that she is very well aware of the Saurashtra from this perspective of this thing. And then she's curated a traveling exhibition, Architectural Heritage of Saurashtra, and course formulation for undergraduate studies in architecture. That's good. And established IPSA archives in 2017, and currently acting as a coordinator at this one. And then she's convener at IPSA library since 2015. Okay, and then academic researchers. She has text in architecture from the 60s to 90s, and then an inquiry into the historiography as a tool for research, Islamic architecture of India, good, a major research for her MPhil, and then semiotics of architecture. So this is all about Siddhi, and then I really feel happy to introduce her before all that. Now we are all waiting for your presentation. Siddhi, please carry on.
Yeah, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be talking about architectural heritage of Saurashtra. So Saurashtra is also known as Sorat or Kathiawad, and is a peninsular region in Gujarat. So India is located in Gujarat, and it is located on the Arabian Sea coast. It covers about a third of Gujarat state and comprises of 11 districts of Gujarat. It was formerly a state of India before it merged with Bombay state. In 1961, it separated from Bombay and joined the Gujarat state. And architectural heritage, by the term architectural heritage, I mean to say that it just does not talk about the buildings, but buildings as well as built environments are also a part of architecture. So today I'll be talking about the architectural heritage of Saurashtra, and I'll be looking at the categories of buildings and built environments that are existing in today's time. So first of all, when we look at the location and physiography of Saurashtra, it is a peninsula and is bound on the south and southwest by the Arabian Sea, and northwest by Gulf of Kutch, and on the east by Gulf of Khambat. It was formerly a state of India before it merged with Bombay. So when we look at the physiography of Saurashtra, it is basically a highland and mountainous region in the central portion, central region of Saurashtra, and to the south of Saurashtra. So it has Jasdan Plateau, Gir Hills, and Shatrunji Hills. And there are various small and big tributaries, rivers, which are not perennial, and they are generally filled with water either in monsoon or in the early winters. In the later part of the year, they are dry. So it's important to understand physiography, because it is something which is the basis, which is given for every individual to as the ingredient, and every individual will be able to evolve or invent certain things which reference to the physiography and the climatic conditions. So basically the climate is hot and arid, and it has a physiography which is which has high plateau and mountainous region. So basically, the stone is something which is available in plenty in this region. And probably in the next slides to come, we will see what humans did with this stone, with the available stone. So when we look at the early existence of architecture or early existence of the cities.
आपको
Your slides are not moving.
हाँ स्लाइड नहीं पढ़ रही है, स्लाइड बढ़ाइए.
Sorry. I'll
Your
just.
slides are not moving.
हाँ हाँ
Yeah.
I'll
यस
just check.
यस.
No.
Is
Will
it
you please?
visible now?
Yeah. Now it is your second slide has come, but first slides we all miss it
Okay.
while you are. Yeah, that is about while you are
Okay.
telling about the peninsular Saurashtra.
Yeah. So basically here what we see, so this is the location of Saurashtra in reference to Gujarat and India, and on the right we see the physiography and water bodies in the Saurashtra peninsula, which has plateau hills and various small and big tributaries of river, which are not perennial. Next, when we look at so what I will do in the next slides is I will try to take you on a virtual tour to all the architectural heritage that
That would be nice.
is existing in this place, in the smaller place, which is a part of Gujarat. So the earliest known sites of Harappan civilization is based on the archaeological remains is found in Rojdi. So if we look at this map of Saurashtra, Rojdi lies in the center of the peninsula,
Yeah.
and it is an archaeological site which belongs to Harappan civilization. It is
Yeah.
located on the northern bank of Bhadar river. So as I mentioned, there are various rivers. Bhadar is one of the biggest river in Saurashtra. So it's located on the northern bank of Bhadar river in Gondal taluka of Rajkot district. And according to excavations which were made in 7 seasons from 1982 to 1995 by the Department of Archaeology, Gujarat State and University of Pennsylvania, they found out that there are remains of the city, and possibly the cities were existent from 2500 to 1000 BC. The second instance of possibility of the early cities exist in the near the sea of Dwarka. So it's called Bet Dwarka, which is if you look in the map, Bet Dwarka is located at the westernmost top of the Saurashtra Peninsula. And if you look at this, there are these other sites of Indus Valley civilization. So in Bet Dwarka or around Bet Dwarka, in the rivers, in the sea, when it was found out that there are remains of various small and big stones which depicted either something related to port or something related to the city, it was realized that these stones belong to, let's say, belong to the last phase of Harappan civilization. So basically, if we date back to history, we find the remains of architectural heritage or remains of existence of human in Indus Valley civilization from this region. So next in the line, if we see, there are because of the presence of plateau and mountains, we find a lot of rock cut caves, rock cut architecture that dates back to Buddhism and Hinduism in the early time. So from 3rd century BCE to 6th century AD. So there are these caves, various caves. So left hand side, the first one is Kambalida cave, which is in Rajkot district. The second one, 6B, is Dhak cave, which has inscriptions of Jain and Buddhist gods on the wall. there is this Junagadh Buddhist caves. Like Upperkot, there are kuo, which means stepwell, and certain caves related to the religion of Buddhism. And on the right, what we see are Talaja caves, which belongs to Bhavnagar district. So if we look at Tadaja cave, there are around 30 caves, wherein few of them are water bodies and few of them are caves. Basically, they were used by Buddhist and Jain monks while they were traveling from this region. So when we look at these buildings, we realize that it has some connection to the Buddhist circuit as well as Jain circuit of the beginning of AD. So from while the world was transitioning, or while we understand BC to AD, there is a possibility that Jains and Buddhists stayed here. If we look at the early examples of temples, because here stone was available in abundance, we find limestone as well as sandstone in different region of Saurashtra. So these are the early temples. This is Gop Mandir, which is found in Barda Hills, and it belongs to Jamnagar district. So as I mentioned, there are about 11 districts in this region of Saurashtra today. And Rajkot, Jamnagar, Bhavnagar are few of the most prominent districts in this region. So these are early temples, and when we look at this temple, it does not have carvings on its wall. But if we look at the shikhar, we will find that there are inscriptions of Chaitya windows, Buddhist Chaitya windows. So probably whoever made this temple had an awareness of what is going on around the places. So there are a possibility of travels by Buddhist monks in this region, and this is the first temple which is existing in this stage currently, and it is placed on a plinth, on a high plinth. There are various temple cities in this region, so it is not just limited to a single temple and its precinct. The whole cities belonging to this place are converted to certain activities which are focusing at the temple. And this is the temple town of Dwarka, which is located at the Arabian Sea and Gomti River, at the meeting of Arabian Sea and Gomti River. And it is a place which is very much well known because of the presence of Krishna, and it is one of the most pious cities in India, which almost all Hindus come to. So there are various activities at the Ghat which happen, and there are various activities in temple that happen throughout the day. So basically it's a living city, and the focus of it is basically the temple. And if we look at the architecture of the city here, so there are very unique neighborhoods which have a lot of indigenous characteristic of wells or taka, which we call, and they store rainwater in this taka. So each temple town is unique in its characteristic. So first we looked at the early excavation sites, then we went to the rock cut architecture caves, we looked at early temples, and there are temple cities which are basically focusing at a particular temple. There are various hills. As I mentioned, there are plateaus and hills in this region. There are two major hills. The first one is Girnar Hill, which is in Junagadh, and the second one is Shatrunjay Hill, which is in Bhavnagar. So both are very important with reference to the evolving religion of that time. So this is an aerial view of Jain temple precinct in the Girnar Hills of Junagadh. and this is the precinct, Jain temple precinct of Shatrunjay Hill in Palitana. So if we just look at one single hill and all the small and big shrines and temples in both this, there are in each there are around 500 to 700 small and big temples made with with reference to certain ideology of a particular religion. So while Girnar temple focuses at Jainism and Hinduism as religion, and Shatrunjay Hill is generally, and there are a lot of Jain temple in on this hill. So there are temple cities, and these are the places which are specifically focusing at, and there are a lot of pilgrims who come to these places on a regular basis. So these are the prominent examples of certain buildings that I have not included all, but these are the prominent examples of architecture that existed before the British came to India or before native princes were ruling this place. So next, what we will do is we'll go on. We will discuss the native states of Kathiawad, because it was a region where Kathis used to stay in certain groups, in their groups, and so this place evolved in joint relationship and joint working of native princes and British political agency was set here. And here what we will see is all the small and big towns developed in this time. So probably in the time span of last 200, 300, 250 years. And so all the towns as well as cities has immense architectural examples. So if we just if we just look at this map and understand the basics of what was British Raj, it started as British Crown on Indian subcontinent from 1858 to 1947. And there are these places, so all the pink color are the places where British ruled directly. So it was British Crown rule at these places, and light yellow are the places where British did not rule directly, and they established their agencies and worked with the princes there. So zooming into Kathiawad, if we look at this, you will look at this as yellow, and hence it was not ruled by British completely. So because it was not ruled by British, there were a lot of positive things as newer things happening during the period when British established its agency in Saurashtra. So they called this region as Kathiawad, which is named after the Kathi Darbar, who rules most part of the region, and it was called in 1855. There were four major prans, so four major divisions, which were Halar, Jhalawad, Gohilwad, and Sorat. So it was named by Marathas for Saurashtra, as most of the region was inhabited by them, and Kathis were warrior clan. So what happened is, because of their nature of being warriors, they were divided into small places, and there were around 220 divisions while the British established its presidency in Rajkot. So in between 18th to 20th century pre-independence, there were around 222 princely native states, and these states were ruled by the kings of particular state. Almost all the native states were ruled by native dynasties headed by kings following Hindu religion. Junagadh was one of the place which was ruled by Babi dynasty and was only native state in Saurashtra that was ruled by Muslims. It was the biggest and most powerful state in Saurashtra. And other important dynasties were Jadeja, Gohil, Jethwa, Jala, Kathi, Parmar, Desai, and many other. So basically, when we look at major native states which fall under these dynasties were Babis in Junagadh, Jadejas in Jamnagar, Gondal, Morbi, and Rajkot, Gohils in Bhavnagar and Palitana, Jala in Vadwan, Dhangadra, Limdi, Wakaner, Jethwa in Porbandar, and Siddhi in Jafrabad. So basically, for ruling, not ruling, but basically for administrative purposes, what the British did while they established their offices in Rajkot is they divided these regions into 5 or 6 major divisions for the betterment of administrative activities. And another reason was to reduce the fights amongst the small native princely states. And while the British came, their major cities were fortified during the 18th century, and because they were fighting amongst each other. And these fortifications and the gates, magnificent gate, palaces, and religious buildings were housed in under this inside these forts. So by the time of 18th century, we find these kind of buildings and walls, city walls and gates were added to it. And later, when we look at what happened in the beginning of 19th century, is that they established their offices in Rajkot because Rajkot is in the center of Saurashtra, and they could easily handle all the provinces there. And they signed a settlement between the princely rulers, saying that they will maintain peace in their own cities and not fight with all the princes. So it was signed by Colonel Walker, and this treaty was called Walker Settlement. And in 1807, they got this treaty signed, and all the princes later became friendly with each other. So, because of what Walker settlements, British and native rulers came together, and there were certain portion, so they had to give certain fine to Gaikwads and Peshwas, which was later removed, and British and native rulers worked together. So they entered this treaty for peace and betterment of its state. So this treaty was excellent in reference to the changing scenario in Saurashtra, and post this treaty we will find the immense development that happened in these states. So from 1807 to 1822, administration, the period is called as the period of subversion in administration from native states to British agency. From 1820, Kathiawad political agency was established in Rajkot in Koti compound, and from 1822 to 1857, British agency and its power was solid in setting up all the states and cities here. And from 1863, they divided this native states into 7 classes based on the amount of places they have and money that they possessed. And so slowly and steadily, British systemized the way in which a particular region could be ruled, and how to work for the benefit of its residents. And slowly and steadily they realized that there's a need of training a lot of individuals from the place, because it is essential for the people who belong to Saurashtra to know about how to monitor certain things and how to take this idea forward of a particular state. So in 1870, they established Rajkumar College, which was the first educational institute for the princes of these ruling states. So basically, the strategy was consolidation and development in accordance with the native rulers. And parallelly, at this time, there were developments, scientific developments, and industrial revolution was happening in Europe. So I'm trying to draw this parallel because whatever Saurashtra or whatever architecture developed post 1870 or post 1850 in Saurashtra was in accordance to what the native rulers and the craftsmen knew to build with stone, and what were the ideas of British or people from England who were working as political agents in Rajkot. So there is a fine blend or collaboration between what was available in Saurashtra, what was available in terms of materials, as well as the expertise, and what were the ideas that the British instilled in the young princes of Kathiawar. So this is how the political agency was set, and they focused on developing infrastructure, roads, canals, railway lines, hospitals, post offices, railways and bridges. And they established schools of Gujarati medium as well as English medium in small and big towns which were headed by the princely rulers. So this juncture of transition in Saurashtra can be termed as moving towards modernization of these native states, and this uplifted the lifestyles of humans, and it helped Saurashtra to grow as a world class place of that time. So post 1850, post 1870, whatever buildings we see in this, so on the left hand side we see Halar, Jhalawad, Gohilwad and Sorat, which were the four administrative heads, and these were the cities. So these cities were called gun salute native rulers, and they were categorized according to this. So these are regional divisions, and these are the place divisions in that particular region. So, from 18th to 20th century, new building types started emerging, and most prominent of these types that we see today belong to are either palaces or darbargarhs. So darbargarhs are the princely family, are the princely residences of the Kathi clan. There are various clock towers, gates, and markets which were established. So it was not just residential architecture which was focused, but there were certain commercial places also being designed for a new way of life. There were educational institutes which were set up with the patronage of all the rulers, and with the idea of modern education from England. There were railway stations, because if we look at 1800 industrialization in the world, setting up of railway lines, so there was a need of infrastructure for that railway lines, and there are various railway stations which are there. And there were certain other miscellaneous buildings which focused on the cultural activities, recreational activities, hospitals and police stations. So whatever architecture developed could be typologically could be functionally categorized into these heads, and they had certain typology which was a mixture of Rajput architecture, certain ideas of Gothic architecture, certain ideas of Indo-Saracenic architecture, which was seen at different places across the city and across different places. So what the British did is, when they set up this Rajkumar College, is that at different junctures, they took the princes to England or Paris or different places in the West, so that they learnt a lot of things from there, and they tried to replicate their learnings of whatever they saw in the West into their own native places. So from now onwards we look at so this is basically a photographic journey of what were the building types and the buildings that are existing in today's time. So first category, palaces and darbargarh. So this is Mani Mandir in Morbi. So it was made for the queen Manibai by the king. This is Palitana Palace, which is in Bhavnagar. There is this Sihor Darbargarh. So Sihor is a small town in Palitana in Bhavnagar district, and it has beautiful stone which is available. And the small town has beautiful residential architecture. There is a kund and there is this Darbargarh, and today also it's existing in this way. This is Jasdan Darbargarh, which was another princely state in Halar. As I mentioned, they also strategize the way in which buying and selling should happen, and they set up various markets outside the gated cities. So this on the right, what we see is a Rayanaka gate and the tower above it. So earlier it was gate, later the tower was added, and the shopping spaces which were developed outside. There is this the second category, Nagar. These are clock towers. Nagar Darwaza in Morbi, Green Tower in Morbi, and so these are both the cases of Green Tower. So this is not Gondal, sorry for that, it is Morbi. And whatever you look at this above was completely made in the West in factories in England, brought to India and assembled. So it you see the lower place, the gate with stone, and the upper tower, the tower was made of metal, and all the elements were made earlier. So it was a first important example of prefabricated building in Morbi. This is gate and tower in Gondal. This is again Jam Tower in Rajkot. So on small and big occasions, various princes and kings used to donate and patronize something. And this was a tower which was gifted to the city of Rajkot by Jamnagar king. So it's called Jam Tower. There is this another category, railway stations. This is the documentation done by our students. It is Morbi railway station, and as I mentioned, there are station buildings which are existing in small places like Jasdan and Jethpur, and all the other places, small and big towns in Saurashtra. This is we look at educational institutes, and the first one, as I mentioned, was the Rajkumar College, and this is the plan of it. So if we look at this, there is an assembly building, there is a swimming pool, and there is a gymnasium. This is a photograph of assembly building, and this is the clock tower which is there above the assembly building. And these are the photographs of the swimming pool and gymnasium. So it was for the first time, probably this mode of recreation was introduced by the British to the princely states, and the princely states happily patronized these buildings in an educational institute. So there are various small and big schools which were patronized, and this is Sangram CG High School in Gondal, this is Eli College in Morbi, this is Alfred High School in Bhavnagar, Taluka Shada in Morbi, and the last category of the miscellaneous buildings, like there were recreational buildings. So this is a Gymkhana, Mayur Gymkhana, this is a police station in Gondal, this is a town hall in Bhavnagar. So if we just look at an overall picture, there are more than 400 plus unprotected monuments and sites, wherein we include Palitana or Girnar as one case, which has again various architectural small and big buildings. So this number is was derived by the college in which I teach. So the faculties and students, because we belong to Saurashtra and this is the only college of architecture in Saurashtra, we listed these buildings and we figured out there are around 400 unprotected, 400 monuments and sites. So they are they are all a conglomeration of individual and community residences which has indigenous qualities. There are water bodies and structures around. There are certain natural and heritage sites and precincts. And out of these more than 400 more than 400 buildings, there are 197 protected by the state, which falls under Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Gujarat, and there are 39 which are centrally protected by Archaeological Survey of India. So if we look at numbers, there are a lot of unprotected monuments in this region, but the only thing that I can say at the end is that it is a place which has rich cultural and natural heritage, and there is a lot of possibility of research and documentation in this region, which our students have been doing since a long time, but yet there is huge number of buildings to be documented and studied, and the culture to be known, which made a huge impact on the evolving India. So this is though small part, it has a huge heritage value, and it is rich in its typology as well. Yeah, thank you. Hello.
Yeah. Riddhi,
Yes.
you have presented very nicely that in a sense you have started, you try to attempt document the architectural evidences right from the protohistoric period down to the recent one, especially your area was more or less, it is confined to the British laws that you have enlightened most of the things in the British law. Okay, we will come to the topic subsequently. Please, are there any questions or any doubts or anything, please? Are there any queries or any questions from the audience?
Very well done, sir. Riddhi ji. The question is the Rajkot's famous college that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Who established it, and was the name a little different initially? The Rajkumar College?
No, so it was called the Rajkumar College from the beginning. It was established in 1870. So basically, there were certain certain kings who gathered together, and with the guidance of British political agents, they ideated this idea of the school where the princes and all the family members from the princely royal family could study in a method which is generally westernized, generally which is famous or prevalent in European way of living. So it was known as the Rajkumar College, and these were the students which were there, and it was the campus was the site for the campus was gifted by the king of Rajkot at that time, and there were various princes who funded various buildings on their campus.
Thank
Do you have any epigraphical epithet sort of things? Because during that period, as and when any such structure comes into being, there'll be some a stone plaque or something will be there. Who are wishes like
Yeah,
that? Do you have?
so that college is very nicely maintained by the
That's okay.
today's time, and
That's okay.
on all the walls there are nameplates which were there at that time. So for example, 1870 establishment of Rajkumar College is there on the walls of Rajkumar College. There are I mentioned the clock tower also. So that the bell of the clock tower was imported from Europe, and there is the bell also mentions from where it came and which year it came, and they have preserved all the things. And so each tree, almost all the trees on the campus are also named, and what is the probable age of the tree for the students to know today. So there are a lot of evidences of that kind, as well as there are very nice dossiers which were made at that point in time. So there is a systematic way in which, how did it come, what was the idea with which it come, when the first speech was given, what was spoken, is all documented. So there are written documents of this particular event.
Good. Any any questions, please? Any more?
Yeah.
Ricky, if
Good
you can
afternoon,
take the
Ma.
presentation off now.
Yes.
Yeah. I think I heard that Adi Shankaracharya has made a first ashramam, that is, he established 4 matas. One is
Sorry.
from Dwaraka, and another one will be that Jyoti Mat, and the next one probably at Puri, and the last will be the Sringeri. So it established in before Christ itself.
Yes.
Probably, yeah, it may be in the BCE 6th century. Do you
Yes.
have any idea about that one? And at the Dwaraka?
Yeah, so Dwarka has like Adi Shankaracharya Peeth is there in the near the temple of Dwarka, the main temple, the Krishna temple of Dwarka, and there are Sanskrit schools also which are there. So yeah, it is there,
No,
and
that
yes, it dates.
my question is,
Yeah.
it was established in before Christ, that is in 6th century.
Yes.
One. Number two, I came to know that there was a copper plate. Later, it was gone to the archaeological museum,
Okay.
which was given to Shankaracharya. So, the whether do you have any idea about that one, about that heritage? I'm
Uh,
asking you that because I have
no,
seen most Jains. I have noted that one. Okay,
no,
observing.
I am not aware of that. But yes, what you are saying, I can relate it, and there is a lot of art and cultural heritage also in terms of these copper plates and stone edicts, which are there at different places across the region. Yes, there is there. I am not aware of it. So I
Dr.
don't know
Saab,
the
you're talking
details.
about evidence, right?
Yeah.
Acha, the age and evidence in a written format, maybe.
Yes.
If at all, if you get that one, kindly share it, ma.
I will surely.
I came to know that it was in the museum also. I came to know
I
that.
will surely figure out on that. And
Which museum, sir?
Sir,
Which part of?
State Archaeological Museum, if
yeah.
I am correct, so, sir.
Okay,
Or
fine, sir.
it was given by Sudhanva. The king of Sudhanva was given
Fine.
to Shankaracharya.
Good.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Dr. Babji Rao, sir.
Yeah. Batai.
Please conclude the session
Okay.
because other session time.
Thank you, Mishari. Uh, uh, Ridisha, you have presented very nicely, but before, because since time is running short, I wanted to make one or two things for your next presentations and all other. When you talk of Indus civilization, because you wanted to trace the Indus civilization, Rosdi and Kardiji and all of this are there, because it is not whatever when we look into that past, it is not very regionalized one. Okay, when you are talking of the Rosdi, the other Indus sites and all of that need to be emphasized. That's one thing. And then I am doubt about Bet Dwarka, that about the evidence of Harappan evidence at Dwarka, submerged way. I am doubtful because I too have referred some of our works there, Archaeological Survey of India and underwater archaeology, this thing and all of that. That's there. And then it's all good. And then this pre-molded structures during that time is very working. Even you visit even many places, for example Mysore, the entire doom, everything, and several structures in Bangalore, and gardens and all of this, the iron prefabricated iron one is a time of the British this thing. That's all fine. And then thank you very much for good this thing, all the best.
Thank you,
We are
sir.
all benefited. You have given very good information. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
So
sir.
Sojwal Sally, sir. Sojwal Sally. Yes. Co-chairperson Sojwal Sally. Okay, sir. Thank you. रिद्धि साहब, बहुत बढ़िया आपने प्रेजेंटेशन दिया, खासकर सौराष्ट्र के आर्किटेक्चरल हेरिटेज पर बहुत एक सारगर्भित जो है आपका व्याख्यान रहा और बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन था. धन्यवाद डॉक्टर बाबजी राव साहब फॉर चेयर द सेशन. थैंक यू all of you, sir. Thank you. Now next session. Important session of our chairperson, Professor T.S. Satyanath sir, Professor Emeritus, Modern Indian Language and Literature Study, University of Delhi, and our eminent speaker, Dr. Sri Krishna Jugnu sir, history writer, Udaipur, India. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Professor Satyanath sir. And I am requesting to Dr. Satyanath sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Sri Krishna Jugnu sir.
Can I take over?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Welcome to everyone. Namaskar. It's a matter of pleasure for me to chair this session. I'll speak in English, but I'm fairly comfortable with Hindi, having lived in Delhi for almost 40 years. I think, there is some noise coming, it has to be switched off. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers for having arranged a webinar of this sort, which is very diversified and very grand in its structure. I will welcome and introduce Dr. Sri Krishna Jignu. His basic area is history, but he has a master's in Hindi, English, and history. He has a PhD and a D.Litt to his credit. He is a multilingual writer. He has written in Hindi, English, Sanskrit, and Rajasthani. I mean, he's a rare breed. It's difficult to see people writing in multiple languages, and it's a matter of pleasure for me to introduce him. He has almost 200 published publications, at least about 100 on architecture and sculpture. I need to mute it? Oh, okay. Fine. And he has 2 research volumes and about 80 edited volumes and several other books on other areas. He has a very colorful career. He has been decorated with he has been the editor of several journals and newspapers. In 2008, he has been credited with Maharana Kum Samman from Maharana Mewat Foundation. I think someone is speaking in the background.
Shri Krishna sir, you need to mute yourself.
Yeah, just mute it till you speak
Yes.
and ask someone in the background to not to speak. He also has the Jagannath Samman from Rajasthan Sanskrit Academy, and he has several awards from Rashtriya Sanskrit Academy, Hindustani Academy, from Prayagraj. He has visited several Southeast Asian countries, including Thailand and Cambodia, etc. His talk today is going to be on Bharatiya Upamahadweep में तीर्थों के परंपरा और प्रवृत्तियां. I suggest that he take about 40 minutes. We have actually started 10 minutes. That means we have spilled over, the previous session spilled over by 10 minutes. So it's 1:54. So I suggest you take about 40 minutes and end it at the appropriate time, so that I will have 2 or 3 minutes for my comments and then to leave it for the discussion. So we will end the session at 2:40. So I suggest that by 2:30 he wind up his session. Thank you very much. Welcome to you, Dr. Shri Krishna Ji.
आप सबको प्रणाम करता हूं और मैं स्कंद जी मिश्रा साहब को भी प्रणाम करता हूं, जिन्होंने हम सब के लिए ये बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी दी है, अपनी बात कहने के लिए एक मंच सुलभ कराया है। मैं आदरणीय T.S. साहब का भी आभार मानता हूं। आपने अपने मुखारबिंद से एक हमारा परिचय देने का जो सुलाघव प्रयास किया, मैं आभारी हूं। हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए सभी विद्वानों का, रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स का, और जहां भी ये सुना जाएगा उसके बाद भी उन सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और तीर्थों पर अपनी बात कहता हूं। भारत में सबसे अधिक महत्व या सबसे अधिक जिसको हम लोग यूँ कहते हैं कि पुण्य के केंद्र पूरे देश में मार्कंडेय पुराण या अध्यात्म रामायण, महाभारत, विष्णु पुराण या बल्कि और भी जो भी पुराण या जो ग्रंथ हैं विदेशों के भी, उन सब ने भारत को तीर्थों की भूमि कहा है। तीर्थ की भूमि इट मीन्स ये हुआ, ये केवल होली प्लेस नहीं है, ये एक ऐसी भूमि है जिसको संसार में, मैं यदि विष्णु पुराण को जिक्र करूं या मार्कंडेय पुराण के लिए कहूं, तो मुझे ये कहना होगा, यही श्लोक सकारांतर से या बल्कि एज इट इज शिव पुराण में भी आ जाता है कि और सब देश भोग भूमि है लेकिन कर्म भूमि, कर्म जो तीर्थ का एक सुगम क्षेत्र है, कर्म जो तीर्थ के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, कर्म जो तीर्थ को एक पहचान देता है। तो आप देखिए पूरी दुनिया में भारत को हमने तीर्थों की भूमि कहा है। मैं प्राचीनता से लेके जो अर्वाचीन भविष्योत्तर खंड है भविष्य पुराण का, वहाँ तक भी आता हूँ, तो आप देखिए विदेश के भी जन्मे हुए या बल्कि विदेशी विभूतियाँ भी इस देश में आके ध्यान और सुमार्ग के लिए तपरत रही है। कितना बड़ा, कितनी बड़ी और कितनी सुगम लेकिन कितनी दुर्लभ बात है। हम लोगों के लिए भारत को तीर्थों की भूमि कहना एक सहज पक्ष हो गया, लेकिन कितना कठिन है तीर्थ को समझना। तीर्थ जिसके अर्थ अनेक लिए, सामान्य रूप से हम ये कहते हैं
जो तार देता है वो तीर्थ है। ये तारयति इति तीर्थ, जो तार देता है वो तीर्थ है। लेकिन आप देखिए, यदि माघ और इससे जुड़ा हुआ पक्ष महाभारत भी कहता है या नीतिशास्त्र कहते हैं, उन सब में तीर्थ वो है जो किसी राजा के सभासद हों या उसको सुपरामर्श देने वाले हों। तीर्थ वो भी है जहाँ हम लोगों ने कोई सोपान बना दिए हों, नदी के घाट। तीर्थ वो भी है जो हमारे कर्म को प्रेरित करते हैं। तीर्थ वो भी है जो किसी न किसी रूप में कोई सद्विचार हम लोगों को देते हैं। सुभाषित भी एक प्रकार के तीर्थ हैं। तो मुझे लगता है तीर्थों के अनेक सारे अर्थ हैं, लेकिन मैं एक छोटी सी बात से तीर्थ को समझाना चाहूँगा। जो भूमि कहीं न कहीं हम लोगों को सद्विचार, सद्मार्ग, सद्प्रेरणा, सद्वचन, सद्स्नान आदि प्रदान करती हों, वो एक मोटे मोटे अर्थ में तीर्थ है। तीर्थ जिनका अपना राजनीतिक पक्ष है, जिनका अपना धार्मिक पक्ष है, सांस्कृतिक और साहित्यिक पक्ष तो है ही। इस देश में हम तीर्थों की बात कहते ही समझ जाते हैं ये धार्मिक बात कर रहा है, जबकि ऐसा नहीं है। मैं अपने इस पत्र में, अपनी इस वार्ता में यही बात कहना चाहता हूँ कि तीर्थ केवल धार्मिक स्थल नहीं है। तीर्थ कई दृष्टियों से अति महत्वपूर्ण है। मध्यकाल में राजाओं ने एक उपाधि धारण की है, गया तीर्थ कर विमोक्ष या गया तीर्थ कर विमोचक। ये राजाओं ने अपनी उपाधि धारण की है। मैं उदयपुर से हूँ, मेवाड़ से हूँ। यहाँ के शासक महाराणा कुंभा ने, मोकल ने और जोधपुर के जोधा, सब ने ये उपाधियाँ अभिलेखों में धारण की है। या आप देखिए, हम लोग बसंत राज शाकुनम की बात करते हैं, जो एक शकुन ग्रंथ है, अति विशिष्ट। उसकी टीका उस काल में जो अकबर के विशेष प्रोटोकॉल में रहे वो करते हैं, तो वो अकबर तक को शत्रुंजय तीर्थोद्धारक की एक पक्ष है, क्योंकि हमारी प्रसन्नता कहीं न कहीं शासकों को महिमा मंडित कर देती है। मैं जो बात कह रहा हूँ, तीर्थ केवल एक ये स्नान का पक्ष ही नहीं है, एक दर्शन के केंद्र ही नहीं है, बल्कि अनेक भेदों से हमने तीर्थों को कहा है। हमने जंगम तीर्थ भी कहा है, हमने कायिक तीर्थ भी कहा है, हमने मानसिक तीर्थ भी कहा है। कई रूपों में हमने तीर्थों को समझने का प्रयास किया है। लेकिन जो लोक तीर्थ हैं, यही कालांतर में जाके शास्त्रीय तीर्थ हो जाते हैं। मुझे नहीं लगता है कि संगम की मान्यता अचानक शास्त्रों ने दे दी। ये संगम की मान्यता बहुत पहले लोक में थी। लोग जानता है ये जो नदियां मिलती है, पूरे देश में सम्मेलन, मेलन, मेलक, ये जो पर्यायवाची शब्द हैं, ये उस संगम के पर्यायवाची है। कश्मीर से लेके दक्षिण तक संगम की महिमा हम लोगों को मिल जाती है। जहाँ नदियाँ मिलती हों, जहाँ लोग मिलते हों, जहाँ बुद्धिजीवियों का मिलन हो। मूर्खों का मिलन तो संभव ही नहीं है। तो जो भी लोग मिलते हों, सब के सब संगम, और कुल मिला के ये सब तीर्थ के रूप हो जाते हैं। एक पुराण है शिव धर्म, हालांकि इसको उपपुराण भी कह दिया गया। शिव पुराण में जब इसके श्लोक ग्रहण किए गए तो इसको उपपुराण का नाम दे दिया गया, शिव धर्म और शिव धर्मोत्तर। तो आप देखिए, ये चूंकि 7वीं सेंचुरी के आसपास का है, उसमें तीर्थों के रूप में बहुत सीमित स्थान के नाम हैं, जिनमें जटामुंडी और अमरकंटक, यहां से हम, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि यही हमारे पास प्रमाण है, बल्कि मैं अधिक गहराई में जाता हूं तो मुझे लगता है ये जो 7 पुरियां हैं, ये मान्यताएं भी पुराण में बहुत बाद में आ जाती है, पद्म पुराण के काल तक, लेकिन उससे पहले मुझे लगता है जो अभिलेखीय साक्ष्य हम लोगों के पास, जहां पर बुद्ध जन्मे हैं, लुम्बिनी रुम्मंदेई, सम्राट अशोक अपनी पुत्री संघमित्रा के साथ वहां जाते हैं। और एक तीर्थ की जो मान्यता है, ये हम लोग तीर्थ में क्या कुछ कर सकते हैं, वो एक नई परंपरा शुरू करते हैं कि ये तीर्थ और इसका स्वरूप अक्षुण्ण रहे, तो वो पाषाण का प्रयोग शुरू करता है। आज तक पूरे भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप में तीर्थों के निर्माण के सारे कार्य अब वो चैत्य विधि से गोबर और राख मिश्रित गोबर, उनसे उनका निर्माण नहीं, पत्थर से और वज्रलेप से उनका निर्माण होता है। तो तीर्थों को अक्षुण्ण रखने की परंपरा वो बेटी दे गई संघमित्रा पिता को, और हम भी कहीं भी जाते हैं तो आप देखिए, यदि कोई तीर्थ भूमि है तो वहां पर 5 पत्थर इकट्ठे कर देते हैं और कह देते हैं मुझसे तो इतना ही बन पड़ा, भविष्य में कभी अच्छा अवसर मिलेगा, भगवान तो मुझे अवसर देना। और तीर्थों के गीत गाते हैं, तीर्थों की गाथाएं गाते हैं। बलदेव तीर्थ यात्रा पर निकले, मार्कंडेय पुराण में ये प्रसंग कितना लंबा चलता है, और वो जो पंच पक्षी है उनकी कहानियों में ये सवाल गूंजता है कि क्यों बलदेव ने तीर्थ यात्राएं की, तो कहाँ की। पांडव तीर्थों पर निकले हैं। रामायण में जो अरण्यकांड है पूरा तीर्थों की महिमा पे है। श्री राम जगह जगह जा जाके ऋषियों के सानिध्य प्राप्त करते हैं, और तीर्थों का परिचय हमें क्या ही आश्चर्य होगा रामायण के बाद जब आनंद रामायण लिखा गया, वो वहीं से प्रसंग उठाता है कि अयोध्या के बाद राम जी कहाँ कहाँ गए, और वो नदियां और तीर्थों की मांग, कहाँ उन्होंने क्या क्या किया। ये प्रसंग हम लोगों को स्कंद पुराण तक मिल जाता है। ये कितना बड़ा पक्ष है। हमारे आयोजक संयोजक स्कंद जी हैं, स्कंद मिश्रा जी, और जो स्कंद पुराण है वो पूरा का पूरा तीर्थों का सबसे बड़ा कोश है। स्कंद पुराण का जो संहितात्मक रूप था, जिसकी संहिताएं हम लोगों को सूत संहिता और अन्य रूप में हम लोगों को मिल जाती, सौर संहिताएं जो स्कंद पुराण की थी, लेकिन जब उसको रिकंस्ट्रक्ट किया गया तो वो जो खंडात्मक हो गया, वो सारे खंड पूरे के पूरे तीर्थों की महिमा में आ जाते हैं। भारत को तीर्थों या भारत की तीर्थ भूमि की यात्रा, यह हमारे पौराणिक प्रसंगों में ही नहीं, चीन के कितने यात्रियों ने भारत के तीर्थों की यात्रा की, रूस के भी, अरब के भी, और उन्होंने लौट के ऐसा लिखा है। आप देखिए कि कितने सारे प्रसंग हम लोगों को मिल जाते हैं मार्कंडेय पुराण और महाभारत में। वायु पुराण में यात्रा करने वालों के प्रसंग हैं। मुझे ऐसा लगता है तीर्थों की मान्यता बौद्धों में रही, जैन मत में रही, हिंदुओं में रही, मुस्लिमों में, तभी तो हज पारसियों में, ईसाइयों में। तीर्थ एक ऐसा असांप्रदायिक मतों से बिल्कुल ऊपर एक ऐसा पक्ष है जो हम लोगों को ये प्रेरणा देता है कि हम किसी अच्छे स्थान का दर्शन जीवन में जरूर करें। पूरे देश में ये मान्यता है, हम 4 धाम यात्रा करना चाहते हैं। ये परंपराएं कोई एकाएक नहीं चल गई, इस काल की देन नहीं है, ये उस काल की भी देन है जब हमारे पास आने जाने की आज की तरह से वाहन नहीं थे। जलयान, वायुयान, उस समय नरयान की कल्पना थी, किसी के कंधे पर चढ़कर जाना। उस समय वृषभयान की कल्पना थी, उस समय उष्ट्रयान की कल्पना थी, रथों की कल्पना थी, लेकिन रथ चल ही कितने पाते थे। और यदि रथ टूट जाए, उसकी आरी टूट जाए, वो जो उसको सुधारने का पक्ष है, वो कई बार तो संभव भी नहीं हो पाता। उस दौर में हम लोगों ने तीर्थों की कि हम लोग यात्रा पर निकलेंगे और तीर्थ पर जाएंगे, और तीर्थों पर जो टैक्स प्रबंध चिंतामणि 1304 ईस्वी का ग्रंथ है, और वो बाहुलोड़ नगर में सोमनाथ की यात्रा पर लगने वाले टैक्स का हम लोगों को जिक्र देता है। 1304 की बात बता रहा हूं मैं आपको। इतने सारे पक्ष हम लोगों के लिए तीर्थों से, जिन पर मैं आगे बात कर रहा हूं, कि तीर्थ केवल धार्मिक स्थान नहीं है, वो तो है ही, इसमें दो राय भी नहीं है। जीवन में हम लोग 4 धाम कर लेंगे या अलग अलग यात्राओं पर भी निकल पड़ेंगे, और जीवन के उत्तरार्ध में ही तीर्थ यात्रा हो, ये कोई आवश्यक नहीं। जब भी मौका मिला तब हम तीर्थों में जाके स्नान करें। कोई सप्तपुरियों को कर रहा है, अयोध्या आदि, द्वारिका, अवंतिका, कांची, कितने सारे सप्तपुरियों की मान्यता वराह पुराण से लेके पद्म पुराण, और ये जो श्लोक हैं वो बाद में कितने ही ग्रंथकारों ने उद्धृत कर दिए। सप्तपुरियों के साथ साथ हम लोगों के पास कितने सारे तीर्थ, जिनकी संख्या पर मैं आगे आऊंगा, लेकिन मुझे लगता है तीर्थ हम लोगों को स्नान, दर्शन और दान पुण्य का अवसर देते हैं। कोई भी ये अवसर तो सबको मिलता ही है। तीर्थ और तीर्थों के साथ जुड़ा हुआ एक बड़ा व्यापारिक पक्ष है। भविष्योत्तर पुराण में हम लोगों को सिंध के आसपास की नदियों पर लगने वाले मेले, मूल स्थान मुल्तान, और वहां जब सूर्य पूजा के साथ जो आयोजन होते थे, उनके साथ कितने प्रकार के छोटे मोटे उद्योग धंधों का, बाड़ियों का, पेड़ पौधों का, पुष्पों का, गहनों का, और वहां आहार विहार, कितने प्रकार के, एक बड़ा, मुझे यूं लगता है उसको हम लोग केवल आर्थिक पक्ष नहीं कह सकते हैं, ये हमारे सब के लिए उदर भरण के भी, पोषण के भी सबसे बड़े केंद्र रहे। हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था जो जीवन का मूल आधार है, पुरुषार्थ चतुष्टय में अर्थ सबसे प्रधान है। अर्थ, धर्म, काम, मोक्ष, तो पुरियों की जो कल्पना है वो यहीं से शुरू होती है। फिर मुझे लगता है तीर्थों के रूप में मंदिरों और पुष्करणियों के विकास को बल मिला है। पूरे देश में जो रिद्ध हैं, प्राकृतिक सोते, उनको हमने कितनी प्रकार से बनाया है। तीर्थों में पहुंचकर हमें तीनों प्रकार के वास्तु का दर्शन होता है। एक जो मनुष्यालय है, मठ है, विश्रांति गृह है, धर्म स्थान है, स्थानक है। दूसरे जो प्रासाद हैं, मंदिर हैं, सुरालय हैं, देवालय हैं, उनसे जुड़े हुए छोटे छोटे से स्थान, पंच तीर्थ, पंचायतन। तो वहां कितनी सारी हम लोगों को शैलियां मिल जाती है। जिस जिस भी श्रद्धालु ने जिस जिस भी तीर्थ में अपने आराध्य को बनाया, वो मंदिर की शैली वहां विकसित हो। वृंदावन में छोटा सा उदाहरण है, दक्षिण भारतीय शैलियां मिल जाती है। पुष्कर में हम लोगों को कितने सारे मंदिरों की शैलियां मिल जाती है। एक साथ इन शैलियों के दर्शन, पुष्करणियों के दर्शन, कुंड बनते हैं, कितने सारे कुंड, कितनी सारी पुष्करणियां, ये पोखरियां, पोखर, और पुष्कर, इनके शैल, यानी मुझे लगता है कि मनुष्यालय, देवालय और जलालय, सबकी निर्मितियां, सबके अभ्यास तीर्थों में हमें देखने को मिलता है। ये कौतुक है वहां के। आपने क्या क्या देखा तीर्थ में? तो हम लोग लौट के बताते हैं, वाह हमने ये देखा, वाह हमने गर्म पानी का कुंड देखा, बड़ा सर्द माहौल था, लेकिन सर्दी कितनी थी, लेकिन पानी कितना गर्म था। चावल डाले और वो उबल के ऊपर आ गए। आप देखिए ये जो सारे कुछ, या वो अग्नि अपने आप जल रही है कितने ही सदियों से। तीर्थ हम लोगों को कौतुक देते हैं, तीर्थ हम लोगों के लिए आश्चर्य करते हैं, तीर्थ हमें सोचने का अवसर देते हैं, तीर्थ हमें बताने का अवसर देते हैं। और जो सबसे बड़ी बात मुझे लगता है, तीर्थ से हमें प्राचीन महत्व के स्थानों को जानने का अवसर मिलता है। तीर्थ स्मारकों की श्रेणियों को सुरक्षित रखते हैं। तीर्थ प्राचीनतम निर्माण शैलियों को, निर्माण कला को क्रमिक रूप से सुरक्षित रखते हैं। अभी जो रिद्धि भाई साहब पत्र पढ़ रही थी तो मैं सुन रहा था उसमें कि द्वारका से लेके कहां कहां पर हम लोगों को कॉपर प्लेट्स मिले हैं। तीर्थों से हम लोगों को कितने सारे दान पत्र मिले। ताज्जुब होगा, तीर्थों से हमें स्वर्ण पत्र मिले हैं, रजत पत्र मिले हैं, ताम्र पत्र मिले हैं। हम केवल कॉपर प्लेट की बात कह के रह जाते हैं। कितने मंदिर हैं जिन मंदिरों में चांदी के पत्र जड़े हुए हैं, उन पर भी अभिलेख है। मैंने कई सारे को सिल्वर प्लेट्स पढ़े हैं। मेवाड़ का एक मंदिर है, 4 भुजा, गढ़बोर राजसमंद जिले में, कितने सारे रजत पत्र। बौद्ध स्मारकों से हमें स्वर्ण पत्र मिले और कॉपर प्लेट जिन पर आज्ञाएं दी गई, उनसे हमें मिलता है कि इन कॉपर प्लेट के समय में अलग अलग राजवंशों के चिन्ह कौन से थे, राज चिन्ह कौन से थे। वो जो शब्दावली जो आज हम बिल्कुल भूल गए हैं, अक्षय निवि नहीं जानते क्या अक्षय निवि थी। हम ये भी नहीं जानते अग्रहार क्या था। नई पीढ़ी से बात कर रहा हूं। अग्रहार में कैसे लिखे जाते थे, इन पत्रों के लिखने की क्या शैलियां थी, इसमें घाट क्षेत्र कैसे लिखा जाता था, तीर्थ के साथ साथ जुड़े हुए घाट क्षेत्र, सीमाएं कहां कहां हैं, चतुर्दिशी पर्यंत सीमाएं कौन सी है, और वहां पर जो खड़े किए गए पत्थर हैं वो गोवर्धन क्यों हैं। गौर मीन्स सीमा है। जैसलमेर में जितने क्षेत्र हैं, बीकानेर में जितने क्षेत्र हैं, सब में गोवर्धन हम लोगों को मिल जाता है लिखित रूप से पत्थर, जो जिनको हम लोग गोवर्धन कहते हैं। ये जो मरुस्थल के तीर्थ हैं कहां कहां हम लोगों को मिल जाते हैं। आप देखिए दान पत्रों में जो शैलियां हैं लिखने की, जो लिपियां हैं, और जो दान पत्र एक से अधिक हो गए तो जो जॉइंट करने की विधियां हैं उन पर भी लगी हुई वो वहां के राजाओं की जो मुद्राएं हैं, संयोजक चिन्ह, वो हम लोगों को मिल जाता। इनके साथ जुड़े हुए हम लोगों के कितने नाम, और दान लेने वालों की गोत्रें, वो कौन से ब्राह्मण से संबंधित है, क्या नहीं मिल सकता हम लोगों को। क्या हम आज इतनी जानकारियां रखते हैं? नहीं, कुछ जानकारी नहीं है। जो एक तीर्थ हम लोगों को कितनी सारी जानकारियां सुलभ करवाते हैं। एक और पक्ष जो हम लोगों को तीर्थों के साथ जुड़ा हुआ मिलता है वो है वहां पर चलने वाली पंजिकाएं। यदि कोई तीर्थ गया है, तीर्थ यात्रा गया है, तो वो वहां अपने पंडे से, अपने पुजारी से, अपने विश्वस्त के यहाँ जहाँ वो रुकता है, परंपरा है, अपना नाम लिखवाता है, अपनी पीढ़ियां लिखवाता है, अपनी वंशावली, अपने कुर्सी नामा तो लिखवा गया था, जितनी उसकी स्मृति है, कौन गया है, किस दिन अंक को वहां पहुंचा है, किस दिन वहां उसने स्नान किया है, सूर्य ग्रहण है, चंद्र ग्रहण है, जो भी कुछ उस समय की स्मृतियां हैं वो उसमें लिखवाता है, अपनी ओर से राशि देता है, कब किसने कितनी राशि दी, या वहां पर भी दान किया। महाराणा उदय सिंह ने जब गुजरात की यात्रा की थी तब उन्होंने वेर गांव में, वो राजा तो मेवाड़ के हैं, लेकिन वेर गांव में उन्होंने जमीन खरीद की अपनी ओर से, वहां के पंडितों को दी। सोनो क्षेत्र में कितने राजाओं ने यात्राएं की और वहां पर जमीन मंदिरों की, खेतों की, बाड़ियों की, फूल के लिए, फल के लिए खरीद के अमुक मंदिर को या अमुक पंडित को भेंट की। ये सारी सूचनाएं हम लोगों को यहाँ से मिल जाती। एक और पक्ष है, वो है जीर्णोद्धार का। तीर्थों से हमें पता चलता है कि जीवन में जीर्णोद्धार करना चाहिए, वरना ये तीर्थ हम लोगों को बचेंगे नहीं। तो जो बृहस्पति स्मृति है, या जो स्कंद पुराण है, या विष्णु संहिता है, विष्णु धर्मोत्तर पुराण में एक श्लोक हम लोगों को मिलता है, यदि कोई जीर्णोद्धार करवाता है किसी तीर्थ का तो वो मूल से भी 8 गुना ज्यादा लाभ और यश का भागीदार होता है। ये प्रतिज्ञाएं, ये इन प्रतिज्ञाओं के वचन हम लोगों को तीर्थों में मिलता है। तो हम लोग कई बार ये जो हमारी प्राचीन विरासत हैं उनके संरक्षण के, उनके विकास के, उनके वैभव के जो प्रेरणास्पद विचार हैं या मार्ग हैं, निर्देश हैं, उनको भी हम तीर्थों से प्राप्त करते हैं। हम लोग ये भी जानते हैं कि तीर्थ से नदियों और संगम की स्वच्छता बनाए रखने की प्रेरणा मिलती है। गांगे या चोल, इन राजाओं ने गंगा का पानी ले जा अपने कितने क्षेत्रों को स्वच्छ किए। जो पथवारी देवी है उसके पूजन की, और जो तीर्थ यात्री है वो लौट के जिस गंगा जली में पानी लेके जाते हैं, वो पूरे गांव में जब महिलाएं सिर पर वो कलश रख के यात्राएं करती है, पूरा गांव शुद्ध हो जाता है। ये जो प्रेरणाएं किसी तीर्थ से लेके वहां तक, जो जहां भी जाता है वो आबे जमजम से लेके गंगा के पानी तक लौट के एक प्रेरणा लेके आता है। तीर्थों को लेके हम कोई दो राय नहीं हो सकते हैं। ये जो तीर्थ हैं ये हम लोगों को पर्यावरण और परिवेश के संरक्षण की सुंदर प्रेरणा देते हैं। ये मानव के मूल्य, मौली, सदाचार सबकी प्रेरणा देते हैं। तीर्थ यात्रा के बाद कितने लोग कैसे व्रत करते हैं। हम लोग तीर्थ सेवन को तो जानते हैं, तीर्थ में रहना, उपवास करना, वहां ध्यान करना, बल्कि इसका एक सूत्र जो हम लोगों को गणकारिका में मिल जाता है 7वां, वासम चर्या जप ध्यानम सदा रुद्र स्मृति तथा प्रसादश्चेव लाभानाम उपाया पंच निश्चिता। ये तो हमें तीर्थों से मिल जाते हैं, लेकिन आप देखिए कि वहां जाने के बाद हम लोग जीवन के लिए आजीवन, तीर्थ यात्रा के बाद आजीवन जो हम लोग व्रत करते हैं, उनमें से ये तो सब जानते हैं कि ये आदमी झूठ नहीं बोलेगा, जहां तक संभव ये हिंसा नहीं करेगा। लेकिन ये कितने लोग जानते हैं कि यदि पति पत्नियों ने भी ऐसे व्रत लिए हैं कि वो गए तो पति पत्नी के रूप में, लेकिन जब लौटे तब भाई बहन। इस पक्ष पर शायद किसी ने विचार नहीं किया हो कि वो उसके बाद जो उनकी जिंदगी है वो कभी उसको उस नजर से नहीं देखे, वो उसको उस नजर से नहीं देखी। तीर्थों ने हम लोगों को कुछ नई परिभाषाएं दी हैं, नए विचार दिए हैं, नए पक्ष दिए हैं। मुझे गुरु ग्रंथ साहब में संत पीपा जी की एक पंक्ति याद आती है, काया माँ है 68 तीर्थ, काया माँ है काशी। काया में 68 तीर्थ है। पूरे देश में भी जो 68 तीर्थों की मान्यता है शिव पुराण के रचना काल तक चली आती है। शिव पुराण का रचना काल 13वीं शताब्दी के आसपास का मुझे लगता है। अष्टषष्टिषु तीर्थेषु यात्रायाम यत् फलम भवेत्। अष्टषष्टि 8 और 60 68 तीर्थ की मान्यता। उसके बाद भी कई ग्रंथों में 68 तीर्थ नावे जो पुण्य कमावे, ऐसा कहा जाता है। तो आप देखिए, ये तो पुराण के काल तक, लेकिन बाद में जब कोश बनते चले गए तो मुझे जो सूची शब्दकोश, जो शब्द कल्पद्रुम है, उसमें तीर्थ के प्रसंग में मिलती है, वो करीब 261 तीर्थों की सूची है। उनको पहचानना, आज उनकी स्थिति को लिखना बड़ा कठिन होगा। बहुत सारे तो बदल भी गए होंगे, बहुत सारे नए तीर्थ भी खड़े हो गए। विकास के जो नए तीर्थ हैं उनमें तो हम लोगों ने बांधों की भी गणना कर ली है। लेकिन जो एक बात मैं कहना चाहता हूं, इन तीर्थों से हम लोगों को पुराणों के रूप में नई परंपराएं मिल गई। पुराण जो केवल सर्ग, प्रतिसर्ग, वंश, वंशानुकीर्तन और मनवंतर तक सीमित थे, ये 5 लक्षण हैं पुराणों के। लेकिन आप देखिए, जो जो पुराणों का क्रम विकसित होता चला गया, 17वीं शताब्दी 18वीं शताब्दी तक आते आते स्कंद और जो भविष्य पुराण है, वहां तक आते आते हम लोगों को ये भी मिल जाता है कि उसमें तीर्थ भी होंगे और तीर्थ से जुड़े हुए उप तीर्थ भी मिल जाएंगे। ये जो मुझे एक पक्ष लगता है, और यही कारण है कि हमारे यहाँ तीर्थ चिंतामणि और जो वीर मित्रोदय का तीर्थ लक्षण है, ये 2 ग्रंथ कितने सारे तीर्थों को, कितने सारे तीर्थों की यात्राओं को, ये वहां की जो हेरिटेज है, हेरिटेज वॉक है, सारी हम लोगों को दे देते हैं। और तीर्थों ने हम लोगों को जितना ग्रंथावदान किया, मैं केवल सूची पढ़ रहा हूं, एक एक का परिचय भी दूंगा तो बहुत ज्यादा समय हो जाएगा, क्योंकि मुझे 2:30 तक कहा है और 2:25 हो चुके हैं। तो सरस्वती पुराण हम लोगों को मिल जाता है, एकलिंग पुराण मिलता है, एकलिंग महात्म्य मिलता है, श्रीमाल पुराण मिलता है, हिंगलाज पुराण मिलता है, अयोध्या महात्म्य मिलता है, गया महात्म्य मिलता है जो वायु पुराण में आ गया है, द्वारका महात्म्य मिलता है, मथुरा महात्म्य मिलता है, चिदम्बरम महात्म्य मिलता है, हालास्य महात्म्य, आबू महात्म्य, एकाम्र महात्म्य, पुरुषोत्तम क्षत्र महात्म्य, वस्त्रापत महात्म्य, कामाख्या महात्म्य जो लगभग कालिका पुराण में हम लोगों को मिल जाता है, धर्मारण्य महात्म्य। यहां मुझे जरूर एक टिप्पणी करनी चाहिए कि धर्मारण्य महात्म्य जो स्कंद पुराण में है, और धर्मारण्य पुराण जो एक अलग से उपपुराण है, ये वही स्थितियां हैं जहां राम राज्याभिषेक के बाद यात्राएं, कौन कौन से स्थान देखते हैं, वहां क्या क्या बात कहते हैं, कहां कहां वो क्या क्या दान, दान पत्र, अग्रहार और अन्य छोटे मोटे दान, उपदान, दिनानुसार, तिथ्यानुसार, नक्षत्रानुसार, मासानुसार, अयनानुसार, ग्रहण के अनुसार, ये सारे पक्ष हम लोगों को मिल जाते हैं। अब देखिए, कभी दान सागर, कभी हेमाद्रि का दान खंड, और बल्कि हेमाद्रि का भी एक पूरा का पूरा जो तीर्थ खंड है, ये पक्ष जो 1260 तक हम लोगों को भारत में बढ़ते हुए तीर्थों की संख्या मिल जाती है। वरा पुराण ने मथुरा क्षेत्र कहा, पद्म पुराण में सप्त तीर्थियों का महात्म्य है, शिव पुराण में पहली बार ज्योतिर्लिंगों की महिमा आती है, 12 ज्योतिर्लिंग जो कैसे तीर्थ बन जाते हैं। उनमें से एक जो ओंकारेश्वर मानधाता तीर्थ है, वहां से जो अभिलेख हम लोगों को मिलता है वो शिव महिम्न का है। तीर्थों ने हम लोगों को जो अभिलेख दिए हैं, उनमें कई सारे स्तोत्र, गेय, संस्कृत के अलग अलग छंद, उनकी मात्राएं, उनके पद्य, शिव महिम तो बहुत ही प्रसिद्ध है, वो हमें ओंकार मानदाता क्षेत्र से मिल जाता है। पूरा का पूरा वर्तमान में जो मिलता है उसमें एक श्लोक ज्यादा मिलता है, तो मूल क्या था और उसको लिखा किसने था, कब तक लिख लिया गया था। आप देखिए, अन्य जो महात्म्य हैं उन्होंने भी अपने को पुराणों से संबद्ध कर दिया है। एकलिंग महात्म्य है, उसने अपने आप को वायु पुराण से पूरी की पूरी एक नई परंपराएं हम लोगों को दी। पुराण और ये जो तीर्थ महात्म्य, वो हमें छोटे छोटे पुराण के रूप में मिल जाते हैं। यदि रेवा खंड है स्कंद पुराण का, तो वो हम लोगों को बाद में नर्मदा पुराण के रूप में पहचानने में आ जाता है। अभी चल रहा है नर्मदा पुराण, मैंने कहा कहां से लाया नर्मदा पुराण? केदार स्कंद पुराण रेवा खंड है। छोटे छोटे से पक्ष भी हम लोगों ने कुछ लिखा, पुष्कर महात्म्य स्कंद पुराण से, पद्म पुराण से, और इनके साथ जो जुड़े हुए छोटे छोटे से जो मास महात्म्य है, पुरुषोत्तम मास महात्म्य, माघ मास, कार्तिक महत्व, पोष, जो भी हम लोग स्नान करते हैं तिथि मार्ग, उनके साथ भी हम लोगों को तीर्थों की बड़ी महिमा। तीर्थों में से मैं एक का भी परिचय दूंगा तो एक अलग अलग वार्ता चाहिए। मैंने अपनी कुछ बातें आप लोगों के साथ इसलिए शेयर करने का प्रयास किया। तीर्थ केवल एक धार्मिक पक्ष लिए हुए नहीं है, वे पर्यावरण, वे इतिहास और इतिहास के भी साथ जुड़े हुए अनेक पक्ष जो प्रामाणिक ज्यादा है, वहां से जुड़े हुए दान, मान, सम्मान, पूजा, उपासना, ये सब पक्ष उन तीर्थों के साथ हम लोगों को मिल जाते हैं। तीर्थों ने हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था का विकास किया, तीर्थों ने हमें विश्वास दिए, तीर्थों ने हमें गौरव दिया। इसीलिए भारत तीर्थ भूमि कहलाता है, जहां कश्मीर से लेके कन्याकुमारी तक, और इधर आप अरुणाचल से लेके बीकानेर के पास, बल्कि जैसलमेर की तन्नौट तक देवियां ही देवियां, तीर्थ ही तीर्थ। सब तीर्थों की अपनी महिमा है और एक एक तीर्थ के लिए अनेक अनेक यात्राएं, अनेक अनेक पक्ष और अनेक अनेक पुराण प्रसंग मिल जाते हैं। मैंने अपनी बात कही, मुझे अपनी बात कहने का एक अवसर दिया। मैं रेवा यूनिवर्सिटी के जो संचालक हैं इस गोष्ठी के, आदरणीय मिश्रा साहब का और आदरणीय श्री T.S. सत्या सर का मैं आभार ज्ञापित करता हूं और प्रणाम करता हूं। यदि किसी से कोई प्रश्न है तो जवाब देना चाहूंगा। नमस्कार।
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sri Krishan. I think you have done an excellent time management and also a wonderful way through which you projected the ideas that you wanted to speak. I'll speak for 2 or 3 minutes and try to put it into a format so that that facilitates for discussion. The first thing that he did was to define Tirtha. He used actually, he did a pluralistic epistemology of the concept of Tirtha there. He actually used the lexicons, the Nighantu or the Shabdakoshas. He used Puranas and he used Thala Puranas or the Kshetra Mahatmyas, and tried to put a very diversified concept of Tirtha in front of you. The second thing that he did was he tried to look at Tirtha as a place of congregation, a place of congregation which brings in diverse and multiple identities to a single place. This involves movement. This involves movement of and thoughts of different types, of different varieties. Hence, Tirtha is a highly diversified pluralistic space. The third thing that he tried to bring in together is to look at Tirtha as a human habitat system, wherein multiple things come and locate themselves at that place, and sometimes even things that are practically, diametrically opposite in ideology. For example, I just want to go a bit ahead and take Ellora as a center. Ellora was a very important center in the trade route of the early Christian era. Hence, if you see Ellora, you have the first few caves which are Buddhist in nature. The next few caves are Hindu in nature, and the next few caves are Buddhist in Jaina in nature. The Buddhism, Jainism, and quote and unquote Hinduism, which actually was probably in a sense, or at least we perceive them as antagonistic to each other, were able to settle in a single place with their places of worship next to each other. I think this happens with Haridwar, this happens with Kumbh, which happens with for example, if you go to if you go to Gaya, Buddhists go there to Buddha Gaya, and the Hindus go there to the other Gaya to perform rituals. So most of these tirthas were a place of pluralistic epistemology of thinking and a variety of other things. I think the last point that I would like to make is, probably he did not underscore this. All these, I believe, need to be looked from the point of view of space, a concept of geography. As I already said, most of the tirthas were on the trade routes. Hence, it brought in trade and cultures that is associated with the trade. It is a movement. You exchange goods, you also exchange a variety of other things. The second thing is, I think it also brought in various religions together, created a type of sensitivity to other religions. In fact, even if I go slightly a minute, medieval Indian texts, for example, the grammars, provide examples. I'm fairly comfortable with Adalam because Kannada is my mother tongue, I will tell you. The Shabdamanidharma is a 12th century grammar written in the Katantra style, which is a Jaina style of Vyakarana, but it by a Brahmin, but its examples come from Brahminical, Virashaiva, and Jaina compositions. That means what we call the Lakshya and the Lakshana Padyas, the verses used for example. So medieval Indian student of grammar was ready to was sensitized, was sensitive to the scriptures of other languages. Now I look at the Kshetra as one such entity. You go. See, and this should be a very big lesson for us in the 20th century when particularly the temple masjid tension is going on. We should also look at our past and see how we could coexist with other religions, and should it be a lesson for us, that we have to take from the history as to how we need to live today with the tensions that we have around. I think I will stop here. The talk by Sri Krishna has immensely demonstrated a tirtha as a place of coexistence, a very important lesson that we need to take for today. Now it is open for the discussions. We have another 6-7 minutes. Now. If anyone has a question, please go ahead.
मैंने अपनी कुछ बातें कहने का प्रयास किया। दरअसल कुंभ मेले ये एक बहुत ही बड़ा पक्ष, जिन पर मैं अलग से भी एक बातें कह सकता था, लेकिन तीर्थों को लेके भारत के पास एक ऐसी विरासत है, जैसा अभी आपने कहा, ये सिल्क रूट से लेके सारे रूट और सभी तीर्थों के विकास में इन रूटों ने बड़ा योगदान किया, मार्गों ने बड़ा योगदान किया। सर, मैं आपका धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। आपने बहुत ध्यान से अपनी बात, बल्कि मेरी ही बातों को आपने उनको एलिब्रेट कर दिया। जी सर।
I welcome questions, inquiries, and comments.
Dr. Jugno, this is Anita Koide here. सर थोड़ा
क्या?
बहुत मुझे मानस तीर्थ, नमस्कार सर, तो मानस तीर्थ के बारे में आप संक्षिप्त में कुछ बता सकते हैं, कहाँ पे रेफरेंस मिलेंगे वहाँ?
ये जो ब्रह्म पुराण है ना, आप उसको देख लीजिएगा।
हाँ जी।
ब्रह्म पुराण में अपने को मिल जाएगा। और मुझे लगता है कि जो पद्म पुराण है
हाँ
उसमें
सर।
भी अपने को मिल जाएगा। तीर्थों के बारे में तो सबसे अधिक स्कंद पुराण ही देख लिया करें,
हाँ जी सर।
मिल जाएगा जी।
ओके सर, इट वाज अ फैंटास्टिक टॉक एज यूजुअल। मतलब नया नया मुझे बहुत जानने को मिलता है, और आप रेफरेंसेस देते हो जिसके कारण इट बिकम्स वेरी इजी।
मेरे लिए 1 मिनट, मेरे लिए सबसे कठिन था कि आज मैं जहां आया हुआ हूं वहां अटेंड करना, और मेरा बैग ही घर रह गया था। बड़ा कठिन था कि मैंने अपने कागज पर कुछ छोटे मोटे जो नोट्स मुझे याद थे, और मैं तो भगवान को धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं अनु, जिन्होंने याददाश्त ठीक ठाक कर दी। हालांकि ये सारे रेफरेंस मेरे देखे हुए हैं, सब पुराण मेरे अपने पास
सर
है।
यू हैव ट्रांसलेटेड 100 बुक्स, रिटन सो मेनी बुक्स, तो आपके लिए तो कोई डिफिकल्ट काम नहीं है ये।
नमस्कार, जय जय।
थैंक यू सर, जय जय।
Yes, sir. Professor Satnath, sir. Yes. Awad, please unmute yourself, sir. Satnath, sir.
If there are no further questions, I thank the paper presenter, Dr. Sri Krishna Jugnu, and the people who took part in the discussion. And I also thank the organizers for bringing me here to chair this session. Thank you very much. I mean, over to you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, डॉक्टर टी.एस. सतनाथ सर, प्रोफेसर टी.एस. सतनाथ सर, दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी। बहुत धन्यवाद श्री डॉक्टर श्री कृष्ण जुगनू सर। बहुत ही संक्षिप्त समय में लेकिन आपने काफी सारगर्भित बात हमारे ऑडियंस को बताई है। निश्चित रूप से आपका लिए समय ये बहुत कम था, लेकिन थोड़ा सा समय के साथ मीटिंग को चलाना था, तो ये समय है। और आपसे तो एक एक विषय पर इतने ही इससे ज्यादा समय चाहिए।
और आपने हमारे सभी वेबिनार में अपनी
बात यहाँ हमें समय दिया है, मौका दिया है, और निश्चित रूप से आगे भी हम चाहेंगे कि इसी प्रकार से चर्चाएं होती रहें, और आपके जो सारगर्भित व्याख्यान है वो ऑडियंस के लिए बहुत ही फायदेमंद है और बहुत ही उपयोगी है। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और प्रोफेसर सत्यनाथ साहब ने अपने काफी व्यस्त समय में इस चेयर करने के लिए समय दिया हमारे महाविद्यालय को, हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट को। हम दोनों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं। नेक्स्ट सेशन थोड़ा सा चेंज है इसमें, मैंने पहले ही निवेदन किया है। सेशन नंबर 17 पहले हो रहा है और 16 बाद में होगा। सेशन चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर H.N. दत्ता साहब, वाइस चांसलर द ग्लोबल ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी दीमापुर, वेलकम सर। एंड इमिनेंट स्पीकर डॉक्टर नीलम नंदनी शर्मा, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर ऑफ हिस्ट्री, रेवा यूनिवर्सिटी, बेंगलोर, इंडिया। पलाबी बाक्षी मैडम हैं, पलाबी बाक्षी। एक्चुअली इस सेशन में हदीका इम्तियाज, पलाबी मैडम आप इसमें वो शेयर करें। हदीका जब ज्वाइन करेंगी तो अगले सेशन में रहेंगी वो, तो आप एज ए को शेयर रहें। तो आप सभी का वेलकम है सर। और I am requesting Dr. H.N. Datta sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Neelam Nandini Sharma. Professor Datta sir, जी, Dr. Datta sir. Unmute yourself, sir. Datta साहब, please unmute yourself. आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही, माइक शुरू करिए। Thank you so much for organizing this. I want to offer my heartiest thanks to Professor S.K. Mishra from M.S. Government M.S. Golvalkar College, Pune, because he is giving us such an opportunity, a platform for all of us to discuss uh, our ideas in a common platform. And I also welcome this co-chairperson Hadida Imtiaz, if he is present here, or all the scholars. And right now we have listened to one paper about the Tirtha stance of all over India. Now this paper is on the northeastern region of India, and this paper will be submitted by Neelam Nandini Sharma, and she will speak on life of hills dwellers with special reference to the Sardukpan tribes of the northeastern region of India. And region of India, we know we have different regions culturally, geographically, and this mm, and the cultural varieties are there in our own country. And this paper will bring some information, some knowledge about this one tribe of the northeastern region of India. Whereas in the northeastern region of India, there are 150 such tribes. Now, this Neelam Nandini Sharma she is the assistant professor of history in the Rewa University, Bangalore in Karnataka. She had her both PhD and masters from ancient on the from Dekan College of Portuguese Studies, Pune, and she has done her she has one publication on this Nisi, an ethnographical study of the tribal community of Northeast India. So Nisi is, I know this is it is one of the tribe of the Arunachal Pradesh, and they dwell in the district of the Swanseri, and it is a very difficult region for there is lack of communication, other method of communication, and I congratulate Nalini Nandan Sharma for that hard work she completed by her studies. And now this I welcome all of you to join in this seminar, share your views also, and I welcome Nalini Nandan Sharma to present her paper, and I request her to see the time limit and to continue the paper on this Serdukpan tribes of the northeastern region of India. So Serdukpan tribes, this tribe is dwelling in the near this Bomdila, southern part of Bomdila. They are Buddhist, and in that way, this northeastern region of India, we have varieties of cultural milieu, and I hope her paper will enlighten us about the life and culture of the Serdukpans. Saying this, I welcome you all to take part in this discussion, and I also give a warm welcome to Nalini Nandan Sharma for her paper.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for the organizers and Dr. Sir also for giving me that opportunity to present my paper. I know that Dr. Sir has done lots of work in Northeast region, and speaking in front of him, it's really a big opportunity for me. Sir, if I'm going wrong anywhere, you just correct me. So, thank you. Now I'm going to present my paper today. It's about the life of hill dwellers, special reference to the Serdukpan tribes of Northeast India. Surrounding with hills and crowded with rivers, Arunachal Pradesh is located at the foothill of the Himalayan range in eastern slant of India. And Sherdukpans, they are migrated from Tibet and they belong to Tibeto-Mongolite clan. Presently, they are in 5 villages of West Kameng district, and these are Rupa, Jigaon, Sergaon, Thongri, and Doimara. Traditional earlier their occupation was barter with the neighboring tribes and Assamese people also. As Sir said that Northeast India is a homeland of many ethnical groups And if we see Arunachal Pradesh, the whole state itself have different tribal
आज कारक वो
communities
चढ़ा रहे हैं
which
आज
have
दोबारा क्या
a
चढ़ रहा है
very distinguished cultural variation
हम्म।
from one place to another. So these are the Shardukpens people in West Kameng district where they are located.
आवाज तो आ रही
According to the census of 1971, the people of Sherdukpen tribes was 1,635 and which reached in 2021 as 9,663. This was the last record which we can get. Shadukpan peoples, they speak their own dialects, but nowadays with the modernization of this community, that people are young generation especially, they speak Hindi. But their Hindi also, it's little bit different from the Hindi, which I can say that which we speak in North India, because they use their own dialects while they are speaking Hindi also. They are very peace-loving people, cheerful mind, and very gentle people. Their height is medium and well fit, which is, can be marked properly as a Indo-Mongoloid features. And as for the Indo-Mongoloid features, as we know that it's a broad face, flat cheekbones, small nose, and broad but small eyes, and their complexion is fair also. Probably you have seen that when I'm using that, if you see, type in Google also, you will find it as Serdukpen, not as Sertukpen. But during my field work, I have done extensive field work. It was part of my PhD, so I have done extensive field work in Sherdukpen villages. Then I came across that Sherdukpen has no meaning. Actually, it should be Shertukpen because according to the Tibetan way, Sher means new, Tukpen means the clash or thrown away. Whether it's related to their history. If we go back to their history, that there was a king in Lhasa, Tibet. He married to a Ahom queen. Ahom was the Assamese, Assam tribe. Ahom queen, Ahom girl actually, and then the Ahom queen delivered two boys. But what happened that in the course of time, when the father king passed away, after that there was a clash in between the two brothers. So the younger brother got detained from his own throne. It is called a Japtang Buddha. And then he settled down, he came across different ways, and then finally he reached with his some followers, which he reached Rupa village and where they have started settling their life. This was the story, and from that their history, they are putting as the people who are from thrown away from throne or newly thrown people. That's why this Chardukpan means is the Char means new, Tukpan means thrown away or the clash. So that is the meaning of Shardukpan. So everywhere I use the word Shardukpan, not as a Shardukpan, after knowing the real meaning of it. And this community is divided into two groups, means subclass and exogamous clan. Subclass are the Thong, Chows, and Los. And exogamous clans are Thongdok, Thonga, and Krime. These exogamous clans consider them as a higher class people who came with Japtang Buddha as just his family members or the followers, but this subclass Thong, Chows, Yalos, then these Chows are considered to be their workers or the people who are coming to help them. These are the helpers class. Their settlement type, the construction house is a solemn occasion in the life of Sherdukpens because it involved various ceremonies like from the beginning that site selection, the bringing of wood from forest and laying the foundation of the house. These all are specific time consuming process and it's a very important event happen in the Sherdukpens life. And there is a ceremonies also at the completions of the first roof and again in the entire house got built after that. And the Lama, which is called as a Buddhist monk, is frequently consulted during the various stages of house construction. This is the Sadupin's house. Sadupins call their houses as pumpkin. And there are two types of house. These were two types of house. One is that massive stone structure. If you see, this house is full of stone structures, but another house which is mainly with wooden stone structures. This house, we find most of it, this typical house everywhere in the villages, in Thongri, Doimara, Rupa, all these villages, we find morely this house and very less about a massive stone house. This house there, the lower part which has the stone base, they use it for as a animal shelter. From the side part, they use it as a animal shelter and they called it as a dukang. And the middle part, which is used for them as called as yam as a living purpose. And the upper part they consider is hayuk, called as a hayuk as a granary. Unlike the other tribal communities of Northeast India, the Sherdukpins don't have a separate granary system. They always use the upper part of the house as the granary. They don't have a separate granary system at all. This is the inner part of the house, which is dark and smoky because there is no windows in their houses because it's an extreme cold climate in winter season. So they didn't put the windows there. Now see the construction technique of bamboo houses. They build their houses with bamboo as it's a protection from climate severity for storage of belongings, and method of construction of houses very much depend on the climatic condition of the area, and somehow it's related to economic condition of the household, but economic condition played less importance in this construction of house because they are mainly concentrate on that present ecological condition because these are the hilly tribal communities and they mainly based on their full life on this natural resources, on the base of natural resources, and they try to construct their house nearby with their relatives, and only male people they participate in the house construction. Friends and relatives are helping. It is considered to be a community activity where all people come together to construct the house of one person because in return they know that when they will construct their own house, these people will help them. It is a community help techniques which they use. And construction, see, as I informed that they are mainly using the natural resources which they are getting in their surroundings, ecological conditions. So they construct the house in seasonally because bamboo and wooden which they made are made in winter season, they collected with the all this from the hilly forest during the time of October and November month only. At that month only it is not a rainy season, so they can collect the materials which they need to bring their houses. So this is the, and for repairing also they do it all the house before and after rains. Sedupin society mainly based on fundamental of two divisions. One is Thong, which is the upper class, and Thongs are regarded as the descendant of Lhasa kings, so it's son Japtangura, and form of ancestry, and Chows, which are the lower class. And Chows are considered to be the programming of the porters and servant who accompanied Japtangura when he was on the way from south to Rupa. Village, they have a traditional village council system which they call as Zang, and this Zang is consist of Tik Akong, which is called as Gaon and Jangmi, which is called a village council member. And Gaon is elected by all the villagers, and he supervised all the village council which settled all local arguments, thief, boundary dispute regarding divisions of property and adultery. That final decision was based on the majority of the council members, what they have decided, according to their choice till it. And oath and orders is played very important role in tribal society when they were pursued for justice. And according to them, oath and orders are the aid of supernatural agencies are asking for when ordinary method cannot give a proper justice. Religiously, the Shadupans are the Buddhist because from Tibet they got the Buddhism along with them, but it has also mixed with Buddhism and local belief system. Because in local system, local traditions, faith, practice, which with different rituals, cultures, which we can see in the Sadupan society. They adore the Buddhist spiritual leaders and worship it in gompas and which have a image of Lord Buddha and his disciples. So this is the Gumpa, West Gumpa of Rupa village where people dress. And here I found one inscription which is mentioned as Om Mane Padme Hum, which is a Buddhist mantra is written in this. As we are aware that human beings are always associated with worship the nature. Natural worship is very common in the life of human beings from the primitive time itself, and these people are also one of them. These tribal communities, this group, they have worshipped all trees, stones, because they consider everywhere God is there, and this is one group, one tree, this is the tree which I found in Rupa village, and they worship the tree for rain, and they worship the stones also for the rain. This they are worshipping this tree for rain, that if there is no rain for a long time in this area, surrounding area, so they worship the tree, and according to the local belief system that the rain comes when they worship. And there is another very interesting cave which I found during my research work. This is a small cave. If you see the opening, this is the entrance of this cave, which is known as Churching Grove, which is at top of the hill of a from 5 kilometers away from Rupa village. It is on the hilltop. It is very difficult to reach there. But according to the local belief system, they used to believe that if some ladies, they want a male child, if they go here and they worship the Chosin Grove god, it's look like a goat deity. It's look like a goat. And if they also worship that, him, then she get a baby boy. It was their local belief system. And during the time of historical and during the time of Japtangbura time, all people used to visit that place, but now it is very difficult to reach that area, so people are not going in daily basis. But if someone is very much intended to get a boy child, then definitely they visit that area till now also.
सही है पूछते हो तो जो सही है वही ना जवाब देंगे
This was first documented
तुम
by
चाहो वो
me in
जवाब
my
देंगे
research work.
हैं?
We see festivals. Although our tribal communities, they have beautiful festivals, and India is a land of full of festivals. And these Sadupans, they are fond of dance, music, and dancing, all this performing the rituals. And Kiksaba is the main main festivals of Shardukpens, although they have another different festivals also, which are associated mainly with the cultivation season. And this Kiksaba they perform it in November, December month. And the main process was there that earlier time they used to come to do barter in Assam, especially with the Ahoms, because they consider that they belong to the roots somehow belong to the Ahom tribes. So they come to the land, to the to Assam, and they do some barter. They get rice from there, from Assam through barter. They get rice, and when they go back to their own land, then they celebrate the festivals with the rice which they got it from Assam. It was a now presently it's a symbolic representation, but still they are doing it, and they make folk song which is local beer and all at that time, and now it's symbolically, but they keep on making their own habit. Life cycles of Shadukpens, that society is mainly based on families are patriarchal society, father is the head of the family, and marriage, whenever the marriage happen, its marriage happen in a negotiation between the parents, because they considered that class exogamy and clan exogamy are essential features of their marriage, because people they don't want that thong. If girl is from thong, she should marry to a chow, that means upper class and lower class marriage, that which is not accepted. It is very much into that Serdupan society. But another very interesting things, it's there in the Serdupan society also, which they followed, that if the girl get pregnant before marriage, and somehow it won't be possible for the boy of that particular child to get married with that girl, then other boys are ready to get married with that girl, and the family members also very much accepted that things, that they wanted to get married with that girl, because thinking that they consider always that if the girl have that much guts, she is so much strong enough to think that she will take care of a baby alone, she will deliver a baby alone, that means this girl is strong enough to take care of a family in any circumstances. So they always give that respect to that girl, which we didn't see in other parts of India. Hardly we can see on our societies. No, we cannot. People cannot accept if the girls get pregnant before marriage. But fortunately, I met the families also such like that in Rupa villages and Thongri also. When I was in Thongri village, then I met that people that they are so much happy that they married to another man. There's another man and she has another children, but all they come together. They don't have that socially. They are very much attached to each other. They don't have so much discrimination in it, although they followed that class exogamy in clan exogamy in during the time of marriage things, but they are very much open in the child case. Divorce is not a very common things in Shardukpens. A birth ceremony which during pregnancy time, there is no such ritual specifically mentioned, but if the woman had get earlier miscarriage and then they invited Lama to do some rituals with the secret texts. Superstitions played a very important role in Shardukpens, that illness thought to be the effective of evil spirits, and according to them that black water spirits are evil and they are responsible for spreading diseases among men. Thus evil spirit like Basuta, which they believe that he's responsible for giving 148 diseases, and some other evil spirits which have named that Nigaru, Gawa, Louis Gufe, and others which they considered for the evil spirit for diseases. This is the male attire of Shardukpens, and this is the women attire. These are few ornaments, specifically these beads. They are fond of very much bead ornaments like other Tibetan communities, and they do believe that earlier time they exchanges the beads from Tibet. They are fond of music and dance. This tribal community, Shardukpens, is fond of music and dance, and somehow it's related to the Tibetan communities, just like yak dance and deer dance, which they perform till now in their villages. As drinking is very important part of Shardukpens, the local beer, which they call as folk song, which paired with few maize or millets, which is an essential diet, and for every rituals they use folk song. So these are the perishable materials which they used in their day-to-day life. This is a bottle which is made with bamboo. This is a cane basket. These are the baskets which male used every day carrying things. And this is a bottle, cane bottle. And this is one bamboo basket which they use for carrying each and every small things from their market or for the jungles. Whenever they enter jungles, they always, if you go to these villages, you will see that all the male and females, they always carry it in the back. They are mainly doing zoom cultivation or the slash and burning cultivation. As slash and burning cultivation, the first stage is for burning the jungles, then second stage is the growth of crops, and these are the crop growing time. And then this is the first area where they abandon. And after doing this cultivation, they always abandon the land for 5 to 10 years. They're doing it in the slope of hills, and they always abandon the area for 5 to 10 years so that it can grow again, vegetation can grow, and they can go for the same process. Mortuary practice, we say that the atmosphere when someone died in Sadukben village, it's very much sorrow situations, but there is a taboo that thongs, which are the high class, they didn't touch the dead bodies. Only the rituals is performed by the chows. And chows attached to the clan to descendant wash the corpse, then anoint the head and face with butter, wrap it a piece of cloth around the body and place some coins over it. And then they consult with lama that what to be done. The corpse should be taken. That means sometimes it can be the getting funeral through burial or cremation ground. It is decided by the lama. Seeing the dead body, seeing some times and all, they decided that where it should be. If we see archaeological understanding, whenever we do this kind of survey of giving a proper documentations about a particular tribal community or tribal community surroundings, then we always look for the archaeological understanding. But archaeologically, in Northeast India, we find very less cultural variation. And why it is? Because this was also my part of study, that why it is like that, why archaeologically we find so resources. Already we have a living tradition, and West Common districts, it have a living traditions among this all inhabitant, among all the tribal communities. As the lifestyle, culture, adaptation pattern of regional climatic condition, it's very important part to study. But when we discuss about the archaeological findings, from the site we can get only the massive stone structures, which I already shows as a base of their houses. And these are the getting on the archaeological site, or that can be that this is the a house boundary. This is a house boundary walls. That can only be archaeologically seen. But why we get very less information archaeologically? Because it is very important that we have a rich cultural variation. But as when we were discussing at the whole topic, you saw that they are using in their day-to-day life all the perishable materials, which is locally available, which is made with bamboo, timber, wood, and these get perished throughout the course of time. And the soil quality, soil erosions happen in Arunachal Pradesh very often. So it's flush out all the materials from one place to another. So it is very difficult for us to find out the archaeological evidences over there. But it doesn't mean that people are not living there, because these are the time from the prehistoric time. Many communities are there which are following their same day-to-day life. So these are the points where I feel that need to study about this archaeological, where we can get the archaeological evidences. And I think that my work will help in future to get, when we find some more archaeological site in surrounding in the West Common district, at least we'll able to recollect fast. Thank you.
So, thank you so much, Nandini Sharma, for your illustrated paper.
Thank you, sir.
I have found that you have covered almost all the areas of your subject. Regarding, say, you have discussed about your house pattern, you have how the vernacular structures they build up, about their social system, religious system, about their life cycle, and dance and music, about their costumes. You have discussed about the beach also. So it is your paper is excellent one, I would like to say.
Thank you so much, sir.
From the from your discussion, I like to uh, give. I would like to discuss one or two things that we have already, of course, mentioned about this. Their relation with the Assamese people.
Yes.
Sometimes what will happen, we often get Buddhist images in Assam,
Yes.
in some temples and Namgars, but Buddhist images in Vaishnavite Namgars village
Yes.
halls, it is not actually worship, but this indicate that earlier those cultural relation or trade relation with the Brahmaputra plain was there among the hill tribes of Arunachal Pradesh, and Surdukpans was one of them. And you also discuss about the Ahom's administrative system, which actually when the people from Arunachal Pradesh different areas came down, there were number of doors or passages through which they used to go to their place in the Himalayan region like Bomdila and others. So these are some of the areas actually very interesting, and as we all know, culture cannot grow in isolation. So Shedukpans must have some cultural relation or economic relation or social relation with other communities as well. So the Buddhism, which is grown in Sherduk, among the Sherdukpan, you will find also in in other areas of Kameng district, and it may be possible that we can, on the basis of their Buddhist thought, we can think of Himalayan Buddhism, if it was a part of Himalayan Buddhism, because Buddhism also we get in Bhutan, also we get other parts of Arunachal also we get. So there are such such matters of relation, the cultural influence among other communities also we can look into that. As for example, you have showed on slide depicting the Buddhist Gampa or Buddhist temple. You may be seeing that there are certain art motifs, architectural art motifs in your slide.
Yes, sir.
I
Yes, sir.
observed that similar architectural art motif also in Benares, in UP. So how from Benares to northeastern part of Arunachal, that same type of architectural motif came. So in this way, if we think, there could be very vast areas of thinking about this spread of Buddhism in Arunachal, as you say that in future areas, future course of your studies, you can expand your studies like that. Na? I hope
Yes, sir.
Buddhist as motive which you have shown in your slide among the prevalent among the Sherdukpans could be also found in other areas in Bhutan and Saranath. So this will widen our experience and knowledge also in this study of the cultural life of the Sherdukpans. So this is my only suggestion to you.
Yes,
Your
sir.
paper was covered all the areas of their life, and I believe I congratulate you for your this paper, and I hope you will again you continue the studies also for in future.
Yes,
So
sir.
with this I would like to conclude, but our learned scholars may have some observation, and I request all of you to come forward and suggest, or you have if any doubt or any question. This platform is free. You could please put up your observation and questions to our this Nandini Sharma, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insight. Yes, you have said that I need to find out the Buddhist connections, which is a very important topic, and you are giving me another ways of further my research work, which I can go through, because I know that you know that area long, you have worked there your whole life, entire your life. I know about it. So thank you so much. I'll definitely think how I can work in that direction. If possible, sir, please guide me how to do it. How can I
Okay.
go for it, sir? Thank you, sir.
Palabi,
Abhi,
Palabi Bakshi.
Palabi Bakshi.
Yes, sir.
हाँ हाँ आप कुछ अपने व्यूज देना चाहेंगी?
I don't have any suggestions or any comments because this topic was new to me as well. But ma'am, if you could kind of expand upon the two uh, classes that you mentioned, the Hongs and the Chow, and you
Yes.
talked about how they continued a tradition that the Hongs were related to the family of the prince, while Chows are the servants and the
Yes.
supporting
Yes.
people who came with them. So is there
Yes.
a distinction, like a class distinction, that continues even today in the way they interact?
Yes. Yes, it is still there. It is still there. Actually, I have mentioned these things in details in my paper,
Yes,
that how did what are the people that this chows and the thongs, how did it, but here I didn't explain it too much in the presentation, ma'am.
okay, ma'am. I would love to read your paper. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
sure.
अभी तो
Yeah,
हमारे यहाँ
thank you so much.
इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार चल
And
रहा है
Jurma,
हमारे यहाँ की
Jumur Das, he
दो
has
तक
asked
है
me one question.
देखते
I
हैं कि
can
टाइम
see in the
मिलेगा तो
message
फिर
box
बताते
that
हैं
this
भैया अभी
worship,
ये
yes,
सेशन
they
चल रहा
worship
है
the trees and
लेकिन
stone both
हाँ
for the rain, what I have mentioned. And there is
रात
a
को बात
special
करते
kind of stone. Yes, these are the white stones, which I saw that they are worshipping the white kind of stone, not the black. If you see, if you noticed my PPT, it was that white stones which they used. And STEM, do you have any different in the house? No, they don't have any difference in house making while it's in the hierarchy system. House making is mainly based on that what kind of climate situations is like that. It's not about the, I have mentioned that also, that it's not many things is known for that economic condition is not so much matter when they are making their houses. The same way the hierarchy system is not there for the house pattern. These are the same types of house which everyone prepared. Their mainly concern is that they don't need to get from the, they can save their lives from the extreme cold climate, which we can see in this surroundings in December, January area, November, December, January, which is the extreme cold. So they just wanted to save themselves. They wanted to use the local materials. Nothing's changed in their hierarchy system. Thank you. Any other queries?
ओके
Okay,
मैडम
madam.
दत्ता सर
Datta sir.
Sir,
ओके सर
Okay, sir.
please tell.
Yes.
थैंक
Thank
यू
you,
डॉक्टर
डॉक्टर
नीलम
नीलम
नंदिनी
नंदिनी
शर्मा
शर्मा,
बहुत
बहुत
बढ़िया
बढ़िया
आपने
आपने
प्रेजेंट
प्रेजेंट
किया
किया,
खासकर
खासकर
नॉर्थ
नॉर्थ
ईस्ट
ईस्ट
का
का।
ये जो
आपने
आपने
पूरा
पूरा जानकारी
जानकारी
दी
दी,
ऑडियंस
ऑडियंस
के
के
लिए
लिए
बहुत
बहुत
ही
ही
फ्रूटफुल है
फ्रूटफुल है।
डॉक्टर
डॉक्टर
दत्ता
दत्ता
साहब
साहब
वहाँ
वहाँ
उस
उस
एरिया
एरिया
में
में
काफ़ी
काफ़ी
इन्होंने
इनने
वर्क
वर्क
किया
किया
है
है
और
और
अपने
अपने
बहुत
बहुत
फ्रूटफुल व्यूज
फ्रूटफुल
शेयर
व्यूज
किए
शेयर
हैं
किए हैं
इसमें
इसमें।
और
और
पलाबी
पलाबी
बागची
बागची
जो
जो
को चेयर
को
के
चेयर
लिए
के लिए
सेशन में
सेशन
टाइम
में
दिया
टाइम दिया,
हम
हम
सभी
सभी को
के
के
प्रति
प्रति
थैंक्स है
थैंक्स है।
डॉक्टर
डॉक्टर
एच एन
एच
दत्ता
दत्ता
सर
सर
के
के
साथ
साथ को,
डॉक्टर
डॉक्टर
नंदनी
नंदनी
मैडम
मैडम
को
को
और
और
पलाबी
पलावी
मैडम को
मैडम को
थैंक यू
थैंक यू
डॉक्टर
प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर
दत्ता
दत्ता
साहब
साहब।
Thank you so much for we are the people sitting in the India's northeast. So giving us
Yes,
this opportunity to be with
yes,
all of you.
यस सर
Yeah,
यस
thank you so much.
सर
Rather,
Yes,
I should
sir.
thank you that you have Mr. Ji has come forward and requesting me to share.
यस
Otherwise, we are here only. Thank you so much, and I congratulate Nandini Sharma again for her paper because I know to work in Sardipans or in among the Arunachal Pradesh how it is, how difficult it is. Her book on Nishi, I know how the Nishis are there in Sonsri district, how they
Yes,
still
sir.
use stones to make fire. So these are many of the things I think yeah, her book will cover, and I congratulate her again for the book. And I thank you. I offer my heartiest prayers and then namaskar to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Now, now next session, our chairperson, Dr. K.R. Peer Muhammad Sir, Associate Professor of History, All India Civil Services Coaching Center, Chennai, basically coaching, deputation में है sir, and he is the Associate Professor of History and Head of the Department, Government College Nandanam, Chennai. Our co-chair, Dr. मैडम हदीका इम्तियाज है क्या? हमारे साथ मोहम्मद समीम रेजा साहब जुड़े हैं बांग्लादेश से. मोहम्मद समीम रेजा साहब, प्लीज co-chair the session. Yes sir. Please unmute yourself, sir. Mic बंद है, रेजा साहब. Welcome, sir, and our eminent speaker, Mr. Tara Shankar Panda, Director इतिहास शिक्षण केंद्र बनपुरा, West Bengal. Tara Shankar ji, yes, welcome, sir. So I am requesting to Dr. Peer Muhammad Saab, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Tara Shankar Panda. Unmute yourself, sir. Dr. Peer Muhammad sir, mic बंद है. Unmute yourself, sir. Dr. Peer Muhammad, sir. Yes.
I'm very happy to be the chairperson of the international webinar on social, cultural, arts, tourism, archaeological, natural heritages, monuments and museums, identification, conservation and management, conducted by Government A.P.S. Golvalkar College, Rewa, MP. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Skanskumar Misraji for giving this wonderful opportunity to be here as chairperson. I also welcome the eminent speakers, chairperson, co-chairperson. I have great pleasure in introducing the speaker of this 17th session, Mr. Tara Shankar Panda, who is going to deliver lecture on doll heritage tradition in West Bengal. After completing his MA history, he attended 1-year online certificate course on art and architecture heritage of India, and also he attended 7-day online international level short-term course of heritage of Dravidian temple architecture style with special reference to Tamil Nadu temples under Kala Academy, Mumbai and Heritage Foundation, Jalgaon. And also he attended 7-day international level online short-term course on wonders of Indian heritage under Partama Sisti, Bangalore, Stalangar Research Foundation, Vadodara, Medira Designs, Jabalpur, Nilima Productions, Pune and Heritage Foundation, Jalgaon. He attended 1-day interdisciplinary national level webinar, and also he attended the national webinar conducted by Government A.P.S. Golvalkar College, Rewa. He was also an organizer and keynote speaker on national level webinar on genealogy of Malla dynasty and dual temple architecture of Bengal through ages under Bankura Itihas Shikshan Kendra Heritage Foundation Bengal branch. With these few words, now I would like to welcome the speaker of this session, Mr. Tara Sankar Panda, to deliver his lecture on doll heritage tradition in West Bengal. Over to Mr. Tara Sankar Panda. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. R.K. Pir Mohammed ji, and thanks to all organizers who have given me this opportunity to talk about Dolls Heritage Camp Bengal. Today's my session, Dolls in Bengal. I would like to first, what is doll? Doll is a small things of particles. Dolls have been an integral part of toys for children in whole world. West Bengal of India is not an expensive. Here dolls are not only used for playing, but also used in rituals and for beautiful householding. Generally, craftsmen of different parts of West Bengal make the doll using clay, wood, jute, woolen, silex, wax, cloth, etc. Since ancient times, dolls have played a central role in magic and religious rituals and have been used as representation of deities. Dolls have also traditionally been toys for children. Dolls are also collected for adults from their nostalgic value, beauty, historical impact, and financial values. First, I like to draw kind attention of figurines and some dolls puppets and models cast in ancient times in Bengal. In Bengal, like other parts of India, clay dolls develop in all the hallmarks of civilization. A large number of clay dolls and dolls are from among the numerous artifacts discovered of Venachapra, Tomlu, Harinarayanpur in West Bengal. These dolls can be divided into several levels, depending on the construction, techniques, and subject variety. Many of these puppets are made with gangers. These have flat head, nose like the lips of a cat. There is no attempt to show any fingering and hand of feet in all the dolls. Their eyes ornament are made of short pieces of clay. As a result of burning, some are a little black and others play brown. There is no color in this doll. Some were coated with light coating before burning and resulting a select appearance of burning. After figuring, puppets can be mentioned. Molded dolls came into vigor shortly after the reign of the Mauryan kings. A number of molded dolls have also been found in the ruins of the port city of ancient times. Among all the molded of those dating from a beautiful family state Pakhorna, ancient Puskorna in Bankura district is oldest. The doll is about 5 inches long, 2.5 inches wide. Karnapura in ear, Akavali around neck, folded dhuti or tied round the narrowest waist, split arm and Sukhopaki carefully hold in the left hand. From the graceful postures of standing, this statue is more likely to be a Yoksini or heroine statue than on the goddess. Archaeologists of Asutosh Museum have collected some types of old dolls from Bengals. In Dinajpur district, Tomluk in East Medinapur, Chandraketugad in 24 Parganas. A forgotten civilization of bygone era of dreamy world can be found in the shape and natures of these dolls. From the 1st to the 3rd century AD, all the dolls that were circulating in Bengal are related to the dolls from Mauryan and Mathura, one of the center of the Kusana empires, and from regions Varanasi, Sravasti, Koshambi, etc. in North India. Attempt to imitate appearance of people's different axes can be seen in these dolls. Prophets of Kusan period since have foretold the attempts of showing physical and professional characteristics of peoples on the puppets of Krishnanagar in West Bengal. By adding individuality and characteristic of appearance, face, nose, eye, and clothing. The puppets of Gupta era seems to be obsessed with some deep thoughts. Although construction condition in outside world evident in the hairstyle and ornamentations of these dolls in this period. A self-proid elements can be seen in this appearance. There was no facial features and in these times are not found. However, this should be and next the period of Bengal in Palasana period. Palasana period there is no evidence are found in exception period, and here was the doll found in the archaeological area in Palasana period is mainly found in Rajshahi district in now Bangladesh. Here you see two human figure from Chandraketugad. Two out of three figures from Chandraketugad mentioned about represent humans, one male and another female. The third one is a toy fishes. The anthropological characters and formal appearance of these two human figures refers to the contemporary of Shunga period, that is 185 BC. Even their physical features, physical gesture, dressing style and designs of ornaments also bear striking resemblance with the other Shunga sculpture in clay and stone. Especially the physical features of all here, the female features, their hairstyle, earring, necklace, bangles, girdles, remind us of these terracotta plates from the some sides of the collaborate stone railing of Bharut Stupa. This is the Deepa Lakshmi doll. A prime attention of Diwali is the magnificent display of lights. Lamps are lit in every household of chase away evil and welcome prosperity. The Diwali dolls represent wealth. These dolls are made exclusively in the districts of Medinapur as well as Purulia. The lower portion of these dolls with ghagra. It handcrafts with the help of clay wheels. The molded upper parts, the torso of this fixed to it. The handmade clay limbs and fixed to the dolls along with the round griddle that has numerous lamps attached to it. Apart from these traditional molded sculptures, Diwali dolls are also manufactured in West Midnapur, which kerosene bottle shape as a variety of Diwali dolls are available at the Mirza Bazar fair. These clay dolls are layered with chalk dust after breaking the lower portion of the body, given a pink, blue, red, tiny blue and intricate flower pattern. The body's features are painted likewise. Diwali doll in the forms of animals, birds and deities are quite common in Mirza Bazar fair. Next, this is the Kathalia doll. This puppet, commonly of Krishnanagar in Murshidabad, created a special kind of doll where mundane household situation in depicted. A woman pounding plus a grand stone, a lady typing of her companion hair, a milkman, and oil message given by a baby horse and elephants. There are the popular themes of the Kathalia dolls. First, a mold is made by hand and then sorted. Next, a layer of mica and chalk dust is swirled on it. The facial features and decoration are done with red and black color. These dolls shown out of their stepping design. Southern Pal with his family and the only creators of only manufacturing this doll. Tushu doll in Bankura district. The Tushu festival is celebrated during Frost Sankranti, the Bengali calendar month. It the border districts of Bankura and Purulia in West Bengal. Throughout the month, women pray to the gods Tushu all nights long. The emotions of Tushu take place in the early household dating, make up the post months. The clay statue of Tushu have been common for a very long time. This statue resembles the bridal dolls of Notungram in Bardhaman. Tushu dolls are decorated with colorful papers. Modern figurines are also made. The Tushu dolls are made by Bholanath Sutradhar. Next. This is the terracotta horse of Bankura district. If look closely, it will be noticed that the Bankura horse have more erratic neck and ears are also more dynamic. Their jaw and whites, their set of teeth can be seen, eyebrows are drawn, and their forehead is decorated with chandmala. The original functions of these terracotta horse were a ritualistic one. Peoples would offer them as a tokens of their devotion to Dharma Thakur, Mansa Mata, and numerous other village deities. So, such offerings are also made on tomb of Muslim sant, whose worshippance was not necessarily belong to the Muslim community alone. The structures of Bankura horse has been so fashioned as to symbolize a mark of devotion. Bankura is famous of its terracotta temples of Visnupur and many other places in the district. For centuries together, the artisans of this area are developed this art. The most famous product of these districts in terracotta handicrafts is famous Bankura horse. It is produced exclusively by the artists of Panchmura, a village after 8 kilometers southeast of Taldangra block headquarters. In course of last few decades, the fame and communal known Bankura horse is reached many parts of globe. The Bankura horse has now come to regarded as a symbol of artist excellence of the rural handicrafts. A fact which find confirmations is it used to the official cast motifs, the All India Handicrafts Board. The long neck Panchmura horse is made whole with some circular visions and figurines, uniform fairing and country's skill leg. Panchmura horse stands on its foreleg with the necks hold high and ears, tails are straight. Terracotta of Bishnupur in Bankura district began under the Malla dynasty during the late medieval period. Terracotta horse and elephants compares the main objects of the Bankura clay modeling. Bankura art form is a more ancient art from that of Krishnanagar. It was the Kumbhakar or Potua of Panchmura, a place in Bishnupur, who started to make the famous Bankura horse and elephants. These horses display the skill and craftsmanship of Bengal. A pure of terracotta horse in corn of room added class and all Bengali villages. These horses are not just decorative artifact, but they also deeply the skill and craftsmanship of Bengal. The potter here derives the inspirations from the glorious history of king, soldiers and wars. The Bankura pottery is used for ritualistic purpose. The rituals and almost the exclusively associations with local village goddess and worshipped of various kinds of tribal, semi-tribal and folk deities. The Panchmura styles of pottery is based on the finest of all the four types, the semi-shape and rhythms of rounded curves of the body, especially of the horse, has latest design and claims of the Panchmura style. Bankura horse or Panchmura horse, it made some step, 10 steps are made from a horse. First step, preparing the materials which is collect from this region. Next, mixture the clay properly. Third, wheel work. Fourth, dating. Fifth, hand works, and then details, motifs work, and finally dyeing and coloring and finishing and testing. This is the step of how to make a Bankura horse or Panchmura horse. This is the terracotta dolls in Panchmura village. All parts of clay materials attached and then made a hand-pierced doll, and this is the Ganapati ji ka murti. Next. This is Bonga doll or Bonga elephant. Throughout the world, West Bengal terracotta crafts is renowned for its rustic charms and pastoral ambience. These clay models items are made with natural color. Tribal in Bankura used to make the Bonga elephant and dedicated them to Singh Bonga, a Santhali god. At the place called Johar, a district form features of the elephant's doll is its round shape, which is unlike any other dolls. This is a remarkable piece of terracotta art due to distinctive design, extremely symmetric and minutely details. This is Joe doll in Magnipur. The distinctives of these dolls lies in the primitive look, which resemblance and Garuda, and the women folk and Potua printer communities make this unique clay doll. The mother and child's due in remarkable species in a series of black and colorful ascending hand-pressed doll. These rare clay dolls are crafted by Fuljan Bibi of West Medinapur district, who is an accomplished creator of these dolls. The doll she specializes in are known for his black color figurine, which is a true of a Joe doll. Today, artisans of Pingla districts have started making Joe doll which have the same distinctive appearance, yet are brightly colored. It suited the modern symmetry. Rani Putul. This is the Rani Putul. Howrah is a district which is primarily known as the industrial hub of Bengal, but since yet majestic dolls called Rani Putuls and crafted in various areas of Howrah districts, the structures of these dolls might have been remarkable with Sashti Putul in Sashti dolls. Peoples residing South Patuli, Narandapur, Jagatballabhpur are in this area Howrah are made this doll. Its may sounds superior, but the queen doll will not remind the queen of Rani Victoria in England. Is loved and deep connections for Bengal is known to all. She had asked the royal official to treated Indians with emphasis and love. The disestablished the royals of East India Company. Her attitude towards Indian truly inspired and touched the hearts of Indians. She became the Emperor of India in 1876 and also received the title of Kaiser-i-Hind. The popularity of Queen Victoria had also left a deep impact in the Potua community art, and so this doll is made. Next, wheel dolls. Howl in 24th Pargana, where these eye-catching wheel dolls are the toy made primarily including the fire clay wheel, blue cat, car, boats, horseman, etc. are main things of this variety of dolls. Gun, Sathi dolls and horse elephants for make wise ceremonies are also made. The simple color seems in soothing to these eyes. The dolls are given a coat of chalk dust before the burning, printed and shiftings of red, yellow and blue color are printed. A few such wheels dolls have been discovered from the excavated sites of Bedachapda and Chandaketugad. These dolls are made Turubala Pal. Pressed doll, Howrah. This is the pressed doll. The women belonging to the Kumbhakar family of Narandapur, Howrah make bride and bridegroom dolls with fire clay. These dolls are made with the hand press techniques and sun dry before the being baked. The bridegroom's dolls are similar to the Sasti dolls. The female features of the bride and are prominent with a band of its head. This bridegroom has a conical face. The eyes on both these dolls are made of small clay dots, which are then picked with a straw or thin stick to make hole. The bride gets a tilak on the forehead. They are mainly used to toy and entertaining kids. The women also make horses in similar manner. These horses are dedicated to folk deities. The artisan behind these bridegrooms and horse dolls is Bachipal. Next. Clay doll, Krishnanagar, Nadia. The potter of Ghurni, region of Nadia, Krishnanagar, have earned internationally fame from these life-looking dolls. These dolls features is lifestyle. They are doing Nama Sankirtana. The community changed from making traditional dolls to the kinds because the royal patronage. There are for more expensive and ordinary clay dolls. The bull cloth farmer, blacksmith, vegetable seller, tribal couples and tribal communities, and few of the such figures are they made. Recently, the artisan community had started to experiment with their art from their friends' home and decorate items best expensive of this. This figure seems to a pneumatics life are made, and another figure is the Ekan festivals that is found in after Makar Sankranti. They go through the forest and collects from some animals and they make together. This is the Shiva head in Navadvip, Nadia. The ritualistic wedding of Shiva Parvati takes place at the time of Basanti Puja during the month of Chaitra in Bengali month in Navadvip and Nadia. The also Kumbhakar or Potua made colorful base of Shiva known as Shiva marks. On this occasion it used. This molded soft clay structure is sun dry before being colored. The facial features are done on the white face of Shiva. Yellow kolika flower and pintage of both ear and a golden corn like the Bengali bridegrooms is placed on this head. This marks is taken door to door and the money thus collected is for wedding experiences. This is mostly done by the children. This marks of Shiva is significant species of folk art. The artisans manufacture this make of Narandapal. This is the Nuding doll. It's made in North Chobis Pargana district. These dolls made from soft or fire clay have the heads and other body parts attached with the help of spring. The community of these figures is that of an old man with a reed smoking a cigarette. In a few cases, the cigarette is substituted with hookah. These Nudin dolls, widely available in the fair, can be both small and big in size. These hard whittling dolls are designed by Artipal. This is the one type. This is another type of kneading dolls are made in Nodia. This picture are collected from Bankura Khadimela. This is the Sosti doll in Visnupur, Bankura districts. This doll is made from clay, hand-pressed clay doll. Generally, the women of Fauzdar family of Visnupur makes this doll. This family are a Patua family, and also they made a. Also, this family's women are made this type of clay doll, and this doll is used for ritualistic purpose, and this is the Sosti doll. In these areas, peoples are believes that their son and daughters and sons are education well if they brought are created or they brought the maintenance in Sosti dolls. So this magic lamp Kunnur in North Dinajpur. This beautiful kerosene lamp comes on the shape of horse and elephant, fish, peacock, tortoise, etc. The structure of the lamp prevents the oil from falling out. The oil is hid in the mouth of the doll. The doll is beautifully printed. The modern artisan of Kunnur are out with the contemporary utility items like the paid stand in the shape of Ganesha. This doll is manufactured by
Dr. Pir Mohammed sir. Hello. Please conclude session under 10 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes. Because next talk time.
Thank you, Mr. Tarashankar, for your wonderful presentation. Is it audible? Sir? Is it audible?
हाँ अभी after 5 minutes 5 minutes में वो और दिखा लें.
Okay,
क्वेश्चन शंकर जी 5 मिनट में कंक्लूड करें और फिर सब बोलेंगे. इसके बाद नेक्स्ट टॉक है.
Okay, sir. This is the Jhulan doll in North Chobis Pargana, and it is the next the clay dolls, Janagar, Mazilpur, and clay fire dolls of Devi Durga and her families. This is the Mansa God. This looks like pregnant woman representing popular female deities who are symbolized of fertilities. Next. Mansa God, the most conspicuous type of Mansa God, is famous in Bankura and Godbeta area in Mednipur. This is the this god is some snake food is like 1, 5, 7, and 100. This is wooden dolls in Nottingham, and wooden owl is renowned as one of the traditional art from in a gallery of the wooden dolls in India. The simple minimum shapes wooden owl is very colorful, and it has a long history of traditional and cultural uses. As a product of this intangible cultural heritage, wooden owl manifests production skill, traditionally known and culturally few, and customs which are transmitted from one generation to another. This is the Belia Hathi in Purulia. It is clip dolls. This is the wooden dolls in King and Queen, Sahib, etc. are made in wooden dolls. This is the jute dolls. Mango jute have been a fiber of demands making items and rising from fibers. Jute dolls are such a sight after objects. This is the woolen dolls in Japan are the female members are made this doll clothes. This doll is made from parts of wood blocks. This is the dancing doll in West Bengal. Basically, the Mendipur district, three type of dancing dolls are found. One and tick dolls. This is very a palm leaf dolls. Bardhaman. These soldiers. These dolls are made of palm leaf. Had unique appeals for kinds with the figuring limbs with such as the special attentions of this is this is the dolls and select dolls Pasrul on Poschimi side and Pratap Digi of East Midnapur were at the peak of these items and renowned of the select doll. The at present Vrindavan Chandra of Poschimi village is only one making this doll. These structures are made with hand pressed file gathered from neck and heel. This is the sun drying and bake. This far clay dolls is lowered with select doll. Dolls Visnupur made from the family of Visnupur. Dogra crafts is one of the earliest methods of non-porous metal casting known to human civilization. The list of finishing works, coating method of metal casting and popularly known as Dogra is primitive techniques which can be tested back to the Indus Valley civilizations. Dogra statues are rewarded to all over the world for its trivial simplicity and ethnical folk motifs. These figures have a and unique finishes which added to this supply. This is the site that about the 3000 years ago, the kinds of Bastar, which is the state of Chhattisgarh, the gift was a gift of decorated necklace from his wife. He was changed and seems and the honored the craftsmen with the title Gadoa. The name Gadoa has been derived from the Khalna. There was also known as the this community are also known as Vishwakarma, Ghasiya, Mangan, and Kansara in the some regions of India. A few hundred years ago, the Dokra marks of Central and Eastern India, as far as the Andhra Pradesh in south and Rajasthan in northern, and thus art form now in all over India. The main pockets pictures Dokra are Bastar in Chhattisgarh, Usagaon and Chitravadi in Adilabad district in Andhra Pradesh, Puri, Keonjhar, Morbhanj and Khurda in Odisha, Purulia, Bardhaman, Bankura and Medinapur in West Bengal, tribal community of Betul districts in Madhya Pradesh. The Dokra of Bikina has been accredited its craftsmen by AIA. A clay motifs. What is the structure? 6 steps to make this unique doll. A clay core is molded of the desired product. Then second, clay core is covered by a layer of wax and tie and resin would come. Third step, covered in all these finer details. Clay covering is done to for this fourth step. Clay covering is made for a models of puring which melting when the clay is baked. The wax is replaced by the molded metals in liquid metal poured and hardest between the core and inner surface of this model. Molded product is baked and metal fills in mold that takes some shape of oaks. Outer layer is clean and chips off and the molded figures is filtered and finalized. This is the Dokra Museum at Bankuda. This Dokra village I collect from this picture, and this picture is horse riding in Dokra items. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tarashankar Panda. You have presented your topic on doll heritage tradition in West Bengal in a lucid manner. Of course, you clearly mentioned about Kandalia dolls, Nattungram dolls, Bangura dolls, and Jo dolls, Sasi dolls. So you have presented everything in a lucid style. Actually, though West Bengal is famous for dolls, can you tell me the place in Karnataka is also equally famous for wooden dolls? Hello?
Unmute yourself. Tarashankar ji, unmute yourself.
Unmute.
Nattungram, Bardhaman district is famous for wooden dolls. Basically,
Chennapatna.
Ji sir?
Chennapatna in Karnataka.
Andhra Pradesh also.
Not Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, because that Chennapatna wooden dolls got a GI tag. So do you find any relations between the dolls of Bengal, especially in 24 Fargana and Chennapatna?
The wooden owl in West Bengal and wooden doll also Andhra Pradesh and Chennapatna are used for ritualistic purpose in goddess Lakshmi.
Yeah. Of course, the wooden doll of Natturangam are famous in Bardhaman district in West Bengal. Likewise, in Chennapatna also, these wooden dolls are world-renowned dolls. And thank you for your wonderful presentation. Is there any question from the audience? Any questions?
Yeah, Tarapande, you have given an excellent presentation. First of all, I should congratulate you. And moreover, there is Kondapalli toys are famous from Andhra Pradesh. Those are made with wax also. So that is a famous one actually. And another, do you have any idea about the Bachana dolls? That means to protect the major idols from the invaders. Actually, it was invented even in the 16th century itself. Do you have any idea about that?
No,
to
sir.
protect the original deity in the temple, this Bachana was made and it was done in the 16th century itself. Hello? Are you hearing me, my friend?
Yeah. I have Socio-Cultural mentioned.
Actually, in the 16th century, to protect the major deities in the temples, the main deity was covered with Bachana. That is one type of doll actually. Do we have any idea about that?
No, sir, I have no idea about it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Muhammad Samim, sir. Muhammad Samim, sir.
Yes, sir.
Samim, sir.
It is question. Let us finish this session. So I thank Mr. Tara Panda for his wonderful presentation. I also thank Dr. Kankumar Mishra ji for giving this wonderful opportunity. I thank the participants. Thank you very much.
Raja sir.
Ji. I have some suggestion, but not questions. I speak Bengali.
Yes.
Yes. এই এই যে এই ধরনের যে ইয়েগুলো মানে প্রথমে বলে নিচ্ছি, খুব ভালো প্রেজেন্টেশন হয়েছে, খুবই চমৎকার, খুব ভালো লাগলো। বাট আমার কাছে মনে হলো যে এটা একটু আর্টিস্টিক পয়েন্ট অফ ভিউ থেকে একটু আলোচনা আসলে একটু বেশি মনে হয় ভালো হতো। এই আমরা এই ধরনের কাজগুলোকে এই লোকশিল্প বলে কিংবা এই ধরনের কথাবার্তা একটু তুচ্ছতা ছিল করে মানে অর্থে দেখি আর কি। তো এই জায়গাটাতে আমাকে মনে হয় যে একটু এগুলো অবশ্যই একটা আর্টিস্টিক ভ্যালু আছে। এবং এই যে আপনি যেমন যেটা বললেন যে টেরাকোটা ডল, তো হোয়াই নট যে ভাস্কর্য, এটা ভাস্কর্যের মূল্য কেন পাবে না? তো এই দিকে আপনার কি কোনো রিসার্চ আছে যে এটা নন্দনতাত্ত্বিক পয়েন্ট অফ ভিউ থেকে দেখার কোনো স্কোপ?
লোকশিল্প আমাদের এখানে যে লোকশিল্পীরা বা সংস্কৃতির উপর যে চর্চা হয়ে থাকে, যত ধরনের টেরাকোটা, বিশেষ করে মাটির ঘোড়া, মাটির যে বা পিঠার যে দিকরা, এগুলো লোকশিল্প হিসাবে এখানে দেখা হয়ে থাকে এবং এর দ্বারা শিল্পী হিসাবে দেওয়া হয়ে থাকে। বর্তমান পশ্চিমবঙ্গ সরকার বিষয়ে লোকশিল্প প্রধানগুলোর গুরুত্ব অনেক বেশি আছে। কারণ আমাদের বিষ্ণুপুরে, যেটা আমরা আমাদের মন্দির নগরী বিষ্ণুপুর বলে জানি, টেরাকোটা শিল্পের জন্য যেটা খুবই বিখ্যাত, এবং এই বিষ্ণুপুরের প্রত্যেকটা মন্দিরেই আমরা যদি দেখি তো এই টেরাকোটার অলঙ্করণ খুব বেশি মানে পাওয়া যায়। সেক্ষেত্রে আমরা যেমন লৌকিক দেবদেবীদের বিষয়ের ছবি আমরা এই ভাস্কর্যের মধ্যে তুলে ধরে থাকি, বা এই মন্দির রাখতে যে বিভিন্ন টেরাকোটার লাগানো আছে, এই সব ক্ষেত্রে এই ধরনের লৌকিক বিষয়কে আমরা কর্তৃত্ব করছি।
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed sir. Chair the session.
Thank you, Mr. Tara Panta, for your wonderful presentation.
Chair the session, and our eminent speaker, Dr. Mr. Tara Shankar Panda. बहुत अच्छा डॉल पर आपने यहाँ पर प्रेजेंटेशन दिया। निश्चित रूप से ये ऑडियंस के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, और बंगाल का ये प्रमुख जो है ट्रेडिशन है, उससे काफ़ी स्टूडेंट्स को जो है वो आइडिया मिली है। और सभी को मैं एक बार थैंक यू अपने इंस्टीट्यूट की ओर से और हायर एजुकेशन की ओर से थैंक यू देता हूँ।
Thank you very much, sir.
Next session, our chairperson, Dr. Hema Malini, former head honorary professor of geography, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. Welcome, madam. Our co-chair, Dr. Saida Ansari, madam, associate professor, Deccan PG College, Deemed University, Pune, and eminent speaker, Dr. Poonam Sharma, professor geography, Shahid Bhagat Singh College, University of Delhi. Welcome, madam.
Sir, can we start?
Yes, madam. Please share the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Madam Dr. Poonam Sharma.
Sure, sir. At the outset, I thank the convener, Professor S.K. Mishra ji, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh, for conducting this wonderful webinar. The theme is very unique, and it is entitled Socio-Cultural Heritage, Monuments and Museums, with special reference to South and Southeast Asian countries. Sir, it is very unique theme. I have never heard of this type of theme. And the present speaker is Dr. Poonam Sharma, who is the professor in Shahid Bhagat Singh College, University of Delhi. And I know her as a good speaker because I have heard her two speeches very recently. And she's a former director of Center of Disaster Management, and she has more than 25 years of teaching and research experience. She has 3 book publications and for her credit, and edited 2 books. She is the subject expert for the preparation of geography dictionary. She has organized several national international conferences and faculty developmental programs as convener and co-convener. And she got on the top, she got a Meritorious Teachers Award during 2017-18, conferred by the Department of Higher Education, Government of Delhi. Now I request Madam to deliver lecture on impact of green building infrastructure on the efficiency of energy and water conservation. Proceed, ma'am. I have not on this. This is becoming a very big screen. That's why I have not on this. Ma'am, you can proceed.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Hema ma'am, for speaking such wonderful words about me. You are a very, very, very senior person and a very humble, learned scholar. And you are speaking about me. It's a great privilege to me. I congratulate Dr. Skand Mishra ji and his entire organizing team for organizing the international webinar on such a varied interest topic, and it is an absolutely interdisciplinary. So I have been hearing some of the very interesting things which are definitely beyond my discipline, but I have really learned and got to know so many things. Thank you so much for the invite.
Oh.
Just going to share my screen.
Yeah.
Why it is not okay, let me just see if it is the screen visible?
Yeah, just starting,
Yes,
I think.
yes. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Fine.
Can you switch on to the slide presentation?
Yeah.
Big one.
Yeah, now it is slide presentation from my side. Is it seen, slide
Okay.
presentation?
Yes.
Yeah. So good evening, all the participants and the experts sitting here. I would be speaking on impact of green building infrastructure on the efficiency of energy and water conservation and its management. So let me first define what is a green building about. Green building mainly, it includes three major aspects. Three major aspects, that is the design, construction, and operation. So there are the improvements, changes, and new dimension which are required in the building design, which are required in the complete construction material, and also the operation and various types of operation that a building requires. If all these three things are combined together, it leads to the green building provisions, which help in reducing the negative impact of climate change. It preserves natural resources and it improves the quality of life. If we really look into that, if we are able to achieve the green building, that the type of benefits that we are going to get are, one very significant is energy. If we get an energy efficiency which conserves water and other resources, and there's a use of renewable energy, and these buildings are pollution, they target towards reducing pollution and waste reduction. They cater towards the good indoor environment and air quality. There is a use of sustainable material in the construction and the interiors of the building. It helps in providing a better quality of life and, very importantly, adaptation to the changing environment. There's a small case study that I'm going to share with you here, that certain buildings in the National Capital Region, area, particularly Delhi, Gurugram, and Noida. These three areas are being taken here into consideration here. This is Delhi, this is Noida, and this is Gurugram. And these all are the these all are the buildings which are developed in terms of green building provisions, out of which some of the buildings have been surveyed by us during this particular work. And the main aim for the study is to see that how these green buildings are actually taking us towards more sustainable future. And also to measure the behavioral perspective through people's perception regarding these architectural or building changes. For this particular research, for the primary survey data source, a questionnaire-based survey has been conducted in these green buildings. People's perception was taken, photographs were taken, and for secondary source literature survey, various websites and resources reports are being considered. In this area, the study area, around 60 buildings were found which had the certification of a green building. And out of these 60, there were 31 commercial green buildings. And for this particular research, we have identified a sample of around 32%, that is the 10 buildings that are being chosen. And in studying the people's perception about these buildings, a sample of around 200 was taken and 200 people were surveyed to seek to understand their opinion, being the user of those buildings. These are these 200 people, they are the people who are employees working in those buildings. So they have the understanding of both types of building, because their homes and their colonies, their residences are not green buildings, whereas they are working in such buildings which are green building certified. So the buildings that had been surveyed was Indira Paryavaran Bhavan, Civil Services Officers Institute Club, ITC Green Center Gurugram, Center Information Commission, UIDI headquarters, that is your Aadhaar headquarters, Lecture Hall Complex, IIT Delhi, Paharpur Business Center, PNB Corporate Office, and ITO Noida. So these commercial buildings, which also includes the government buildings as well, but they all are for the commercial purposes. The studies, the results are divided here into two sections. That one is the technical aspects, which shows how the energy saving or water management or reduction in the energy and water use is actually happening. And in section B, we'll talk about what people see, what is people's opinion, how do people feel, and they're able to differentiate between a non-green building with the non-green parameters and a building with the green parameters. So the rating parameters for a green building are reducing demand for conventional energy, efficient water and waste management, enhancing indoor quality and thermal quality, efficient site planning and building design, and sustainable construction material. So these are the 5 parameters which are being taken into account by certifying agency for giving the certification to these buildings, that on which all. So these 5 have various sub points, subsections under each of these headings. So it's a huge big parameter framework. On the basis of that, these certifying agencies identify that on which aspects this particular building scores the green rating. Some of the major certifying agencies, this is Bureau of Energy Efficiency by Government of India, IGBC, Indian Green Building Council is part of the Confederation of Indian Industries. LEED, that is the Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. This is devised by United States Green Building Council. And GRIHA, Green Rating for Integrated Habitat Assessment. TERI has developed GRIHA, which was adopted by a national rating system for green buildings by Government of India in 2007. So these are the four major agencies which certifies the green parameters of a building. So now, if we see what are results that have been shown in our study, if we see in terms of energy and water consumption reduction, and which mainly involve like sensor, LED lights, requirement of minimum bulb, which is possible because of the building design provides more of natural light. And in terms of, on a 5-point scale, 1 to 5, where 1 is that there are no provisions and 5 means there are the highest 100% provision. And if we can see around, people have given, even if we leave first 3, rating of 4 and rating of 5, that is 38% and 39%. So more than 70% people strongly say that their office building has the energy saving provisions. And in terms of, water consumption reduction, actually, is it happening on the basis, the kind of things which are put in use are flush flow fixtures, sensor taps, sewage treatment plant, rainwater harvesting system. And here also you can see 38%, 23%, 4 and 5 ratings have been given by the users of that building, that due to the improved parameters which are used here in the building, the consumption, the water consumption has reduced greatly. These are the various water management measures that have been seen during the survey, when the survey was conducted and visits to these buildings have been made. And we recorded efficiently working sewage treatment plant in almost all surveyed buildings. Efficient water treatment plant ensures good quality of water across the year. Huge rainwater harvesting tank ranging from 2 lakh liters to 50 lakh liters has been observed, has been seen. These 3 measures contribute in a major reduction in the water consumption and also ensures the conservation of water. In terms of energy and water conservation in these buildings, the 10 buildings that have been selected, the 32% sample that we have visited, and GRIHA has calculated, one of the certifying agency by Government of India and TERI, that reduction in the consumption, percentage reduction in the consumption, A minus B into 100 by A, that is A, the base year of consumption, and B, the existing year of consumption. And using this formula, they have calculated that how the buildings are performing. Because, these certifying agencies, they have to see that over the years, what was their earlier consumption, and after improvising the buildings, after constructing or making the provisions where such reductions are possible. It is an absolutely, in a quantitative way that it has been calculated. And if we see here, the purple is the water consumption reduction and the red is the energy consumption reduction. So if we see this PNB headquarters, this final line is 80%. PNB headquarters have been able to reduce their water consumption by 80%. Similarly, this Ministry of Environment building by around more than 60%. And if we see Lecture Hall, IIT Delhi, 80% they have been able to reduce the water consumption. The ITO office Noida, they're also been able to reduce their water consumption by 80%. And if we see the other buildings, this Aadhaar building or this CSOI building, if we see most of these buildings, if I see the complete purple thing, most of these buildings have been able to reduce their water consumption level definitely around 60%. But some of the buildings have really worked greatly for taking the water consumption reduction level to 80%. On the same parameters, if we see this energy consumption, this red aspect, here you will see that Ministry of Environment, that is around 70% electricity consumption has been reduced. This PPC building is able to reduce again around more than 60%, and other buildings, whether it is the UIDI building or the IT lecture hall or this office, we see that most of them are able to, here in this case, more than 60%, more than 60%. Just this building is able to, ITO Noida, electricity consumption reduction is by 40%. So these figures are directly indicate that the improvisation of the material and the functioning and fixtures are helping to reduce the consumption of water and the consumption of energy. In section B, I will take you to what people are saying, how they are perceiving of working, what is their experience while spending 8 to 10 hours of a day in these buildings. Now, if we see the age bracket that has been taken, since it's people who are employed, so you can see that around 42%, and here this is 51%, is ranging from 93% respondents are between 20 to 60. 20 to 40 is 51%, and 40 to 60 is 42%. So around 93% people are belonging to this age bracket, and our respondents of male and female respondents. Now, in terms of availability of natural light, which means efficient design, and the huge windows ensure better natural light in these buildings. This has been established by the fact 57 plus 14. So you can see here around more than 70% people agrees to the fact that yes, the new building parameters have ensured that the availability of natural light has tremendously increased. If the availability of natural light has increased, so the consumption of the electricity reduces. It has also been, we have also talked to them about cooling and heating provisions of the building. That's sustainable construction material with centralized AC's proper, cooling and heating system. Here also it has been seen that people have agreed and given a positive feedback, positive opinion that yes, there are better cooling and heating provisions which are available in these buildings. Readiness in the behavior. So when you are spending an 8-hour time in your office building, so how the provisions of your office building are changing your aptitude. And we have observed that around 80% respondents acknowledge the idea of green building. That yes, and they also wish to apply the same at their homes. But definitely, yes, it is not easy that every individual, every household would apply. But once the idea, once the concept is been settled in the people's understanding that yes, green building parameters are something that our cities, particularly our cities, are which are there's a scarcity of energy and our groundwater table is readily reducing. So with our city, for our urban areas, it is very, very important. And these behavioral aspects, the change in the mindset and the thought process are very significant in that direction. I'll show you here a specific case study of one particular building, Indira Paryavaran Bhavan. This is Ministry of Environment's office, and the built-up area of 32,000 square meter. And this is very important. You can see here, annual energy requirement is 14 lakh units kilowatt, and the annual energy generation is 14 lakh units kilowatt. That means, what is it is indicating importantly is that this particular Ministry of Environment's building is generating the same amount of energy what is their requirements. So this building is not at all dependent on the regular energy, and the reason for that is they are having the complete total area of solar panels 4600 square meter. So they are able to create the complete demand, complete requirement which is there. This is a completely sustainable, completely self-reliant building in terms of energy consumption and in terms of energy generation. So the net energy consumption is zero. Zero in the sense they do not want from any agency. They are able to create their own energy, and their EPI, right, Energy Performance Index 24.13, and the certification, the agency which is certified is LEED. LEED has given them platinum rating, and Griha, I have in the earlier slide I have shown you that the 4 major important certifying agencies. So LEED and all agencies, they have different kind of certifications. Like LEED has a vocabulary of silver, gold, platinum, and Griha rates as 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star. So Griha has given 5-star rating, and LEED has given them a platinum rating. So these buildings, they are really truly inspiring buildings. This is the Ministry of Environment. You can see at the top of the building, these are the solar panels, right? And the building is very nicely interlaced, intermittently laced with the green infrastructure as well. And this is the central area of this building, where you can see the complete natural light system. So this building is able to, it has a very good rating by these agencies. Another case study is of CSOI, Civil Services Officers Institute, and the building's built-up area is 13,800 square meter. Here, if you see, annual energy requirement is 12 lakh. All right, but 12 lakh. But since this particular building does not have enough self-creating energy system, so their energy performance index is 247. If I showed you the earlier one, they had just 24 because they were able to create more. But this particular building is working more on some other aspect. They are working more on the water. For energy, they haven't yet worked. I think there must be certain provisions which are going on. Rainwater harvesting tank capacity for this building is 1 lakh liters. For water, they are very importantly working. And annual average groundwater recharge that this particular building happening is 70,000 liters. Sewerage treatment plant and water treatment plants are in place. And for this building, the certifying agency is Griha. And Griha has given it 3-star rating. If we had seen earlier where Griha has given the 5-star rating to the Ministry of Environment building. This is the building. Here we can see various water and sewerage treatment plant, rainwater harvesting area that has been ensured. So this particular building is working more on water, but there is not much work that this building has ensured for the energy, for saving the energy consumption or for generating its own required energy. So if we see the snapshots of those two buildings and the earlier discussion and people's perception, what importantly comes out is that huge energy saving is possible. So just imagine, living in a metropolitan big cities where energy is an important aspect. If the major commercial buildings, right, where the consumption of energy is very high and massive level, right, if these kind of a green building provisions are ensured, the scenario for the cities will really tremendously improve. We have also seen, a recent report which says that, these 20 cities, 20 Indian cities are going to be absolutely dry. Their groundwater level has really reduced, absolutely dry water scarcity in the upcoming years. So if I don't say that each individual household will be able to do it, but I'm sure the corporate buildings, the commercial buildings, the industrial buildings, government must ensure that green parameters should be ensured. So the rainwater harvesting system, if that is on, if that is being ensured, I'm sure all our cities which are showing a tremendous water crisis will be able to solve it. Solar photovoltaic cell, that is solar energy generation. Many of the government offices in Delhi, commercial buildings in Delhi are slowly over the time are moving towards generating its own energy. Sewerage treatment plant is, if it's a commercial building, the hotels, the industrial building, so it is very, very important. SDGs that the entire world is talking about, sustainable development goals. So when we talk of sustainable development goals, the goal number 11, that is the sustainable cities, sustainable communities. So green building parameters will be able to, one of the leading thing that would help us to reach to that level and be able to ensure and meet the sustainable development goals. When we talk of net zero energy, so net zero energy means the situation where the buildings generate its energy as much as their requirement. So their demand and supply is met by their own provisions. So these are called the net zero requirement buildings. Favorable indoor air quality. Many of the buildings. So in this particular study, we have not talked about the indoor air quality. Indoor air quality is also one of the important area. Particularly if I talk about Delhi, most time of the year in Delhi we are facing serious environmental pollution issues. So if I am in a city which is seriously facing pollution issues, but if I go and work in an office which is a green building, so imagine for 8 hours I'm in a better placed where a better air quality is maintained. Adequate natural lights. So this is also an important aspect which is being taken care while these green buildings are designed. So these various aspects leads to, and there are very stringent and strict parameters which are ensured by these certifying agencies. Way forward, more research is required which can be carried out covering the residential complexes. Say in our this particular research, we did not look into the residential complexes, but there is a very important requirement, particularly when we say that lot of gated communities, high-rise buildings are there. So this kind of research should be ensured for those high-rise building complexes. Different aspects of natural light, construction material, indoor air quality, and temperature. We have covered only two aspects, that is the energy and water. But another very important, we are going to, extending this particular research, and we will be in the upcoming time, we'll also look into the thermal aspect of those buildings. So air quality and temperature control, or the thermal aspect that the building material, the construction material is helping them to achieve. A more specific approach on the cost cutting of the building construction and the certification can also be further taken into study. Because if we want that individual household should also go, then it is very important that what is the cost of these buildings. So a lot of material is available on ground. Lot research has been happening on these green building provisions, particularly in the field of architecture. That is one area we're talking a lot about the green buildings, but the urban geographers, the people who are concerned about the climate change, the people who are concerned about the kind of problems that their cities are facing, this is a very important area of research. Thank you so much for the patient listening. For this piece of research, my 4 students, team members were part of this complete thing that we were working on. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Poonam. It is very good lecture, and she carried out her work with specific field works and questionnaires, and she assessed the perception of people by making field works and also by collecting the opinions through questionnaires. And she has given her opinion that this green building concept improves the quality of life. Yes, it certainly improves the quality of life, what she said, and it also helps to reduce negative impacts of the natural environment. And it is this study is the need of the day because of the changing climate environments. And as she said, it is more amicable for the commercial complexes and offices because maybe because of the cost, but maybe it is a little overload to the residential areas. And this concept, what she said, also helps to conserve energy, which includes natural lighting and buildings. And because they use certain type of material to lower the energy consumptions, and also they make insulated walls and double glazed glass windows, which lowers the energy consumption. And also it is advantageous in water and energy consumption. As I read somewhere that this energy saving ranges from 20% to 30%, while water savings from 80%. So, yes, she said 80% people are positively inclined for this green building concept. But what about the 20% of people? What is their perception? What is their opinion?
Yes, ma'am. Those 20% people includes, they are the people, who says, fine, yes, there is, but the cost is more. We can't do all these things at home for the individual resident level. So these are their this thing, and but 80% people are of very clear cut opinion that this is really important, and whenever we find a chance, or whenever we find a scope, we would definitely like to apply these provisions at our individual personal homes.
Okay. So I think everything is very perfectly presented. Any questions from the audience, other participants?
Yes. This is Vidyanath Jha from Darbhanga, Bihar. It was a very nice lecture, suiting to the requirements of the time. And I think, what is your assumption as to what, by which year the target of net zero would be achieved, keeping in view that right in February we are witnessing a very warm situation. So, what is your assumption? How it could serve to achieve the goal?
Yes, sir. This is really important. Yes, climate change is happening the entire world, but our cities, the urban centers, are facing all the more. And the reason for that is the major part of the land is all concrete. We have created the concrete. So for developing the cities, we cleared the green and created the concrete. So when we are facing, the cities are facing the problem, then we are talking that please bring in some arrangement where we can inculcate, where we can, now add some green spaces into our cities. So achieving this net zero is definitely not a great, not very near future target. It is not possible to achieve in the current scenario where we are. These are the experimental buildings, but yes, very are as a part of the government policy also, and as part of the requirement of the people as well, and the awareness level of the people, which way help people to understand that we need to move towards the more sustainable uh, areas of living. So government policies, as well as the aware citizens together, we might try towards in that area. But I'm sure if not done, then the cities, in cities we are more in trouble.
Thank you.
And have you observed any negative?
No, we in the and what is important in the survey is that these are the people who are working in these buildings, right? And they also have the experience of residing in the buildings which are non-green. So they are the respondents were of really good experience of the green buildings, and there are some percentage of people who doesn't bother, kind of, pata nahi hai, we don't know what is green building. But even if we are able to make people aware to around 80% of people who are really impressed, so that is a big percentage. So I'm sure over the time another set of people will also take up that ideas.
Ma'am, good evening.
Good evening, please.
Ma'am, do you have any plans on Salles?
On what, sir?
That means for bathing water, of course, the wastewater from the bathrooms.
Yes. The treatment water. Yes.
Yeah. that is called as a salage.
Yes. No. Right. Yeah. I could hear.
I would like to, in this aspect, I would like to quote an example for that one. In 15th century, in Hampi, if you observe in Hampi, there's a 10 to 15 feet depth of manholes will be there, and there the water will be, it will be placed once again into the fields. They planned in that way in the 15th century itself. Does we have that type of plans? Is there any plans, such a type of plans are adopted in that one? Number one. And number two, what about the industrial wastage? How they are the main persons who are polluting the greenery, and is there any plans regarding that one? How to save the greenery from this industrial wastage? And any adoption has done. Number two. Number three, and you have told about the buildings and the way of material that should be used for that one. So actually the persons don't have an idea about the ventilation procedure in the buildings. Actually, we used to get the direction, we used to get direct sunlight in the direction of southeast, south and southwest and west. But at any cost, we won't get the, even in Uttarayanam or in Dakshinayana. But whereas if we observe very carefully, the water will be come only from the northern to either in the east or north to the down. So whether we have plans according to that one, whether we are utilizing the light in that one aspect. Suppose if we observe some few temples in southern India like Gudimallam, you can see the skylights, even see the sky windows even on the top of the alayam also, that is in the temple. So if the architects will come in that way, if they will be mobilized in that way, natural light also will come. So whether that type of plans are introduced in Delhi or in your project, or do you have any idea about this one? If so, please carry on.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for the observations, and these are really important if we integrate the current technological development and the traditional knowledge. The traditional knowledge that India has, which has been used in all our, I completely agree, in our temples and in all our olden structures, right? And you have rightly mentioned Hampi. So all these provisions to manage the city infrastructure has always been part of the Indian architectural system. I really, appreciate that the policies and the experts who are into that, they must ensure that our traditional wisdom, traditional knowledge must also be incorporated in these aspects. As far as you were talking about the silage, yes, in most of these buildings, sewerage treatment plant and the water treatment plants are completely functioning and working, right? You have also mentioned about the industrial areas or the industrial. So for definitely, I completely agree, though we haven't covered the industrial areas, but for industrial areas per se, the kind of industry in a particular area, they might be generating some kind of a water which is maybe toxic or which would be harmful, hazardous. So each industrial area would be requiring a particular kind of a required bed or treatment plant. So these things should be, and they are now when the all these SEZs, special economic zones, and these industrial areas, such plants are being installed and they are working.
Any questions?
Co-chairperson Saida Madam. Dr. Saida Madam, co-chairperson.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for. I just want to thank you, sir, for inviting me for this, as a co-chairperson for this session, and I congratulate Dr. Poonam Sharma for an excellent presentation, and also thank you, Professor Hema Malini ma'am. And the only question, being an archaeologist, I have a limited questions for you. But the only question which I can understand from which has come in my mind is it is something to do with do we have any kind of a set of plantations which can be useful for rains? That is one question which came to my mind, that we can have certain kind of trees grown in the cities which can help us to have more rainwater. Have we identified that?
No, as part of this particular research, it is not, but definitely, a lot of our botany colleagues, which are, in my department, also in my college, we've been often discussing onto this aspect, and especially in Delhi, where we do have, there are times when 1 or 2 days our schools are shut because of pollution or excessive mist and excessive fog, kind of a situation, and artificial spring, particularly, this is another thing which we are seeing in Delhi. There are special vehicles which are sprinkling water, and the reason for sprinkling water is so that the suspended particulate matter, the very fine dust, which is the important important segment, important component of the pollution that has been there. So special sprinkling vehicles are there in Delhi, all over Delhi on roads. They are moving, sprinkling water so that the dust settles down. But such kind of planting of such trees, which which kind of gives some kind of a special thing for rains. No, we haven't done it for those kind of things. But this is very interesting observation, that research in that area should be actually be seen.
Thank you, ma'am. I just wanted to put this point only to you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, madam. Hema madam. Professor Hema madam.
Yes. Thank you, Poonam, once again. I am also thankful to the organizers and Professor S.K. Mishra-ji to give me this opportunity. This webinar is very prestigious. What I have seen some of the presentations also, very nicely presented, everybody. So I appreciate Poonam for her nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hema Malini. You spared so much of time for chairing the session, and Dr. Sahida Ansari ji for co-chairing the session, and also Professor Mishra for organizing this very interesting. I have been listening for the last 2 days various sessions which are really of great interest, in spite of the fact that they are from absolutely different subjects.
Thank you, Poonam madam. Yes, madam. Hema madam, कुछ कहना चाहती हैं?
I think this session is over. Is this session is over?
Okay. Yes. Last talk, Poonam Sharma madam. ये last talk थी madam. Thank you, Poonam madam. बहुत बढ़िया आपका जो ये लेक्चर रहा. एक्चुअली हमारे यहाँ जो MP हायर एजुकेशन है, बहुत से कॉलेजेस में NAAC का चल रहा है असेसमेंट. तो इसमें ये एनर्जी ऑडिट और ये सब चीजें जो है वो विशेष रूप से मांगी जा रही हैं. तो ये लेक्चर हमारे यहाँ के इंस्टीट्यूट्स के लिए बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल रहेगा, और हो सकता है हमसे कुछ लोग आपका कांटेक्ट नंबर भी मांगे इसके लिए, कुछ सजेशन के लिए. तो मैं बताऊंगा उनको कि यदि कुछ गाइडलाइन मिलेगी आपकी ओर से और बहुत ही बढ़िया यहाँ पे आपने लेक्चर दिया और जानकारी दी। प्रोफेसर हेमा मालिनी बंदारू मैडम ने चेयरपर्सन के लिए जो टाइम दिया, डॉक्टर सईदा अंसारी मैडम को चेयर, सभी लोगों को मैं अपने इंस्टीट्यूट की ओर से, MP हायर एजुकेशन की ओर से धन्यवाद देता हूँ। आज का सेशन ये लास्ट लेक्चर था। कल सुबह 10:20 पर इम्पोर्टेंट लेक्चर डॉक्टर देवराय एल स्टेन, जो कि कैलिफोर्निया कॉलेज ऑफ आर्ट एंड विजुअल आर्ट की हैं और सैन फ्रांसिस्को स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी में भी हैं, उनका लेक्चर शुरू होगा फर्स्ट सेशन में। तो एक बार मैं फिर सभी को थैंक यू देता हूँ और धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार।
Thank you, sir.
बहुत काम करना है मतलब फॉरेनर जैसा लोग कई हैं गुप्ता जी। यस सर। यस थैंक यू। सत्यनारायण सर का फोन मिल जाएगा सर 1 or 2 days. We have shared you S.B. Satyanarayana sir, chairperson. Yes. Is from your Andhra Pradesh sir. Yes. Yes.